Warning! Do not watch on an empty stomach and make sure your fridge is well stocked. This is a fantasy cooking manhwa where wizards run restaurants and magic flavors every bite. Expect enchanted recipes, mystical ingredients, and chefs who cast spells instead of salt. Let's stir up some sorcery in the kitchen. This is a somewhat familiar tale of time travel, where our young man was once a culinary student dreaming of becoming a renowned chef. But he got whisked away to another world. Welcome to the Empire of Luverne, the alternate realm where our protagonist wakes up after being truck-cooned to death. This world's got monsters, magic, and an empire at war with dragonkind, the legendary creatures across all realms. The ruins of war greet our guy, but it seems he's quick on the uptake. Human beings are adaptable creatures. Chin up, I should have died in that accident. But if I get to live again, this world might not be so bad. Our main character reassures himself with some positive thinking. But life isn't always a novel. Talk about bad luck. Our hero gets conscripted into military service as soon as he transmigrates. Ah well, this stint is only kinda short, not too long. Just 15 years? And during this time, under the name Ellison, our main man survives the war and becomes a legendary level 9 Archmage. A name that makes both the Empire and dragonkind bow their heads. Yes, our story isn't about this grand mage. It might sound strange, but not every tale needs to be about grand battles of magic or endless quests for power. This isn't the story of Ellison, the legendary Archmage who made the Empire of Luverne and the dragonkind alike kneel before him. It's not about earth-shattering spells or legends sung across generations. No, this is simply a story about a man, a kitchen, and the journey of creating meals. So, forget the image of a mighty Archmage standing atop the pinnacle of power. Instead, picture a man holding a razor-sharp knife, skillfully slicing meat and preparing ingredients with precision. Think of a restaurant owner, bustling to welcome diners from all walks of life. And all these roles, an archmage, a chef, a restaurant proprietor, are embodied in one single man. After all the trials and tribulations, Ellison finally fulfills his dream in this strange world. That is, opening a restaurant in Grake City. While Ellison is bawling his eyes out like a kid in front of his restaurant, a woman spots him. Thinking he's in trouble, she approaches and asks, "Are you okay?" Ellison, while wiping his tears, explained, "I'm fine. I'm just very happy because I finally managed to open my own restaurant." Seeing a young man who is the owner of such a large restaurant, and on top of a vast hill at that, the woman was a bit surprised. "Ah, you're the owner of this restaurant? Nice to meet you. My name is Rain." To avoid revealing his identity, Ellison introduced himself as Elle. The two quickly struck up a conversation and got to know each other. "I guess you haven't been here long. Have you? This is the first time I've seen you. Are you here alone?" Ellison smiled and replied, "Oh no, I'm here with a friend I fought with in the military. She sleeps a lot, so I don't think she'll be up until the afternoon." After chatting for a while, Rain eagerly asked, "Right. You said you're opening a restaurant, right? You'll need a place to get meat, won't you?" "Well, perfect timing. My husband owns a butcher shop. If you go left at the main village gate alleyway, you'll find Noel's butcher shop." Ellison nodded, feeling a stroke of luck. He'd just opened his restaurant and now needed supplies. Talk about timing. Though a bit ironic, he appreciated the help. He had to admit, everyone needs to find food suppliers before they can actually open a restaurant. Not after. The whole thing might not make perfect sense. But who was he to argue with fate? "Ah, really? Thank you. I'll go right away," he said, grateful for the direction. But just as he turned to leave, Rain became worried and hesitated. "Ah, just so you know, Noel's a bit hot-tempered. Sometimes I worry about him. If you think he's too gruff, just tell him I sent you." Despite this, Ellison wasn't too worried. She's kind-hearted. How bad can her husband be when he has such a wife? "I've met all sorts during my 15 years in service." That's what he thought. But upon seeing Noel's intimidating face, Ellison shrank back. "That thing. I'm the owner of the restaurant there. This is the meat shop. I'd like to buy some meat." Before he could finish speaking, Noel slammed the table and shouted, "I'm not selling." When Ellison asked why, Noel became even louder. "Are you deaf? I said I'm not selling meat to you. You're a restaurant owner? I've seen many scoundrels like you. You buy meat cheap and sell it double the price just before it goes bad. People like you have been cheating me for 3 years and doing business like that. I don't know where all of you come from, but I'm sure you're just the same. I have no meat to sell to you." At that moment, a giant frying pan descended upon Noel's head. What kind of divine strength was that? A voice rang out, full of anger. "What nonsense are you spouting? I came here because I was worried. And just as I thought." Despite being extremely angry, Noel immediately became as docile as a puppy when he saw his wife. It's true what they say, outside he's a tiger, a wolf, but at home, he's just a little dog. After dealing with her husband, Rain turned to Ellison. "I'm sorry, Ellison. I apologize, Ellison." Once he gets upset, it takes him a long time to cool down. "You were looking to buy Balearan meat, right?" Reluctantly, but ultimately to avoid another frying pan to the face, Noel gave in. He shuffled off to the back and brought out the meat. At this point, Rain apologized to Ellison once more. "Phew, let me apologize again. He used to carefully manage a restaurant because the owner was his comrade from his mercenary days. So I think he was quite shocked when he was betrayed like that." Understanding the reason behind it made Ellison somewhat sympathetic. But he was quite surprised to learn that Noel had been a mercenary in his youth. On this topic, Rain asked, "You don't look very old. Do you, Elle? Have you done your military service yet?" Thinking of the 15 beautiful years of youth lost, Ellison couldn't help but shed tears. "I've been burdened quite a few troubles." He choked up. "I've been through a lot of bad stuff over the past 15 years. Just as Ellison was about to open up about himself, Noel returned with a bag in hand. "Here's your meat," he said, still sounding gruff. "Why don't you show off your great skills?" Ellison checked the meat and was quite astonished. He didn't expect to receive this piece instead of Balearan meat. Seeing his reaction, Noel chuckled with delight. "You think I'd give you the precious Balearan meat? No matter how you cook it, Balearan meat is always delicious. But from now on, I will only supply meat to restaurants that I recognize. Try making a special dish with that piece of meat. From now on, if you don't please me, you won't even get a slice of fat. Let alone meat. I'm very picky, you know, so you better brace yourself from now on." Seeing Ellison dumbfounded, Noel felt even more satisfied. "Hey, are you listening? Scared already, aren't you? Let's see what kind of impressive dish you can cook up." At this moment, the legendary frying pan was used once again. Killer pan skill. Pang. Noel was knocked out cold. Women are truly terrifying. Rain couldn't believe the extent to which she had to deal with her stubborn husband. She had even intended to give Ellison the best cut of Balearan meat. But he had declined. "No worries. I'll cook for both of you. Come by my restaurant this afternoon." "Okay, Rain?" Rain was taken aback by his response. After all, the cut Noel had given them was the fatty part of a wooba, hardly the choice for a fine dish. But before she could even exchange the meat with Ellison, he turned and walked away. "This is enough. I promise I can make something delicious with this," he called over his shoulder. "See you both later." In this world, animals and livestock go by entirely different names compared to Ellison's old world. Cows are called wuka, chickens are palenque, a far cry from ordinary chicken. Palenque is considered a luxury ingredient, a true delicacy in this realm. Wolves are Balearan, and pigs are called wuba. Return to the restaurant. Ellison smiled when take out the pork belly meat. Looking at the pork belly in front of him, Ellison understood why Noel's ego was so big. The easiest meat to buy and use is wuba, also known as pork in the modern world. This pork belly is even the cheapest part of the wuba. People here don't value this part of the meat. Well, Ellison doesn't complain because it's cheap. With the quality of this pork belly, the most natural way to enjoy it is obviously to grill it. Then Ellison used magic to create a flame in his palm and lit the grill. With the abilities of a great mage, he could easily apply magic while cooking. This also made his dishes tastier than usual. As dusk fell, Noel and his wife were on their way to Ellison's restaurant following the invitation from the morning. On their way, Rain kept questioning Noel about his statement of only supplying meat to recognized restaurants. "Didn't you say you'd only supply meat to restaurants you recognize?" Rain asked. "Since when did you come up with that fancy rule? He seems honest and kind." Noel replied. "Can't you be nice to a new resident?" Noel irritably asked his wife. "You just met him today. How can you be so sure?" Rain became even angrier after hearing this. "It's better than being blatantly deceived. Don't you think others' judgment might be more accurate? You didn't even mean it. Testing his cooking skills was just an excuse. What you wanted to see was his sense of responsibility. Right? Living together for so many years. How could Rain not know what her husband was thinking? But neither of them could ever imagine that the person about to cook for them was a great mage. In war, Ellison had won Baronless battles and saved numerous lives with his wonderful magic. And now, that magic was being used to cut meat. Every magic has its own way of being used. This magic made incisions in the meat to help it absorb the seasoning better. Moreover, when grilled, the surface of the meat would lose moisture, making it even crispier. When Ellison finished preparing, it was also when Mr. and Mrs. Noel arrived. As soon as they stepped in, Noel was visibly upset and complained about everything. It wasn't until Rain brought out the legendary frying pan that he finally settled down and waited for the dish. Meanwhile, Ellison was preparing the meal in the kitchen. The first episode of the cooking show is about to begin. Today's chef is none other than our main character, Ellison. When the pan was hot, he poured a little oil in. Since pork belly is quite fatty, just enough to prevent sticking is needed. Place the meat down with the skin side down. Otherwise, the skin will dry out by the time the meat is cooked through, making it less delicious. While grilling, Ellison focused his mind entirely on each movement. For him, the kitchen is a battlefield, and cooking is an art form. Every action must be performed as meticulously as possible. Delicious food can be enhanced by its sound. The sizzling of pork is no exception. Grill the skin until crispy. Then, adjust the temperature to get a nicer color on all sides. After sprinkling some salt, grill the meat to ensure it's cooked from within. Then, cut it into bite-sized pieces. Next, we prepare a salad to accompany the meat dish. Perhaps just eating salty dishes like this isn't quite palatable for the locals here. The variety of vegetables and fragrant dressing will help balance out the richness of the grilled pork belly. Mr. Noel seems so meticulous that it's best to avoid adding unnecessary things. Finally, we decorate beautifully. Grilled pork belly and salad completed. My mouth is watering again. Content about cooking always tortures me. Lately I've been constantly hungry. After completing the dish, Ellison carefully served it to the first two guests of his restaurant. With the first bite, Rain's taste buds suddenly exploded. She felt as if she could envision pigs frolicking in endless fields. "Oh my god, this is so delicious," Rain exclaimed. "Is this wooba belly meat?" "Yes," Ellison smiled. "It's lightly crispy on the outside but juicy inside. The slight tartness of the salad also cuts through the richness of the meat." Rain continued, "I never imagined such a perfect combination." This reaction didn't surprise Ellison much. He had tasted the terrible food of this world in the military, so he could understand why Rain felt that way. "I'm glad you like it," Ellison said. Rain smiled brightly at this moment. "I really like it," she said. "It seems I have to supply the meat to ensure that I can enjoy your cooking again." Ellison was overjoyed to hear this. "Thanks for the compliment," he said. "What about you, Mr. Noel? Does this dish suit your taste?" Ellison turned to Noel, and the sight before him was shocking. His plate was empty, his face grim with drool flowing like a stream. "No way," Ellison exclaimed. "Out of meat already? Bring more meat. I need more meat," Noel roared. Just then, Rain timely intervened with the legendary pan. "Oh, the power of women. If you want more," she said, "ask properly." Noel then laughed loudly. "You've passed," he said. "Honestly, of all the wooba dishes I've tasted, this one is the best." "Deal," Noel said. "Just say what kind of meat you want. I'll supply you with the best meat from the Luverne Empire." Finally, everything went smoothly. Ellison had found a good meat supplier like Noel, which was enough to consider the opening day a success. But just at that moment, someone woke up smelling food. Things are about to get interesting. Late afternoon in the suburbs of Grake. Ellison had easily adapted to his new life. Just a short time after opening, the number of guests was not crowded but stable enough. Everyone who tried Ellison's cooking came back many times afterward. After seeing off the last guests, Ellison prepared to start cleaning up the restaurant after a day's work. At that moment, he realized that he was running out of spices. Sauces and spices. Everyone should know how important these are in cooking. However, in this world, they are both rare and expensive. You can't just use them as you please. Moreover, both their quality and variety are not as good as in the modern world like ours. It's tough living in a world where the cuisine is less diverse. It's boring. You miss out on a lot of life experiences living in places like that. I say this based on my travel experiences to many places. If I have a chance, I will tell you more in other stories. Ellison took out a gold coin and placed it in the magic circle he had drawn beforehand and recited the incantation only he knew. The quickest way to solve the ingredient problem is simply to use this world's summoning spell to summon objects from the modern world here. Actually, Ellison had accidentally created this spell while trying to find a way back to his old world. Magic depends on how you use it. It will have limits on the size and mass of the object. But anyway, it's still useful. This is not a perfect spell because it can't help Ellison return to his old world. He felt guilty about taking things like this, so he also left a gold coin behind. Moreover, unprocessed products like fresh meat, eggs, or vegetables all spoil when summoned here. Prepared products also have an expiration date, but they seem unaffected. Ellison doesn't know why either. And another thing is that it's very energy consuming, using up a lot of mana. Even with the title of Grand Mage, Ellison can only cast the summoning spell once a day. After changing containers for the newly summoned ingredients, Ellison put them in the magic-powered refrigerator. But as soon as he opened the fridge, he was boiling with rage. What the hell? Where's all my beer? Ellison roared. He immediately realized that the culprit was the lowly Rurin and dealt with her right away. Rurin, deep in sleep next to a pile of beer cans, got her head knocked swollen. Why wake me up? What did I do? Rurin sleepily asked while yawning. Ellison held a beer can in his hand and interrogated. Look here, who allowed you to drink all the beer in the fridge? At least clean up after drinking. Rurin was still half asleep but tried to argue back. Who told you not to save delicious food for me last time? Besides, I'm a dragon. Cleaning is for lowly beings only. I won't clean up. Seeing her talk back made Ellison boil with anger. So he gave her another swollen-headed punch and dragged Rurin off to work. Peel that pile of onions. Watching Rurin tear up from chopping onions, which hurt her eyes, she seemed harmless but Ellison was still a bit worried. She is a dragon. After all, even in human form, a dragon is still a dragon. Not to mention this dragon has the bloodline capable of inheriting the Dragon King's throne. So if she goes berserk, it would be quite troublesome. I found her after she lost her mother and home in the war with the Dragon Clan. I couldn't just leave her behind, so I decided to take her in. And we've been living together ever since. Though she's lived for hundreds of years, she's still quite young for a dragon's age. Maybe that's why she's still a bit childish. So this is a legal lowly. Huh? Ah, don't let your thoughts wander off. Those thoughts aren't healthy for you. Unable to bear seeing pitiful Rurin being punished, Ellison relented. I'll make steak for dinner if you finish peeling those onions. So no more crying. This guy knows how to cherish his jewels. As soon as she heard, steak, Rurin's eyes lit up. Steak? You promised. This lowly seems a bit easy to coax. Just then, Noel walked into the shop restlessly. Get me some beer and snacks. Ellison then opened the fridge and prepared the stuff. But since all the beer had been guzzled by Rurin, he had to serve liquor instead. Lucky that you summoned this last time. But to be sure, we need to change to a new bottle. Seeing the clear liquid brought up, Noel was astonished. What's this? This isn't beer. Is it water? Ellison poured the drink while explaining. Not at all. If you're curious, why not try some? It's soju, although it smells a bit odd. Noel trusted him enough to down a glass and pop some meat into his mouth. This is pretty good. It starts off a bit bitter, but the sweetness that follows blends perfectly with the meat. This snack is amazing with soju. It has an allure that's quite different from salad. Though I knew it beforehand. Your cooking skills are truly extraordinary. Can I have another bottle? Although he was praising the food, Noel's face was filled with sorrow. And Ellison immediately realized something had happened. After downing 4 bottles of liquor in one go, Noel still wanted more, prompting Ellison to hastily intervene. Mr. Noel, you've had too much already. This liquor is very strong. But Noel didn't want to stop. Bring me another bottle. I'm not going home sober today. Ellison was sure something was not right and asked, "What do you mean? Is something wrong?" That's all it took for Noel to pour out his woes. "I suspect Rain is having an affair. At first, she said she needed to step out for a bit. But it's become frequent. For months now, she's been going out on a specific day regularly. It kept happening, so the other day, I decided to secretly follow her. And I saw her meeting an old colleague of mine from my mercenary days. He used to be my best friend. Surely that's why he suddenly disappeared after I opened the meat shop. He must feel ashamed to face me while sneaking around with Rain. And today, she went out again even though it's not her usual day of the month. She probably doesn't care about me anymore." Noel's mood shifted from anger to helpless sorrow. Ellison didn't know what else to do but advise, "First, calm down. Getting drunk won't solve anything. Right?" Noel couldn't stay calm and shouted, "But I can't face the truth. And you know what's funny? I still love Rain. Despite all this, I can't live without Rain. What should I do? Such a lovesick man." That's also why Noel has been enduring for months now. But he's reached his limit. Their marriage will soon crumble if nothing is done. Unable to ignore this scene, Ellison decided to help. "Leave this to me. I haven't known Ms. Rain that long. But I don't think she's the type to do such a thing. You wait here." Ellison then took on the role of detective to investigate this affair. And of course, he couldn't do without his assistant, the lowly Rurin. Rurin was still sobbing while peeling onions. She grumbled, "This is too much. Elle is such an idiot." After getting dressed, Ellison called out to Rurin, "Stop peeling and come out. We have some things to do. Or you can just sit there peeling away." Of course, Rurin immediately chose to escape the tedious and tear-inducing task. No one in their right mind would sit peeling onions all day like that. So a human and a dragon set off to stake out the restaurant Noel had mentioned. Like a couple of thieves from Assassin's Creed. Whoa, look how busy those restaurants are. Not like other places. The other places. Here is none other than Ellison's own restaurant. Ellison could only dream of such a crowd. But the task at hand was to find Rain, Noel's wife. Noel had said the restaurant was around here somewhere. There it is. Rain, dressed elegantly, and a man sitting opposite her in a fancy restaurant. Could he be the colleague Noel had mentioned? After locating their target, it was time for Rurin to shine. "Rurin, do you see that man and woman over there? Eavesdrop on their conversation for me." Of course, Rurin wouldn't do such a thing without proper compensation. "Okay, if I do it, will I get to eat steak without having to help you prep the ingredients?" After Ellison agreed to 2 steaks, the deal was struck. Rurin focused, using her keen dragon senses to listen in on the conversation and relay it to Ellison. "Don't you think it's time to tell my husband? Mr. Ment, I think my husband is growing suspicious of our relationship. He's also upset that you haven't visited the butcher shop," Rain said. Ment hesitated before replying, "But you know his temperament. If he knew I was helping him, he'd avoid me immediately." Hearing this, Ellison was somewhat surprised and sought confirmation. "Is that what the guy named Ment just said?" After confirming with Rurin, Ellison deduced that this didn't seem much like an affair. So he decided not to spy any longer and went down to talk directly with the two. Poor Rurin, once her usefulness was over, got sent straight home to guard the door. Quite bluntly too. Meanwhile, Rain continued her conversation. "I understand why you would think that way. But it's unfair for you to be misunderstood. You're only doing this for our marriage. Ellison popped up out of nowhere. Like a magician in a soap opera. Excuse me. May I join in? As you said, Mr. Knoll has completely misunderstood the two of you. Knoll, snoozing like a bear in winter at the restaurant table, got jolted awake by the grand entrance. The door swung open to reveal, drumroll please, Ment and his wife Rain. Knoll, it's been ages, Ment said. Knoll, shaking like a leaf in a typhoon, retorted, yeah, you two make quite the pair. Rain, in a rush like someone who forgot the stove on, clarified, you've got it twisted. It's not what it looks like. Knoll, fists ready like a boxer before the bell, roared, what's not what it looks like? Anybody else would have been fine. But why him? Ment? I trusted you, you backstabber. Unable to contain himself any longer, Knoll charged forward to punch Ment in the face. But a magical shield prevented things from going too far. Mr. Ment, please clear up this misunderstanding. Why would you let him punch you like that? The problem won't be solved that way. Mr. Knoll might calm down if you tell him that you were the one who lent him money to open his shop. Upon hearing Ellison's words, Knoll sobered up instantly. What did you say? Seeing Knoll calm down, Ellison moved towards the kitchen with a pile of ingredients, saying as he went, let's all sit down and talk first. I'm off to whip up some grub. Ellison had the perfect recipe for this soap opera scene. Mr. Knoll's been hitting the bottle all day, so let's go with a hot soup for the hangover cure. And since Ms. Rain brought me Balearan meat as usual, shabu shabu hot pot it is. Explanation. Shabu shabu is a Japanese nabemono hot pot dish featuring thinly sliced meat and vegetables boiled in broth and served with dipping sauces to taste. I'm not very fond of it because it feels a bit bland to me. I prefer Vietnamese hot pot for its variety of flavors and diverse tastes. And now, back to our regularly scheduled cooking extravaganza. Ellison grabbed his trusty deep pan and got down to business. I've got sauces galore and soy sauce for dunking the meat and got that broth going. He sifted through anchovies and tossed everything into the pot like a culinary wizard. The truth is that he is a magician. Voila! Shabu shabu hot pot is served. Meanwhile, outside, Knoll still couldn't believe what he had just heard and asked his wife again. Rain, what did you just say? Did Ment really lend us money to open our shop? Rain sighed deeply and explained, just like you said. When you were out of money after being scammed, Mr. Ment lent us almost all his savings to invest in our shop. Now that our shop's raking in the dough, I meet him monthly to pay off the debt. That's all, Rain explained. Knoll, sweating like he's in a sauna suit, stammered, but that money must have come from the Lord after they nabbed the scammer. Are you saying it was all a lie? Suddenly, everything Knoll knew turned faker than a $3 bill, leaving him struggling to swallow the truth. Ment chimed in, would you have taken the money if I told you the truth? I'm sorry for not popping champagne at your grand opening. I had no choice. Revealing the truth would have made me look like I conned you. I never knew you hit such a rough patch. Guess I did an oopsie. Ment continued. Knoll, dark as a thundercloud, grilled him, but weren't you planning to be a mercenary post-retirement? Why give me that money then? Just then, Ellison swooped in with the hot pot like a superhero interrupting a villain monologue. Sorry, can't overcook the veggies. Isn't it better to chat over food? And just like that, the tension popped like a soap bubble. As Ment eyed the thin slices of meat with curiosity, Ellison explained, this is Balearan meat from Mr. Knoll's butcher shop. I sliced it paper thin because it's a dish where you dip the meat into the hot pot and eat it right away. Please, everyone, have a taste. After trying a slice, Ment was over the moon about this novel dish. He then ladled out a bowl of soup for Knoll and started reminiscing. Remember the Battle of Perrin? That day, you took a sword for me. I remember it like it was yesterday. We ran out of food because the war dragged on longer than a movie marathon. And all we had left was bland broth. Then I caught a wild Balearan. Even though I passed out right next to you after catching just one. The soup made from that Balearan was bland. The meat tough and smelly. But it tasted better than any gourmet meal. Knoll sipped the soup, memories flooding back, his body shaking like a leaf in a storm. Yes. It was delicious. Ment scooped himself another bowl and added, "Earlier you asked why I helped you despite my retirement plans. Right? I didn't have any plans more important than helping you." Noel finally got it. Tears started streaming down the face of the gruff man. "I'm sorry. I'm really very sorry." Allison stood by, witnessing the old friends resolve their differences and felt happy for them. The friendship of warriors, those ready to sacrifice for their comrades. The sincere friendship of true men. But he had encountered a big problem named Rurin. A promise to a dragon is absolute. But you don't seem to take it seriously at all, Rurin said angrily. Allison quickly tried to appease. "It's not even evening yet. But let me make you a steak." But Rurin was still very angry. "It's already night. How dare you treat me this way when all I asked was for you to do your job as agreed?" Just then, Ment stepped in, so Allison could only gag Rurin and lift her into the air. "Does this Baron is abuse of a few hundred-year-old young dragon?" Ment, although confused by the scene before him, didn't dare ask much and went straight to the point. "I came here because I want to ask you something. Recently, the mercenary troop has been entrusted with escorting a very important person. And we want to organize a party to celebrate. That's why, if it's okay with you, I'd like a dinner at your restaurant before we depart. Is that possible?" This was indeed a great business opportunity, and Allison would certainly not refuse. The next day, Allison went to Noel's meat shop to buy palanque meat, also known as chicken meat. But there was none. If Noel could sell that meat, he'd be rich, Allison thought. "So you don't have it then? You promised you'd sell me any meat I wanted." Where did Noel's confidence go? Noel was annoyed but couldn't do anything about it. "Guy, palanque meat is different? So hard to catch them." "Right. I heard they've been appearing in Limona Forest recently. And that's why Allison went to Limona Forest. But things were not as easy as imagined. Palanque is a monster that looks like a chicken. However, in this world, their behavior is completely different. They change their habitat periodically, so it's very hard to find them. And they are extremely agile, which makes catching them even harder. That's why palanque meat is a very precious ingredient with high demand." After an exhausting chase, the palanque even stopped to taunt Allison, which made him boil with anger. "Should I just set this forest on fire?" Now he regretted adding this item to the menu for the mercenary troop. After struggling for a while and getting nowhere, Allison had to surrender and ask for Rurin's help. "After this, you'll have to do quite a bit of dishwashing," Rurin said, then released the powerful aura of the dragon race, which made the palanque too scared to move. With just one black dragon roar, the premium chicken meat was in hand. How does it feel? Quite terrifying, right? If you hadn't eaten the heart of the Dragon King, you would surely end up like that palanque. Because he had eaten the heart of the Dragon King, Allison was able to resist Rurin's attacks and keep her from running around causing chaos. That's true, but you forgot one thing. Elle had already slain the Dragon King before eating its heart. So even without eating the dragon's heart, he would still have enough power to handle all those dragons. Back in Limona Forest, after roaming around and hunting 15 more palanques, a man and a dragon returned to cook. After an incredibly hard day's work, Rurin returned to the restaurant and rewarded herself with a cold beer. But actually, she just wandered around and glared at the monsters without doing much. Drinking beer after finishing work is the best. Meanwhile, Allison was diligently preparing food for this afternoon's guests. This dish is perfect with beer. As dusk fell, Mr. Ment's guests arrived at the restaurant and prepared to dine. But since this was a new restaurant with no reputation, it was met with skepticism. "Is this the place you talked about? Sir, are you sure the food will be good? I don't trust your taste buds." Ment. Only Miltine, Ment's junior mercenary, always believed unconditionally. People often joked that she would praise anything as delicious even if Ment fed her grass. At that moment, Allison appeared and began serving dishes. Ment took this opportunity to introduce Miltine to Allison. "This guy is my cherished juniors." Miltine was extremely excited. "I've heard so much about you. You don't know how much your senior has praised this restaurant. I'm very eager." Allison, despite being praised to the skies, remained calm. "Well then, I hope today's meal will meet your expectations. The food is ready." Seeing the pile of crispy fried chicken legs and wings before them made all the diners' mouths drop open in amazement. Ellison explained when he saw their reaction. "You know about palanque, right? This is crispy fried palanque." Upon hearing this name, Miltine excitedly stood up and shouted, "Palanque, that's a legendary monster that even professional hunters can't catch." This reaction surprised Ellison a bit. "It's not that legendary. Please eat before it gets cold." For Ellison, this was just a slightly hard to find cooking ingredient. While everyone was whispering and gossiping about it, Elle thought to himself, "Can't believe that a chicken is a legendary monster that even hunters fear." Right, when you have a winged serpent as big as a mountain always by your side. These chickens are nothing, you can catch them whenever you want. The diners who just took their first bite couldn't contain their emotions. "This is really delicious," Ment exclaimed. Unlike his usual self, Miltine, not one for words, grabbed a pile of food and stuffed it all into his mouth, leaving her speechless. Just fried chicken had everyone this excited already. It truly deserved its legendary ingredient status. Due to the crowd, Ellison had to go into the kitchen to seek help from Rurin. "We can't keep up like this, there are too many customers." "Can you help serve?" he asked. "But how can a noble black dragon serve tables? Are you seriously asking a dragon to serve humans?" Rurin retorted. "I am Rurin, who has captured legendary creatures that even professional hunters couldn't," she boasted. Left with no choice, Ellison resorted to emotional blackmail. "Well, if you don't want to, that's fine, but do you remember? We talked about opening a restaurant after the war ended. That we would overcome everything together. Dragons' hearts are fickle indeed. I was so happy thinking about it. I can make you go back on your own." Though hundreds of years old, Rurin was still just a child compared to her dragonkin and was easily swayed by these words. "I get it, I've changed my mind. Serving could be a new experience for dragons. I need to bring out the beer, right?" she conceded. And so, Ellison's plan was a resounding success. With the help of the lowly waitress, everything finally settled down smoothly. As a reward for her hard work, Ellison saved some chicken and beer for Rurin. After her strenuous efforts, Rurin enjoyed the pile of chicken on the table heartily. Noticing something amiss around him, Ellison asked, "By the way, I didn't ask you to clean up. What's going on? Have you finally grown up?" Rurin leaned her head on Ellison's shoulder and replied, "Because this is our restaurant. Our very own." Seizing the moment, Ellison wanted to talk about waiving the bet about washing dishes from a month ago. But life isn't like a novel. The fate of the world's strongest level 9 Archmage washing dishes for a month was unavoidable. At that moment, an ominous figure loomed outside the restaurant. Rurin, feeling the menacing aura, instantly scurried behind Ellison for cover. What could instill such dread in a dragon? Ellison was still piecing things together when the restaurant door ominously swung open. Such a bother. Human cities are always such ghastly places to drop by. A voice grumbled with disdain, yet Ellison showed no sign of surprise. "It's been quite some time, hasn't it, Elder Black Dragon Metadana?" Metadana's irritation with Ellison was palpable. "My esteemed title is not for mere humans to use so casually." Ellison rose to confront Metadana, poised for battle at any moment. "What business do you have here?" Metadana advanced slowly. "Isn't it a tad inconvenient to house a dragon in such a puny place?" Rurin barely dared to peek out and whispered. "No, it's not." She was evidently petrified of this so-called Elder Black Dragon. Ellison, usually so genial, now seemed transformed into someone else entirely, ready to engage in combat with anyone, with an icy demeanor. He inquired, "Have you come for Rurin?" "As far as I'm concerned, no one can challenge my guardianship over Rurin. You were condemned to flames last time. Remember?" Mentioning this seemed to unleash a dangerous edge in Metadana. "Your tongue is as sharp as ever, isn't it?" "Indeed, I'm here for Rurin." Rurin, though frightened, summoned her bravery to protest. "I will stay with Ellison." "Why this sudden change? You abandoned me anyway." Metadana's tone dropped to a murmur. "Child, who said I abandoned you? I merely arrived, belatedly, even though your mother committed a grave error against our clan." Ellison interjected firmly. "Let's not dwell on that now. What's important is the promise between us. I'm well aware of how sacred promises are to dragons. Medidana's lips curled into a cunning smile. Correct. I've come to talk about that very promise. Indeed, we agreed to entrust Rurin to you. But there was an accompanying condition to that promise. Shouldn't promises made earlier be honored first? When Ellison inquired about the condition, Medidana replied without hesitation. The age at which a black dragon is deemed mature in our clan is 800 years old. Until then, any dragon without its own lair is under protection and sent to the clan's holy sanctuary. Rurin had been using her mother's lair, but it was destroyed in the recent skirmish. Therefore, Rurin, who will turn 800 next year, must depart and seek her own sacred ground. This is our clan's decree. No one may contravene it. To do so would be seen as an act of war. Ellison sighed after hearing this. As you say. Let's proceed with that. Ellison responded. Medidana, upon hearing this, was infuriated and emitted a terrifying killing intent, but Ellison, far from intimidated, continued, I was just fretting over nothing. Why not? Can't we just do it? Thinking this was a declaration of war. Medidana nearly transformed into his true dragon form. You impudent child. You may have eaten our king's heart, but you underestimate us too much. True to his title as an elder black dragon, his emanating power was indeed fearsome. If he unleashed his full strength, this place would be flattened in an instant. Rurin, sensing the danger, kept urging, Ellison, I'm fine. You can't declare war. Ellison looked bewildered and said, Declare war? I was just talking about making a dragon's lair. Medidana and Rurin were both stunned. This foolish youth almost reignited a war between dragons and humans. Speak clearly, for goodness sake. Why leave things hanging and complicate matters? But wait. Hold on for a second. That lowly dragon is 799 years old already? No way. Could there be a mistake? Ellison then continued. What I mean is we have a whole year. Right? We just need to perfect it. In this time we surely have enough treasures for it. So we can start now. We can do this. Right? Medidana didn't know what to do and decided to bail. Well then. That's feasible. I shall return after a year. And that was the beginning of Ellison's dragon lair creation adventure. A dragon lair, simply put, is a cave for dragons to live in. Grandeur and treasure are symbols of a dragon's lair. Creating one costs a fortune and takes time. That's why Ellison won't have any free time, even if he starts now. But alas, the restaurant suddenly became unusually busy. The influx of customers was due to rumors of palanque meat being sold at the restaurant, even though Ellison had said that he no longer sold that meat as it was a special menu item. The number of customers did not decrease even with Rurin's help. The workload was still overwhelming for just 2 people. Can't keep it up like this. Ellison had to find a way to reduce the number of customers. I'm stumped. People usually look for ways to increase staff when they have many customers. But this guy is doing the opposite. Reducing the number of customers. Truly, an extraordinary person always has their own path. The next day, Ellison took Noel into the forest to where the palanque where Noel was still clueless about what was going on. What's this? What in the world is this? Ellison explained promptly. Palanque. What else? I'll supply you with palanque. The only one in the empire. You sell palanque meat and attract more customers. Noel still couldn't believe it was real. What? How will you catch palanque? Even the top hunters of Grake City find it difficult, but it's not hard for me at all. Just bribe Rurin with some meat. He thought to himself, then reassured Noel. You don't have to worry about that. Ment's mercenary troops have already had it once. Plus, we'll split the profits 50-50. I won't give it away for free. So I'll take half of the selling price. Noel immediately objected. What? You're doing too much work. You catch them and deliver them to us. Why only take half the money? But Ellison wasn't much concerned about money. Half is fair enough. I can't supply in large quantities, so I won't take much. Instead, you should use it as bait to sell more of other meats and buy some new clothes for Miss Rain. And treat her better. Despite being furious at Ellison's unreasonable ways, Noel had no choice but to agree. All right. I'll sell it to you. Don't change your mind, of course. Ellison wouldn't change his mind. This was his newly devised plan to reduce the number of customers coming to his restaurant, but there was one problem. The palanque would periodically change their habitat and of course, Allison had already considered that with just a wave of his hand. He created a massive dome barrier enclosing the palanquin in the forest. Noel witnessed this scene with his mouth agape in astonishment. To create such a barrier is not simple at all. This isn't something you can do after just a few years of learning magic. Allison, who are you really? Allison just gestured for secrecy. Just a retired restaurant owner after the war. Like you, Mr. Noel, so please keep my use of magic a secret. That's how Allison's plan went off without a hitch. The next day, as planned, his restaurant was deserted with not a single customer in sight. This made Rurin wonder if this was indeed a sound business strategy and something to happy about. Allison's tears flowed like two streams, thinking that there would still be a few customers left. But it's okay. At least now they had time to build the dragon's lair. Hearing this, Rurin was very happy. Oh right, the lair, hee. Will you live with me when we finish building the lair? Allison immediately refused. Of course, he would live here, he had worked hard to build up his restaurant. Rurin struggled after hearing this. What? Then I don't need it. Let's declare war on the Black Dragon clan right away. It seems that humanity's fate would not be good with the temperament of this lowly dragon. If it grows up a bit more, there might really be a war. So let's rely on our main character Allison. Allison then had to say that the dragon lair to be built would be nearby for Rurin to finally calm down and listen. And the location of the dragon lair was none other than the hill right below the restaurant. Since the restaurant was located on the outskirts of town, all the surrounding land belonged to Allison. Therefore, they could do whatever they wanted. However, they needed to reinforce the inside of the lair with magic, otherwise, the whole hill would collapse. Rurin was brimming with enthusiasm, ready to start digging the tunnel right away. But at that very moment, Allison decided to slip away. I've got to head back to the restaurant. Keep it up, okay? I mean, I can't leave the place for too long. Right? Allison said, his voice dripping with excuses. Rurin froze in place, stunned, unable to believe her comrade would abandon her just as things were getting started. But Allison lay down on the table, enjoying this rare moment of rest. Just then, someone entered the restaurant. Excuse me, is this the famous restaurant? Allison quickly stood up to greet them. Welcome, famous I don't know, but this is definitely a restaurant. The guest continued, I heard that I could eat legendary palanquin meat here. Allison was immediately discouraged. I'm sorry, but we no longer sell palanquin meat. You should visit Noel's meat shop. But the guest still refused to leave. But can't I have something else? I want to eat anything. Allison asked the guest to wait and went into the kitchen to prepare food. From this person's dress, Allison could guess that he was like a nobleman's son in trouble. And because one should not discriminate against customers, he would serve as usual, then used magic for cooking. The only dish I can make that suits a child's taste is a hamburger because I make it often. For meat, he would use finely chopped wuka steak and shape it with some salt and fry it with butter and bread. Put the meat inside with vegetables and cover it with demi-glace garlic sauce. And finally an egg that I got when catching palanquin. Allison thought about the recipe in his head while cooking. It had become a habit since he started learning to cook until now. Finally, a hamburger that could bribe even dragons was completed. Sparkling beauty, isn't it? Personally, I doesn't fancy American food much, but this hamburger looks truly delicious. I must make one tonight for dinner. Actually, making a hamburger isn't difficult. What matters is frying the meat and making sauce. But luckily in Vietnam we have hundreds of sauces that can be mixed together. It doesn't have to be demi-sauce. Explanation. Demi-sauce is a brown sauce made from bone broth. Espagnole sauce, herbs and dry sherry wine. Editor angrily comment, oh please. Last time you rallied everyone to my house for pho cooking and ended up hugging my PS all day long, leaving me alone to cook for everyone. You know well enough that making delicious pho takes at least 8 hours. Right? Ah, sorry folks. Let's get back to our story. Ignore that editor guy. The young man was amazed when he saw the dish. Amazing. Is this a sandwich? Allison, not wanting to explain, said, they are similar. Just as the young man was about to take a bite, a man suddenly burst through the door. Young master, I've been looking for you everywhere. What are you doing in a place like this? What if you get food poisoning from eating food in such a place? Please come outside with me. Ellison couldn't stand his restaurant being slandered and spoke up. I've been patient, but you've gone too far. The man still refused to stop. Are you the owner of this restaurant? I don't know if you realize who you are preparing food for. But this is the son of the Lord, the Baron of Grake City. This is the heir of Baron Derain Grake. But that didn't concern Ellison at all. I don't care whether it's a baron or a duke. The food I serve is for customers. Is there a problem? The two then argued back and forth, neither willing to give in. Derain, seeing this, hurriedly intervened. Please stop. I'm fine. Feeling guilty, he left a gold coin and then left. But this made Ellison feel even worse. It seems our Ellison is starting to feel something isn't right with this little lord. Could the compassion of the great mage, the strongest person in the world, be awakening? Perhaps we'll have to keep watching to find out. After a while, Rurin came back covered in mud and crying. It's Ellison's turn now. I say it's Ellison's turn. I had to do all the work. I can't do it anymore. My hand hurts so much. But Ellison had changed clothes and was ready to go out. Don't be like that. I'll dig tomorrow. More importantly, I need to go somewhere. Rurin was curious upon hearing this. Where are you going all of a sudden? I'm hungry. Ellison focused on the gold coin in his hand and said, I'll cook something for you when we return. I've taken the money, so I must do it. We have to go to the Lord's castle. At the Lord's castle, Derain was moping alone in his room when suddenly, a teleportation portal appeared, stepping out were Ellison and Rurin. Greetings, young Baron Derain. Derain was so shocked he couldn't speak. But Ellison approached with a paper bag in hand. You forgot something. Haven't tried it yet, have you? I've reheated it, so take a bite. Is this an interworld delivery service? Wish I had that skill every time I needed to travel. Holding the hamburger made Derain drool. Despite his many questions, he decided to take a bite first and worry later. Is this guy really going to eat food from a suspicious teleporting stranger in his room? His brain must be on vacation. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Young master, I heard noise from your room. Is everything all right? Ellison's face was the epitome of boredom. He thinks, are you kidding? Let the kid eat his burger. You nuisance. Derain trembled and looked at Ellison for help. What now? Ellison reminded him. What do you mean, what now? Just tell him everything's fine. You're the heir to the lordship and a baron. They can't disobey you, so chin up. Derain looked down gloomily. But they've never listened to me before. They always ignore me. With no response, the knocking grew more insistent. Young master, I'm coming in if you don't answer. Unable to take it anymore, Rurin used magic to change her voice and shouted. Nothing's wrong. Go away. I didn't order you to come in. Derain was amazed at the voice that sounded just like his own, but still worriedly looked at the door since no one ever listened to him. The knocking stopped. A few seconds later came the reply. Understood. Sir, please call if you need anything. As Derain stood there with his mouth agape in astonishment, Ellison said, See? Told you so. You've got to assert yourself. Derain immediately knelt on the ground. Master, please become my mentor. Ellison was clueless about what was happening and looked completely stunned. This kid is surprisingly smart. He immediately recognized the quality of this person and knelt down to ask to be his disciple. This kid definitely has a bright future. He's not afraid of embarrassment or his noble status to kneel before someone else. This is going to cause trouble for our main character. Then Derain shared his past. My mother died after giving birth to me. My father remarried soon after. So I spent most of my time with my stepmother. My stepmother was quite strict. She told me to be careful with my actions because I am the son of the Lord. Despite that, I still loved her because it was also the happiest time for me. However, everything changed since my father became seriously ill and bedridden. She no longer looked at me or spoke directly to me during meals or parties. I want to become a good lord like my father. But the servants tried to control and restrict my activities on the orders of my stepmother. I had no one to talk to. Everyone ignored me since then. I feel that I will not be treated any better even after I inherit the lordship. But my thoughts changed after today's incident. Master, please teach me how to become a good lord. Diren's eyes sparkled with fierce hope. But Ellison bluntly replied, that conclusion is a bit odd. Isn't it? How did things turn out this way? I'm just a restaurant owner. Diren explained his reason, but this has never happened before. He would still come in even if I told him to leave. Ellison realized the problem. He lacked confidence. It seems he deliberately threw away his dynamism and became more introverted. Ellison sighed and said, look into people's eyes when you talk to them. You said you want to be a good lord, right? The position of a lord also comes with responsibility. So, you must take responsibility for every word you utter. I'm not telling you to ignore others' words. Make sure you have listened and thought carefully before making a decision that you fully trust in. If it's beneficial, then all will be well. If not, accept it and take responsibility. In my opinion, that's what makes a good lord. These words seemed to awaken something inside Diren, but before he could fully understand, Ellison was ready to leave. Anyway, eat this burger before it gets cold, and drop by the restaurant sometime. Afterward, Diren kept thinking about what was said earlier. Just as he took a bite of the hamburger, he suddenly realized, could it be? I get it. A good lord must be someone who ensures that all people can enjoy delicious food like this. It seems this young man misunderstood the earlier issue into something quite off. On the other side of town, Ellison and Rurin had teleported outside the city walls. To prevent Rurin from getting any wild ideas, Ellison carefully advised, I hope you won't take what he said too seriously. Rurin then asked, you mean that kid? But why do you bother so much and talk like that? You seem really concerned. Ellison then pulled out the gold coin he was paid earlier. I'm just doing the job I was paid for. Holding the gold coin in her hand, Rurin couldn't help but be surprised. This is 100,000 runs. A regular hamburger is sold for 200 runs. Did he really pay you this much just for a hamburger? Ellison replied, exactly. That's why we need to provide him with proper service for that price. This isn't a discount diner. You know, he's as rich as a dragon. I hope from now on, he'll become a regular at our restaurant. But Rurin wasn't happy about that at all. I'm not thrilled because it means fewer hamburgers for me to eat. Typical of a gluttonous dragon. Putting the restaurant aside, let's visit the locals and scenery where Elle lives. In a forest on the outskirts of Grake City, there's a peculiar clinic that's quite famous around here. The doctor there must be skilled and has even learned healing magic. But that's not what makes it famous. The biggest reason patients trek to this remote place far from town is because the clinic owner is an elf, not human. And more importantly, she's drop-dead gorgeous. Elena, the clinic owner, is currently confiding in Rain about considering going back to her homeland. I'm thinking about whether I should return to my homeland or not. I love helping and healing people so much that I left my village despite everyone's objections. But reality is quite different from what I imagined. No one cares about the healing. They just want to meet an elf female at any cost and don't see me as a doctor. Recently, a woman came here and got angry with me. She said I seduced her husband. I know not all humans are like that, and it's not that I hate healing others. But it's really hard to keep everything inside and continue working. After listening, Rain asked, by the way, you don't like me either? Elena quickly explained, what? No, I like you, Rain. Besides, you've always treated me well. And that's why I accept this without any prejudice. Rain then asked further, so if there were more things here that you liked, would you stay? There are many things I don't like about my husband. His snoring when he sleeps. Plus he's quite clueless. But there are things I like more. I like his reliability, how he only has eyes for me, and always does his best in everything he does. You said you still love healing people, right? Then try having dinner at the restaurant next to the hillside tonight. The reasons for you to love this place might just increase bit by bit. And Ellison's restaurant could be one such place. On the flip side, Ellison was caught red-handed by Noel while digging a hole with a pickaxe. Hey, Ellison, what are you up to here? I was just about to head to the restaurant. Ellison greeted him back with a smile. I'm on my way there too. Just got caught up in some construction work. And who might this be? As introduced by Noel, this was Nellin, his grandson. They had matters to discuss. so they decided to talk over a meal at the restaurant. At that moment, Noel mentioned that his wife and an elf would be visiting the restaurant. Hearing this, Ellison immediately shouldered his pickaxe and headed back to the restaurant. On the way, he asked Noel, "Usually, elves don't leave their home forests. That person must be quite famous, right?" This topic seemed to irk Noel. "You don't need to ask me, apparently. All the boys in town have been flocking there even if it's just for a splinter in their finger. It's despicable really. Hearing such things makes me understand why elves despise humans so much." Ellison responded, "Not all elves are like that. You shouldn't stereotype them. I do acknowledge that elves are a very proud race." But before Ellison could retract his statement, he witnessed an astonishing scene. Elena, a noble elf, was kneeling down trembling in fear before Rurin. You are a great being. Please forgive my rudeness." Rurin radiated a menacing aura. "So you realize your rudeness? I'll overlook it if you spend the rest of your life as my servant." Ellison was agape with shock at this scene. Rurin boasted upon seeing Ellison return. "Oh, you're back? I've just acquired a useful elf servant for myself." At this moment, Ellison's hands clenched tightly, engulfed by flames of anger. "What are you doing with our customer? Huh?" Rewinding a few minutes earlier, when Rurin was lounging on the table and Elena pushed the door open. "Is anyone here? Is this Ellison's restaurant?" Rurin stood up to greet her. "Yes, it is, but he's not here right now. More importantly, you're an elf?" Once again being noticed for her race. Elena bowed her head to the ground. "Yes, that's right." Rurin then approached. "The elf race is very beautiful. Indeed, it's no exaggeration." Elena awkwardly replied, "Oh, you are beautiful too, and you look much younger than me." Rurin gave a dangerous smile. "Younger? Are you saying I look young? I may be young compared to my race, but I'm still much older than you. Who allowed you to speak so casually to me?" A terrifying aura was immediately released, causing Elena to kneel trembling on the ground. And this was the scene that Ellison witnessed just now. And of course, our main character immediately took action. After handling the situation, Ellison cheerfully opened the door for customers. "Sorry for the noise. Please come in." After getting a bump on her head, Rurin cried tragically. Elena, witnessing this scene, was wide-eyed in astonishment. "Am I dreaming? Is she really a dragon?" One thing that everyone from children to the elderly knows is never to anger a dragon. Dragons are walking natural disasters that can whimsically burn down entire villages. They are the strongest race, the pinnacle of all species. I've heard legends about dragons since I was a child, so much so that I'm sick of them. However, he is treating that dragon like a child. Who really is he? While Elena was still bewildered, Ellison approached. "I apologize on her behalf for what happened earlier. I really didn't expect such a thing to happen while I was away." Elena, still frightened, asked again, "Are you really human?" Ellison was a bit surprised by the question but then realized that Rurin had revealed her dragon identity. With no other choice, Ellison whispered to Elena, "Yes, I am human, and that girl is a dragon. As you already know, living with a dragon is quite strange. But it's hard to explain. Can you keep a secret?" Elena trembled with fear. "Of course, I have no intention of disturbing a dragon. I don't want to die yet." Ellison didn't know what else to say other than reassuring her that she wouldn't be killed here. It seems like Rurin has left an extremely bad first impression. At this point, Ellison asked, "Speaking of which, are you Dr. Elena that Noel referred here?" Elena with a haggard face replied, "Ah yes, it's me. I am Elena." Ellison grimaced upon hearing that. You can imagine a half-star review about the restaurant like in the modern world. "I came here on a friend's recommendation, but ended up being captured as a subordinate. Oppressed unbelievably. Such a terrible first impression indeed. If this were Earth, this place would have been shut down by the online community already." Elena continued, "I've heard that you can eat very delicious dishes here even if they are only made from vegetables. When it comes to food, Ellison is extremely professional." "Yes, that's possible. Do you have any allergies?" Elena explained, "Not for humanitarian reasons, but my body can't digest meat. So as long as I don't eat meat, I'm fine. Allison thought for a moment and then started preparing food in the kitchen. The cooking show begins. Today's topic will be nutritious vegetarian dishes. There are many delicious dishes that don't need meat, but I think pasta is one of the best. Add thinly sliced onions, garlic, and mushrooms to a pan with hot olive oil and sauté. This way, different flavors will combine to create a harmonious taste. Next, strain crushed tomatoes through a sieve and add to the pan. Season with salt, sugar, and other spices. Then reduce the heat and watch so the sauce doesn't burn. While waiting for the sauce to thicken, boil pasta for 8 minutes. Additional explanation. Pasta comes in many numbers. Each number will have different boiling times. Please pay attention to the packaging. Remember to save some pasta water. Finally, mix the pasta with the sauce and add some pasta water to help thin the sauce. And the pasta dish is complete. Afterward, Allison served the dish to Elena. Please eat this with a fork. I didn't add any meat so you don't have to worry. Just seeing the dish made Elena want to eat it immediately. She picked up a fork and carefully enjoyed this delicious pasta dish. Meanwhile, Allison continued serving wuba meat to his nephew Noel but noticed that Nellen seemed unhappy. Could it be that he doesn't like this dish? When he turned to look at Elena, Allison almost couldn't believe his eyes. The noble elf image had completely disappeared, replaced by a gluttonous girl enjoying her meal. Elena happily thought to herself, delicious. Until now I've only been eating raw vegetables. I never knew there could be such delicious food. Elena needed only a few bites to quickly finish off the plate of pasta. At that moment, Allison approached her side, startling her. It seems that you really enjoy pasta? Elena hastily covered her face in embarrassment. I'm sorry, it was so delicious that I couldn't help myself. Allison gave a friendly smile and handed her a handkerchief. Don't worry about it, I'm glad you like it. Elena blushed and replied, yes, I attract quite the stares in town. So I usually just munch on veggies I snag from the market. It's not like I haven't thought about chowing down at a restaurant. But they don't have much of a menu for us herbivores. And even if they did, the food is pretty much like eating raw veggies. So I wondered if cooking was really necessary. Allison totally got Elena's vibe. Everyone here doesn't spice things up much. So everything tastes like Blansville. At this point, Elena got all jazzed up. But my mind did a 180 after coming here. That dish earlier was seriously delish. Big thanks to Miss Rain. Allison finally dared to breathe a sigh of relief. Thrilled to hear that. Just then, Noel suddenly stood up and bellowed. What's that? What did you just say? Nellen piped up again. I just realized that Mom and I don't share any blood ties in. Where'd you hear that? Nellen slammed the table and shouted. That's not important right now. I've been duped. I can't focus on work. That's why I left the mines early. I couldn't just go home. Elena and Allison were all ears to the drama and didn't dare make a peep. It seems that no matter the world, eavesdropping is an essential skill. Don't you know what Miss May went through to raise you? She worked day and night just to take care of you. Even though your dad sacrificed himself as a mercenary. Don't you think it's noble of her to raise a kid that's not her own flesh and blood? Aren't you smart enough to figure that out on your own? Nellen's face turned dark as he stammered. I know that. I know I'm at fault. But this morning I was too hot-headed and angry. So I refused the lunch Mom prepared and called her an old hag. At this point, Noel grabbed Nellen by the collar in rage. What? There are things you can say. And things you absolutely cannot. You blockhead. Things were spiraling out of control and Ellison had to step in. 1 hour before Noel and Nellen arrived at the restaurant. Nellen's mom was so worried she brought food deep into the mines for her son. But she had no clue Nellen wasn't even there. And right then, Rain burst through the door in a panic and screamed, Nellen. It's a disaster. Hurry up and follow me to the mines. The mine collapsed where your mom is right now. She's trapped inside. Noel was so agitated that he shouted, What do you mean the mine collapsed? And what happened to Miss May? After the recount, I'm not sure anymore, but it seems she went inside to look for Nellen, and then... Nellen couldn't keep his cool and dashed towards the mine alone. Allison and Elena also wanted to join, hoping to be of some help. At the mine, Everyone was trying to calm down an agitated Nellen, who now just wanted to dive into the rubble to save his mother. Calm down, Nellen, it's dangerous. It could collapse again, they pleaded. Allison and Elena arrived shortly after. Please stay calm, we will go inside and save Nellen's mother. Allison explained. This girl is a healer with healing magic. There are many injured people inside the mine. You guys are wasting time saving people. Finally, after some explaining, they were allowed to proceed inside. On their way, Elena spoke up to Allison. I appreciate your help, but you didn't have to follow me in here, it's dangerous. Just then, the mine shook and countless rocks fell. But luckily they were all blocked by Allison's magic shield. You see, I'm quite adept at magic, I'll block any rocks that dare attack you. Allison said. Elena was amazed. So you're a wizard? Allison continued as they moved deeper into the mine. I was quite successful in my youth. But now I've hung up my sword. But I'm curious why you decided to come here. Elle continued. I heard you own a clinic in the city. Because one of my friends is also an elf. I don't think you own that clinic just because you're an elf. And surely humans haven't always treated you well. Yet you decided to go into a collapsed mine to save people. Is there a special reason why you did that? Right at that moment, as Elena was about to respond, they reached a fork in the road. Oh no, the path splits. We don't have time to search both ways. Allison closed his eyes and began chanting a spell. After summoning spirits and illuminating the entire space, they found the injured worker. Seeing the moving lights, the worker exclaimed in panic. What's this? I must be on my way to heaven. I'm starting to hallucinate. Just then, Allison and Elena appeared, and the worker exclaimed with relief. Are you the rescue team? The spirits then split up and went down both paths. And in just a moment, they had found another injured person. And so, the rescue team was operating at full capacity. Allison took on the role of protection and moving rocks with magic, while Elena focused on using healing magic to save the workers. After first aid was administered, Allison also transported the injured out using magic. After a while, all the workers had been rescued, except for Nellen's mother who had not yet been found. The two continued deeper into the mine and discovered Mrs. May lying unconscious on the ground. Elena immediately approached and assessed the situation. She is seriously injured. I will use stronger healing magic on her, but I cannot guarantee the outcome. Elena placed her hand in front of her chest and began to chant. A gentle blue light immediately enveloped everything. Rain, unable to do anything at the moment, cried incessantly. Noel stood by, also only knowing how to comfort her. Elena said that magic will work. So don't worry too much. She will definitely wake up. Nellen then opened up the basket next to his mother. It was the breakfast that his mother had painstakingly prepared, but he had harshly rejected with unpleasant words. Now it was too late for regrets. At that moment, Mrs. May's arms suddenly moved. Nellen, is that you? Mother, Nellen choked up. I'm so scared. What if the words I said to you this morning end up being my last words to you? Mrs. May heard this and shed tears. You called me mother again. I'm sorry for making you worry. It's also very fortunate that you weren't inside the mine. Witnessing this scene, Elena couldn't help but be moved. She approached Allison and said, as you said, actually I wanted to close my clinic and return to my homeland already. I was very disappointed in humanity after witnessing the terrible things that happened to me here. But then Miss Rain said this to me. Try to increase what you like here. Perhaps I rushed over here to look for that. The lifespan of humans is shorter than that of elves. But they can freely express their emotions. That's why people are easily disappointed and hurt. I've felt that way before. But ironically, that's also why I opened my clinic. I think there are many things here that I like which make it impossible for me to leave. I like the genuine emotions of humans. And now I know that the food here is very delicious. Today, I've realized many things. Before she could finish speaking, Elena nearly fainted from exhaustion. But fortunately Allison was there in time to support her. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. That's right. If that female dragon saw this scene, the elf wouldn't get away with just kneeling. Then, Ellison began to transmit magical power through his hand. Elena felt the magic power flowing into her and was extremely astonished. Isn't this the magic power transmission of the elf tribe? Ellison quickly let go of her hand and explained. The friend I mentioned taught me this magic. His name is Beeden. As soon as she heard this name, Elena exclaimed in shock. Beeden? The hero of the elf tribe. Beeden? How did you? Ellison simply explained that he was once a renowned wizard. Meanwhile, on the hill below the restaurant, Rurin was still digging a hole by herself. That damn Elle. He always leaves me alone. How can he tell me to dig because I'm not allowed to use magic in front of others? It's not fair. I just want to recruit a subordinate to help with the restaurant. Just then, a stream of water suddenly burst forth, soaking Rurin completely. Scene change. At this moment Ellison is questioning. You say that water naturally sprang up from the ground? And you want to know where it came from and dug until you ended up like this? Rurin, covered in mud, defiantly proud. Exactly. Ellison did not get angry but held back. Don't get mad. She didn't mean to drive me crazy. Looking at the battlefield rain made on the ground. It seems that Rurin tried to continue digging but found nothing. Perhaps she hit a water vein. She dug quite deep. But even using magic, seeing it from here is impossible. Do you remember what we talked about before? We need to cover the ceiling of the hole with a barrier. Of course, Rurin remembered that. Otherwise this hole would have collapsed long ago. Ellison then emitted a huge amount of magical power and created a magic circle. Rurin at this moment reminded him on the side. Remember to control your power. Otherwise you'll blow away the whole hill. The magic Ellison used was level 8 magic. In just a blink of an eye, the hole had been dug much deeper. Rurin also did not forget her task. With just one stomp of her foot, she erected a barrier that helped protect the ceiling from collapsing. And so Rurin's dragon cave was completed. Just at that moment, the ground cracked open and a jet of water burst forth from the earth. Edison observed carefully. The magical power hit an underground water vein. So water gushed out. This must be hot mineral water. But Rurin didn't think twice and rushed forward intending to bathe. Ellison immediately shouted a warning that it was hot water. But it was already too late. Rurin was enveloped by the hot stream and let out a loud scream. After which she had to take off her soaking wet clothes and warm up. Listen here, you can't just rush into things like that, Ellison reminded her, while conjuring a spherical magical barrier. By pressing the barrier into the ground, the earth would settle down and form a clean water reservoir. Then, by removing the top part of the barrier, a hot spring is created. Ellison then unceremoniously tossed Rurin into the water. Rurin screamed in terror as she fell in. It's hot. I'm going to be boiled alive. But then she realized the water was just warm. Of course, because Ellison had cooled it down beforehand. Afterward, he took off his outer clothes and joined Rurin in the water. Rurin hesitated for a moment before asking, I saw you disappear somewhere. Where did you go? Ellison replied that there was a mine collapse. So he went there to rescue people. But Rurin was only concerned about weather. Did you go with that elf girl or what? Ellison hurriedly explained. Of course I needed her. You know I'm not very good at healing magic. Right? But Rurin pouted and turned away. No wonder you looked so happy. I had to dig this hole while you know I hate elves. And all other races too. Except for you. The little girl seems jealous seeing our main guy hanging out with another girl. Then, Ellison carefully prepared a hot cocoa and handed it to Rurin, who despite being sulky, couldn't resist and took the cocoa cup and drank it deliciously. Seeing the atmosphere soften, Ellison prepared himself a cup while saying, Cocoa powder is made from cocoa beans. This simple-looking powder actually requires many steps like planting, fermenting, drying, roasting, grinding finely, and many more to make it. Many people have worked hard so we can enjoy it. I have enough power to blow up a mine, but still lack the ability to heal the injured. Even finding simple ingredients for the restaurant without Mr. Knoll's help is impossible. Even if I use magic to create a space here, it can't be done without the help of the dwarf tribe in building the dragon cave. People may differ in race, abilities, and personalities, but that doesn't mean we should shun them. Even if one were a dragon, they couldn't handle everything alone. Rurin understood some of this. I get it now. But I will still treat you differently than them. You are special. And so they enjoy the hot spring together all night long. They just bathed in hot water. Don't get any funny ideas. Meanwhile, at another location, Ment's group of mercenaries encountered trouble on their escort mission. They were surrounded by a group of people and pushed towards a cliff. Despite their best efforts to break through, Ment was sent plummeting down the cliff by a treacherous bandit. The next day at ELL's restaurant. Today, Ellison had put up a closed sign to focus on other tasks. When Rurin asked why, he explained, "We had hot cocoa yesterday. Sadly, we ran out of milk. So I'm going to build a farm so we'll always have a supply. But every castle starts with bricks. And to have a farm, you need livestock to graze. And what Ellison needs now are the Baranuric from downstream of the Varant River." When Ellison told Rurin to teleport downstream of the Varant River, she was confused. "You don't understand. I can't teleport to a place I've never been. The last time, I teleported us to the Lord's castle by following the scent of that kid." But Ellison remained insistent. "I'll tell you the location and distance. So just trust your instincts." Reluctantly, Rurin agreed, and they teleported to the lower Varant River. From there, Ellison could clearly see a herd of Baranuric nearby. But they were both free falling from above. In that moment, they still found time to argue. "You're a dragon. Why are you afraid of falling? Don't you have wings?" Ellison teased. Rurin clung tightly to Ellison's neck and shouted, "I'm not transforming into my dragon form. I'd rather die." For some reason, Rurin refused to transform into her dragon form. And Ellison didn't dare ask why. Fortunately, thanks to Ellison's magic, they landed safely. Upon touching down, Rurin was awestruck by the vastness of the river. When Ellison explained that it was the sea, Rurin blushed a little. "I've never seen the sea before since I was born," she admitted. A little embarrassed. Seeing her reaction, Ellison decided to make a plan for a beach day, which Rurin was ecstatic about. The task for the day was simple. Both of them needed to catch around 10 Baranuric. The one who caught fewer would have to cook for the day. Back at the restaurant, 3 people were hanging around outside the door as if they hadn't eaten in days. It seemed Ellison's loyal fans couldn't survive without his food. While waiting, the 3 got to know each other. Ellison had no idea what was going on and was having too much fun with Rurin to notice until he returned. Thanks to the Dragon Clan's mind control magic, the Baranuric were now obediently staying in the pen. The fragile fence Ellison built should hold, and he planned to construct a proper sleeping area for them soon. But for now, his focus shifted back to reopening the restaurant. Ellison was shocked when he saw the 3 hungry people loitering outside. Thankfully, he had returned just in time to avoid a disaster. The trio was soon treated to their favorite dishes. One of them asked jokingly, "Honestly, what would you have done if I hadn't come back today? Just waited outside like that?" Another replied casually, "I guess you would have had to dig 3 graves next to the restaurant." Cause of death: starvation. Ellison couldn't help but laugh. But there were truly no words for this situation. Meanwhile, Rurin was stuck washing a mountain of dishes since she lost the bet to Ellison. While she worked, one of the 3 people asked, "So, how are you going to manage the Baranuric? Aren't you short on staff?" Ellison thought for a moment before answering, "I'm planning to hire some employees. The pasture needs careful tending. So I can't just hire anyone. I'll need to set up some recruitment tests." Noel, ever the schemer, had an idea. "Are you planning interviews? Don't worry about it. Don't elves have the ability to see through people's hearts? The boss here needs to know who's good and who's bad. I've met plenty of people when I was a mercenary. We bothered you on your day off. So let us help you out. We'll conduct the interviews and pick the most talented employees for you. Leave it to us." And so, the next day, the interview process for the pasture positions began. Word spread quickly, and many applicants showed up. The judges this time were none other than Noel, Elena, and Diran. The first applicant opened the door, only to be immediately rejected. A young man with no enthusiasm. "How could someone like you manage the Baranuric?" Noel grumbled. The next applicant was a handsome young man who seemed enthusiastic, which pleased Noel, but as Elena peered into his heart, she immediately rejected him. His thoughts were full of indecent ideas about her. The next applicant was a middle-aged man with a pipe in his mouth. "I have 35 years of experience. And I'll make this the best pasture in Grake," he declared confidently. This time, it was Diren's turn to ask the questions. "So, what do you think about the comfort of the Baranuric?" The man was completely baffled by the question. But before he could respond, Diren unfurled a scroll filled with detailed writing. "What plans have you made for the Baranuric's sleeping arrangements and activities? If someone has ill intentions toward them, how will you handle it? What about the milk supply? Have you prepared a plan to compete with others? I'm also curious about how you'll manage any sick or injured animals. Will you write health reports for the Baranuric to ensure they're healthy? This is more than just a pasture. I'm a baron who cares about both the Baranuric and my people. Don't underestimate them." The man couldn't take it anymore and stood up, muttering, "What a crazy guy," before storming out. Diren, undeterred, shouted after him, "Where are you going? You have to protect the people. People like you don't care if the Baranuric are sad or not." Allison watched the scene in stunned silence, feeling a sense of unease. The interviews continued, but the further they went, the more ridiculous and unreasonable the trio's rejection criteria became. Some applicants were dismissed without even having a chance to speak. At this point, Allison was near tears, helplessly watching the chaos unfold. Enthusiasm mixed with ignorance had turned into total disaster. After a while, there were no more applicants left. Are there really no more applicants? Is the salary too low on the notice? Noel chuckled, still unaware that the trio's antics were the reason everyone had fled. With no other option, Allison stepped in. "Sorry, I really appreciate what you've done. But let me handle the next interview." At that moment, the door opened, and Miltine walked in. "I saw the recruitment notice. Can I work here?" Noel was shocked. "Miltine? What are you doing here? Aren't you on an escort mission?" Miltine explained. "We were attacked by bandits. And the senior fell off a cliff while trying to help me." Noel's face turned pale. That idiot, meant. Why didn't he tell me about this? How's he doing? Miltine's expression darkened. "He's injured all over, but he can only move one leg. He had to retire from being a mercenary." Even though Elena really wanted to help, too much time had passed, and she couldn't do anything. All she could do was examine him and check on his condition. Rurin, overhearing, interjected, "But why are you the one looking for a job when Ment is the one who's injured?" Allison immediately scolded her. "Mind your words. She's already under a lot of stress. And you're complaining." But Rurin, still curious, pressed on. "Aren't you curious? It seems she's also quit being a mercenary. It's strange that she's with Ment and is now applying to work here." Miltine shyly explained, "I just want to find a suitable job for Mr. Ment so we can work together." She blushed as she spoke. Everyone could immediately understand the situation. Noel couldn't believe it and asked, "Wait, how old are you?" When Miltine said she was 29, Noel explained, "You're 13 years apart." Miltine wasn't bothered. "I only see age as a number." Elena, ever the observer, commented, "Why not? Among elves, a 13-year difference is considered an age-matched relationship." Allison explained, "You can't view this through the lens of elf lifespans. Humans live much shorter lives than elves. So 13 years is quite significant." Miltine, however, was resolute. "It doesn't matter. I've already made my decision. I left the mercenary group. If you won't let me work here, I'll starve on the streets." Rurin was intrigued. "That enthusiasm. I like you. Age doesn't matter. You're hired, right now." It seemed Rurin was trying to prove that a 700-year age gap between her and Ellison wasn't a problem. Miltine was delighted at the offer. But Ellison spoke up. "I appreciate that you and Mr. Ment want to work here, but we haven't heard his opinion on the matter." Miltine blushed. "That's true. I haven't asked for his opinion yet. I plan to tell him after I milked a jug. The senior is the one who taught me how to wield a sword, from how to hold it to how to maintain it. Working on the pasture is tough, but I want to learn how to handle it on my own. Then I want to show him how things are done here." Already thinking about these things before even being hired, impressive. This touching story of love deeply moved Elena. How wonderful. Such determination, such a beautiful longing, but maybe the wording is a bit off. After a brief pause, Allison smiled. When you get that first jug of milk. Ah, I just thought of a perfect dish for when we visit Mr. Ment. I'm looking forward to working with you. And so, the restaurant staff grew by one. The next day, Miltine arrived early, eager to work. Her first task was to lead the Baranuric out so they could graze. Miltine was excited and approached the first Baranuric carefully. She was surprised at how obedient the Baranuric were. I don't know what magic they used, but the Baranuric are incredibly well behaved. There shouldn't be any problems. But things weren't that easy. The Baranuric didn't attack proactively, but even a gentle push was enough to knock Miltine to the ground. Despite using various methods, all Miltine received was their abuse. After struggling to get the Baranuric to the pasture, Allison reluctantly gave her another far from easy task. Wild Baranuric are very active, so their hooves don't need trimming. But since these are domesticated, you need to check their hooves regularly. And of course, Miltine was repeatedly kicked away. The next day, while Miltine was preparing the hay for the end of the day, the Baranuric swarmed around her. Move out of the way. The fresh grass is over there. And so Miltine was kicked away once again. A few days later, Miltine, dirty and exhausted, sat on the ground lamenting. I'm completely worn out. Nothing has gone well. Herding cows, trimming hooves. I haven't even milked yet. At first, I was so confident, but what am I doing now? What if I get fired before I can work with my mentor? As if understanding Miltine's distress, the Baranuric came over to comfort her. They seemed to understand and actively wanted to be milked. And so Miltine cheerfully carried the first bucket of milk to show Ellison. Boss, I did it, I milked the cows. This exceeded Ellison's expectations, as he thought it would take about a week to get any milk. Receiving the milk bucket, Ellison gave a bright smile. Good job, let's get ready. There's a clean set of clothes over there. Go change. Miltine didn't understand and asked. What are we preparing for? Ellison replied. Of course, it's a special dish for Mr. Ment. A super cheesy pizza. First, pasteurize the milk at a low temperature for 30 minutes. Next, reduce the heat and add vinegar to curdle the milk. Once the milk curdles, scoop out the curds and leave the whey behind. After putting it in brine, knead the curd right after soaking it in warm water. Throughout this process, any remaining air and whey will be removed. And once you mold it, we have mozzarella cheese. Seeing this strange item, Miltine couldn't help but wonder. Is this cheese? It looks different from the cheese I know. Ellison explained. It's just a different type of cheese. We'll place it on top of the bread and bake it. You need a special gift when confessing. Right? Mr. Ment really loves food. So this will be a fitting gift. Don't you think? Mentioning a confession, Miltine blushed shyly. Confess? I haven't even thought about that. No, this could be my chance. Ellison, kneading the dough, boasted. Trust me, when I was young, many women pursued me. Why does this sound so unconvincing? Seeing this, Miltine bashfully asked, so you have a lot of dating experience? Ellison casually replied that he didn't date at all, which almost made Miltine punch him. Ellison then brought the pizza and continued. However, there's one thing I know for sure. Sincerity always works. So put your sincerity, Miltine, into this dish. Mr. Ment will surely realize it. Love experts always speak with such wisdom. After the preparations were complete, everyone went to Mr. Ment's house to check on his health, while Miltine nervously held the pizza outside. What will her decision be? After a while, Ellison introduced Elena. This is Ms. Elena, who runs a clinic. Ment was very surprised by everyone's visit. Oh, the famous elf? But how did you all know? You couldn't have known unless you were with the mercenary group. At that moment, Miltine blushed as she stepped in. Senior, how are you feeling? Now, Ment understood the reason. Afterward, Elena used healing magic on Ment's leg. Although it couldn't fully heal, she would help with physical therapy. Ment then moved closer to Miltine. Oh, I thought you had something to say? Miltine blushed deeply, sweating all over. This is a big deal. It's more embarrassing than I thought. The others were expecting a romantic confession. But Miltine changed the subject. "You're very hungry, right? Let's eat first and then talk." Miltine was shaking. "Calm down. As I was told, sincerity always works. And I will express my sincerity through the food." It turned out Miltine had arranged the sausages on the pizza in the shape of a heart. But Ment still didn't understand. Seeing this, Miltine explained, "This dish is called pizza. I made it myself. Allison also helped a lot. It looks nice, doesn't it? It looks like, right." At the crucial moment, Ment couldn't resist reaching out. "Let's give it a try. Shall we?" Poor Miltine was left crying silently. But upon discovering that the gooey substance on the pizza was cheese, Ment was amazed. He had thought cheese was the smelly stuff sold at the market corner. But that's simply curdled milk. After taking a bite, Ment was immediately captivated by the taste. This chewy flavor and texture are delicious. Everyone should try it too. So the plan to confess through food was a complete failure. Miltine could only eat in tears. After finishing the pizza, Ment happily said, "Miltine, I never thought you could cook so well. How did you manage that?" Miltine then seriously asked, "Senior, have you decided what you'll do in the future?" Ment didn't understand what was happening and the atmosphere became tense. "Why, I'll think about it slowly. Why don't you come and work with me at ELL's pasture?" Ment was quite surprised at this news. "ELL's pasture? You have a pasture?" Allison replied with a smile. "Just recently, and I would be honored to have you work with me. Miltine is also working for me." Ment was amazed. "She's working there already? What about the mercenary group?" Miltine turned away, too embarrassed to look Ment in the eye. She summoned all her courage and shouted, "I left right after you. In the future, I want to be by your side." Ment seemed to understand something and accepted the job at the pasture. Everyone was thrilled, especially Miltine, but it turned out that Ment didn't understand anything. "I'm glad you've come to work at the pasture. At least now you can freely fall in love. Right? I don't think you could have dated anyone while being a mercenary. Now that you're grown up, you should try dating a few guys. I think I owe L for this one. When can I start working?" "Words fail me," Allison responded. "Right after you recover. Take some time to rest." He felt very sorry. "Miltine, I'm sorry. I thought it would work." In the end, sincerity didn't work. Miltine thought, "I shouldn't have listened to relationship advice from people who've never had a partner." On the way back, Allison comforted her. "Miltine, please don't be too heartbroken. You two will work together at the pasture." Miltine forced a smile. "I'm not heartbroken. There will be many opportunities in the future. As I said, I'm happy to work with everyone. I'm off now. See you later, boss." Even though Miltine said that, she couldn't help but cry as she walked. She was determined not to give up. No matter what happened, the power of love is truly strong. The three gossipers could only shake their heads in dismay, unable to offer any help. Meanwhile, Ment sat by the dim light, sighing deeply. What should I do? It seemed Ment had realized everything from the beginning. He just didn't want to face this truth. The next day, Crown Prince Leon of the Luvan Empire visited the place. Although he smiled, he showed contempt. "So peaceful. This place is so ugly." When he saw two beautiful girls standing by the roadside, he didn't hesitate to approach them and invite them both to his room tonight. What a scumbag! Duke Porgo Tamurin saw this and asked the great mage Medran what the crown prince was doing. He wants those two girls to come to the castle tonight. Porgo's face suddenly became extremely dangerous. This is a royal meeting. So rude. Well, let them handle it themselves. I'm tired of looking after the crown prince. Meanwhile, Diren was preparing to meet the crown prince. Since his mother wasn't well, he had to go alone. Seeing him worried, the butler encouraged him. "After all that has happened lately, you have become a true lord. And every word you say will represent Grake. Please don't forget that." Entering the room, with the crown prince and Porgo present, made Diren a little nervous. "Father, please grant me your wisdom." Sitting down at the table, Porgo inquired, "Count Grake's health condition hasn't improved, has it?" Mentioning this, Diren felt a little sad. "Yes, my father is still bedridden." Leon spoke up. "That's unfortunate. If I recall correctly, Count Grake is under Duke Saren. Diren responded. That's true, but it's been a long time since they last spoke. I haven't met him either. He was trying not to say anything wrong that could give them leverage. Leon continued. I suppose so. I've heard Duke Saren isn't doing well either. Porgo immediately chimed in. Then isn't it time for you to change your allegiance? I mean, you should side with me. That way, this territory will receive solid protection. And your position won't be shaken anymore. Don't you think so? Diren thought carefully before replying. That's a very difficult issue to answer immediately. He understood clearly that he shouldn't make any hasty decisions in this sensitive period. Porgo didn't stop there, adding, then let's talk about something else first. With large-scale irrigation and the neighboring kingdom's civil war, many things are happening, which means that Grake, like other territories, will have to pay more taxes. Diren immediately froze. Is that an official request from the Central Royal Authority? Porgo smiled slyly. Does that really matter? Managing the territory is the Count's responsibility. Of course, if you accept my earlier proposal, this issue will be reconsidered. So, even this is hard for you to answer? A Count always has to make choices. Whether it's good or bad, you have to make a decision because doing nothing isn't an option. So what will you decide? Porgo was like a venomous snake tightening its grip on the inexperienced Diren. If nothing is done, Grake will be ruthlessly torn apart by the power struggles. With no other choice, Diren shouted, all right, I'll host a great banquet and then give you my answer. Porgo, thinking, there's nothing delicious in this backwater place, was about to refuse. At this point, Leon interjected, sounds good, just in time. I need something to entertain me until dinner. So, can you bring out a dish that can satisfy me? I'm sick of the dishes in the royal palace. Diren could only force a smile. Of course, because in Grake there is an excellent restaurant. Now, he could only rely on his self-proclaimed mentor, Ellison. At the restaurant, Ellison was serving lunch to his staff. Today's menu had fried rice, and just looking at it made their mouths water. Before eating, Rurin complained, the food I'll eat is decreasing. Truly a gluttonous dragon. Fortunately, Ellison had made plenty, so she could have another plate if she wanted. Actually, if we had it all, our Ellison would cook another dish for this girl to eat right away. What's so special about love? At that moment, the door was kicked open, and a group of knights walked in. You're the owner of this restaurant, right? They didn't know they had messed with the wrong person. Ellison fearlessly stepped forward. Yes, but what is this about? And you, put away your sword. The knight still didn't back down. Who do you think you're ordering around? You've recognized who we are, haven't you? Ellison replied. I know you're members of the Order of the Origin. Meanwhile, Rurin was still focused on eating. She needed to eat quickly to ask for another plate, but she still paid attention to the conversation. What's happening? Ellison assured her that he would handle it, so there was no need to worry. And again, can you put your sword down? People are eating. The knight put his sword to Ellison's neck and threatened. You don't seem to understand the current situation. Kneel. Otherwise, today will be the last day you see the sun. Ellison couldn't take it any longer. This is your last warning. Get out of the restaurant now. He was ready to use magic at any moment. The knight, oblivious to the danger, angrily swung his sword. Looks like there's an action movie coming out soon. Just before the knight almost lost his head for his foolishness, a voice rang out. Stop. What are these idiots doing? Who ordered you to do this? It turned out to be someone Ellison knew. Deputy Commander Duriant, please forgive our rudeness. It's been a long time. Sir Ellison. Afterward, the foolish knights were punished by being made to kneel. Hands in the air, outside the restaurant. I sincerely apologize on behalf of my men. I had ordered them to keep an eye out in case you left again. But I didn't expect them to act like this. Ellison, not one to hold grudges, said, all right, it's okay. Your men are very loyal. How long has it been? Duriant replied that it had been 5 years. Being called a Grand Mage made Ellison a little uncomfortable since he had left the army long ago. Duriant recalled the past. I haven't forgotten that day. Not even for a moment. when the 3rd Regiment was surrounded and nearly wiped out due to my poor command. Grand Mage Ellison broke through the encirclement alone and turned the tide. Ellison smiled. That's because the regiment held its formation to the end. You did that because you fought with everything you had, even risking your life. Drenched. And since then, you kept refusing the reward and wanted to accept punishment. Please, don't do that anymore. Recalling this, Drenched felt a bit embarrassed. Of course, a knight must live and die with honor. At that time, I couldn't believe that a criminal could receive a reward, not knowing that my wife was suffering in extreme poverty because of the war. When I heard, it felt like being slapped in the face. I only thought about my own honor. A knight who couldn't even protect the one he loved. The tense atmosphere was suddenly broken by Drenched. But then I found out that Grand Mage Ellison had secretly sent the reward money I refused to my wife. I can't express how grateful I was to you. I struggled to think of a way to repay you. Here, what can I do to help Grand Mage Ellison? You have already left the army. Then, when I heard you were opening a restaurant, I suddenly had an idea. Let's get rid of all the restaurants in Grake except for this one. Then Grand Mage Ellison's restaurant will become the greatest in Grake. It's a perfect plan. Ellison was stunned after hearing this. Are you out of your mind? And with that, Drenched drew his sword and rushed off to carry out his foolish idea. Truly beyond saving. Elsewhere, Porgo was very worried about Crown Prince Leon's decision to dine at a strange restaurant. Currently, they didn't have an escort with them, and it would be dangerous if anything happened. But Leon didn't care at all. At this moment, countless arrows were shot straight at Leon, but all were blocked by magic. This is precisely why Leon was so confident. The presence of Grand Mage Medrin could overwhelm almost anything. Then the assassins revealed themselves. Hand over the prince. If you do, we'll let the others go. But they would pay dearly with their lives for facing Grand Mage Medrin. Amid screams and cries, the assassins were completely buried under the rubble. Crown Prince Leon, without a scratch, remarked, "Such overwhelming power." Seeing the heavily eroded mountain range ahead, Leon praised, "So this is the Empire's strongest mage. With you here, even dragons are not a concern." Medrin chuckled softly, saying he flattered her. Surprisingly, one assassin survived being buried under the rocks and had enough strength left to gasp. Medrin is a monster, Crown Prince Leon, with a friendly smile but poisonous words, said. Enough. They'll only repeat the same thing over and over again. So this is my order. Leave no one alive. After Medrin's, as you command. Another landslide occurred. The surviving assassin didn't even have time for last words before meeting his fate. Diren thought to himself, what's happening in front of me is truly extraordinary. It seems the rumors are true. Only one mage in the Empire can single-handedly face an entire army. This Grand Mage Medrin is a level 7 mage. Conveniently, she cleared the path, and the prince could proceed. Meanwhile, at Ellison's restaurant, he was talking to Drenched about a bad habit he had. He wanted to know what it was. Whenever I get excited, I rush forward without looking around. Drenched admitted honestly. I wonder why a knowledgeable person like you would do that? It reminds me of the old days. Doesn't it? Ellison smiled, but he used magic to tie up Drenched, leaving him stuck with his head in the ground and his rear end in the air. Blood rushing to Drenchd's head made him realize many things. Ellison was reconsidering his friendship with this guy. After Drenched shouted, I'll handle that, Ellison finally allowed him to return to his original position. His head was back in the fresh air above, no longer breathing dirt. Oh God, I'm alive, Ellison loudly criticized Drenched while the soldiers asked, who was that brash guy just now? Who did he point his sword at? How could I know that when I was not alert? We accidentally poked the dragon's den? Over here, Drenched was honestly confessing. He had intended to repay Ellison by going to each restaurant and spreading rumors that their food contained bugs. Wow, this guy is quite creative. But his creativity is used in the wrong place. Drenched was embarrassed and apologized, promising to find another way to repay the favor. At that moment, Drenched saw something that startled him and immediately ordered the knights to stand at attention. The Crown Prince approached. Seeing Drenched, The Crown Prince immediately recognized an acquaintance and assessed that this was no ordinary restaurant. Dariant knelt on the ground to greet. "Your Highness, I'm deeply sorry. I heard you would be staying with Count Grake until the evening. I was planning to, but then I heard about an excellent restaurant, so I decided to check it out for myself. And, of course, I'm not alone." The Crown Prince introduced his attentive entourage. Dariant seemed uneasy to see Medren here. Crown Prince Leon turned to warmly greet Ellison. Ellison greeted him back, but thought to himself, "The Empire's Crown Prince is coming here? So that's why the Order of the Origin Knights is in Grake. And the woman behind the Crown Prince is a familiar face that I don't like. Wait, this uniform is an old royal mage uniform, isn't it?" Prince Leon's sharp eyes quickly noticed Ellison's attire. "So, you served in the mage corps, right? I see you still wear the uniform," he observed. "I wore this because it's comfortable, even though I retired from service a while ago," Ellison replied. Leon was delighted to discover Ellison was a mage. "In that case, you must have heard of Medren over there, a grand mage of the 7th rank. If you've served before, you must have heard of her, right?" Leon enthusiastically introduced his favorite subordinate. Before Ellison could respond, Leon called out loudly, "Medren, come over here for a moment. Your subordinate is here." "Oh, come on, why did he have to call her over?" Ellison thought. Duke Porgo, annoyed, remarked, "This is such a waste of time. In this tiny restaurant, Medren, the prince is calling you." Medren had already heard but was too scared to respond. Her fearful expression gave away her terror as she stared at Ellison standing in front of her. She got even more nervous when her comrades urged her forward. It wasn't until Porgo called her name a second time that Medren reacted. But she was still speechless. "Are you too tired from before? Go see and meet him," the Duke reminded her. Medren apologized and dismounted from her horse. Removing her helmet and approaching the prince, Leon enthusiastically introduced her. "This person here was also a mage. Do you know him?" Medren, sweating nervously, stammered. She recalled the incident when she first met Ellison and had to compose herself. "If I make a mistake, everyone here will get buried along with me," she thought fearfully. At that moment, Ellison smiled. "This is my first time meeting you. I'm Elle." Although it seemed like a simple greeting, this was the warning sign that Ellison gave to Medren. She quickly responded accordingly. "I'm Medren. It's my first time meeting you too." Leon was disappointed to realize they were strangers, missing the fact that Medren was putting all her effort into deciphering Ellison's intentions. Since he was pretending not to know her, he didn't want any trouble. She had to act as naturally as possible. Even if it meant being slightly rude, she would surely be forgiven. Thinking that, she pulled out all her acting skills. "We will be hosting a banquet for the prince in this restaurant. It is a great honor for any chef. So, can you please prepare a splendid meal right away?" Ellison gave her a dark look but agreed to her request. Miltine, working in the meadow, was also interested. Now that the royal family was involved, she couldn't help but wonder who Ellison really was. Leon was praising the restaurant's interior, finding it cleaner than expected. Ellison replied with a smile. "I didn't expect such esteemed guests to visit, so the reception might not be perfect. I hope you can forgive me." Leon laughed heartily, telling Ellison not to worry. The most important thing in a restaurant is the taste of the food. But since the situation had arisen so suddenly, Leon asked, "Can I confirm once more? The restaurant serves dishes that can surprise even the crown prince?" He was enthusiastic. The heir to Count Grake was very confident in his choice. "So, my expectations are high." Ellison looked down at the spotless yellow-headed leopard sitting there gingerly. "So this guy brought me trouble here?" Ellison seemed to understand this damn situation. He deeply felt that his peaceful life after demobilization was in danger. If the royal family came, Ellison would have to return to politics and the battlefield to quell the rebellion. For him, this is very troublesome and time-consuming. With Count Grake gravely ill and bedridden, the situation in Grake was unstable. He must have come to me for help because he couldn't withstand the pressure of the power struggle. Especially from this old man, Duke Porgo, known as one of the trio of power in the royal court. eyed Diren while holding a dinner knife. I hope this isn't a way for you to delay your answer. Crown Prince Leon were on the same side as Duke Porgo. Half-jokingly, the prince said, "Look at the man over there. Prepare a feast for him. We have a lot to do tonight." Ellison knew he couldn't let this go on any longer. Just then, the Crown Prince came up with an idea. "Little Grake, we trusted you and traveled to this distant restaurant. So, shouldn't you trust us in return?" Diren didn't immediately understand what the Crown Prince meant. "Let's make a bet," Leon said, smiling but emanating a dark aura. "Can this restaurant serve a dish that will satisfy me? If you lose, you'll have to walk naked around Grake." My god, does this guy have a twisted fetish? He must, Diren thought. Young Grake was pale, startled by the prince's condition. Still, Leon laughed and said, "If you truly trust this restaurant, you have nothing to fear." Ellison smiled dangerously and said he would prepare a dish that would satisfy the prince. He thought both the Crown Prince and Duke Tamura needed to understand who could lay hands on Grake. The Crown Prince eagerly proposed the bet, a dish to satisfy the prince. Does it exist? The guests must have tasted countless delicacies from the Empire. Ellison brought out the starter. "This is mushroom soup, light and flavorful to stimulate your palate." The Crown Prince seemed quite enthusiastic upon seeing the mushroom soup. Ellison knew it would be difficult to please a guest with food. Leon praised, "It smells nice, and the flavor is rich. Controlling the temperature perfectly enhances the mushroom flavor. But this isn't enough to satisfy me. I've had plenty of mushroom soup like this before." Duke Porgo, while wiping his mouth, agreed with the Crown Prince. Ellison smiled kindly. "I'd also like to hear feedback from other guests. From someone who can't refuse your request." Medren nervously opened the mushroom soup pot, finding a message on the surface. "Give a fiery review." Seeing this, Medren began to sweat. She took a spoonful and then burst into exaggerated acting. Oh, this flavor." Medren banged on the table. "What a wonderful soup. The flavor and texture are the ultimate taste experience. It feels like mushrooms are growing in my stomach. This is like a level 7 culinary magic." "No, level 9. It's level 9. Medren's exaggerated display left Duke Porgo and Crown Prince Leon stunned. Diren was also surprised, but only Ellison knew the whole story, so he was trying to contain his laughter. Blushing, Medren continued, "So, would you please try this dish again? It's truly delicious." She felt so embarrassed that she'd rather meet Hades or Satan than stay in this situation. Leon was startled and reluctantly said, "Since she praised it so much, I'll taste it again." "Medren, your expressions are more lively than I expected." Diren also confirmed that the soup was delicious. "If it weren't for this occasion, I'd have asked for another bowl." However, Medren's reaction seemed to be about more than just the flavor of the soup. As a high-ranking mage in the royal court, she must have had this kind of soup before. Why would she suddenly praise it now? The prince and duke finished eating and shared their thoughts. "I see. What else is there? Who would dare make a level 7 archmage do this? Could it be the restaurant owner?" Their reaction seemed plausible. Ellison covered his mouth and smiled. "I'll prepare the next dish." Then, Leon still said, "I've tried it again, but I don't see much difference from the soup in the palace." Duke Porgo agreed. "I didn't expect you to like mushroom soup so much. I'll definitely add it to the diet menu when we return to the palace." Medren, startled, quickly said, "The food here is special," and showed how to finish the soup in one go for everyone. Once the bowl was empty, another message appeared at the bottom. "Go to the back of the restaurant when you're done." She immediately spit out the soup she had just put in her mouth, choking and coughing loudly. "If I had known, I wouldn't have finished this bowl of soup," Medren thought. Leon saw that the situation was wrong and asked Porgo in a low voice, "It seems like she's not normally like that?" Waiting for her choking to finish, Medren walked out to the meeting place with Ellison and saw him standing on the balcony looking into the distance. Medren tiptoed around without daring to come close, so she decided to stand far away and talk. "Did you call me?" A rainbow barrier appeared. Medren immediately knew it was soundproofing magic. Ellison turned around with a harmless smile. "Long time no see. Medren, your comments on the soup were excellent. Although Ellison complimented her, Medrin felt as if she was being reprimanded. She stammered, but he continued, "You shouldn't have done that." Ellison still kept his smile, but the aura around him radiated a formidable force. "I'm glad to see you. But last time I warned you clearly that I don't want to see you again." Medrin quickly responded, "I swear, I really didn't know you were here." Ellison narrowed his eyes and asked why she had come here. Medrin explained that she was just following the orders of Duke Tamora, who was traveling through the territories to expand his influence in the royal court. "It's not about Duke Tamora. I'm talking about the Crown Prince." Hearing this, Medrin broke out in a cold sweat. Ellison, even in a remote place, knew Crown Prince Leon's reputation was truly bad. It is said that he is notorious for being morally depraved, not only desiring women and power but also being insensitive and only caring about his own pleasures. "I still believe that to be true until today." Ellison sighed, but he only pretends to oppose power while knowing how to take advantage of his position. He is threatening the son of Count Grake as if it were a game, while using his reputation as a cover. To me, Duke Tamora's desire to take over the city of Grake is only a small step in a larger plan. Medrin bit her lip to the point of almost tearing it. But Ellison continued, "What is the Crown Prince's ultimate goal?" "That's what I'm asking. I can't say. Please don't make me reveal it. Even if my mouth were torn open, I still can't divulge it." "Oh, so you still won't talk even if your mouth is slit? Let's see if that's true." Rurin exuded a dark aura. Advancing towards her, Medrin knelt down on the ground, thinking in pain, "I want to go home. There are only cannibalistic demons here." Of course, she couldn't go home. Medrin returned to the dining table with a pale face, making the Crown Prince and the Duke worried. She tried to calm herself by patting her chest and made up a random excuse that she was just savoring the taste of the soup. Hearing this, the Crown Prince sighed. "The soup, huh? It's quite surprising to find it in a restaurant in a place like this." Maybe even Grake is silently optimistic about this bet. Of course, the Crown Prince wouldn't let it go that easily. He snapped his fingers, turned to ask Duke Tamora, "What are the conditions for this bet again?" "It's to serve a dish that could satisfy the prince, right?" Leon smiled wickedly. "You what should I do now? Today, I'm not in the mood for surprises. Normally, this soup alone would be enough to satisfy me." His intention to cause trouble was as clear as day, making Diren furious. Yet the Crown Prince continued to smile. "But today, we have an important bet, don't we?" After laughing, he felt light-headed, so he held his head to rest for 2 seconds before pressing Diren again. "You're not a fool, so you must understand what this means, right?" Leon coldly said. "Even if your seriously ill father stands up and invites me to a grand feast, I still won't be satisfied. But if I hear the answer that you've been delaying in Grake, my mood might change. So, what do you say? Can you answer now?" Diren clenched his fists and said, "A count must be responsible for his people. I can bear personal humiliation, but I can't put the lives of the people in danger just to avoid some temporary shame. And above all, I believe in this restaurant. Let's continue the bet, and if I lose, I will walk around Grake naked." Determined, "Huh, kid? But this is definitely not the answer that the Crown Prince wanted to hear. I hope you won't regret your faith." In the sunset, Ellison brought the main course. Seeing the smile on his lips, the Crown Prince Leon could see absolute confidence. Ellison also said, "This dish is significant, so you definitely have to be confident." He lifted the lid, revealing a smoking block of earth. Duke Porgo asked, "What is that?" Ellison calmly replied that it was a grilled mud slab. Porgo clearly showed his disdain. "Mud? Are you really serving us mud now? Are you sure you want us to eat this?" Ellison picked up a hammer and nonchalantly responded, "Of course not." He decisively struck the hammer down, causing the mud block to shatter, revealing the leaves inside, leaving the prince astonished. Unwrapping the leaves, the whole palanque chicken was golden brown. This dish was learned from a guild. In Earth terms, it's called clay-baked chicken. Leon wondered how Ellison got this meat, and Ellison cheerfully replied, "Usually, we don't serve this kind of meat, but we save it for our most esteemed guests." "Explain." Clay grilled chicken, also known as clay baked chicken, is a delicious dish with a meticulous cooking process in East Asia. Popular in Vietnam, South Korea, Japan, and Singapore, after being cleaned, the chicken is seasoned with local spices inside its cavity, then wrapped with lotus leaves or other local leaves. Finally, it's coated in clay and baked. This cooking method gives the chicken a unique flavor, rarely found elsewhere. Just thinking about it is enough to make one's mouth water. Being hungry and having to edit all the food is like torture. Ellison helped them carve the chicken, all the while saying, "At first glance, this dish just looks like a worthless block of mud." Those who don't know might point and ask, "What is this?" It can hide its true self once, twice, even 3 times. While speaking, Ellison cut the meat and placed it on Leon's plate. He smiled warmly, but that's only because the chefs haven't truly understood the dish's essence. Once the outer mud layer is broken, the delicious palanque meat inside is revealed. And everyone's reaction will be, "Hee hee." The prince very much wanted to know who this guy was insinuating about. Ellison turned his back to them, holding a broken piece of clay in his hand, leisurely remarking, "Oh, nothing. This dish is just like a deep scheme to eliminate the nobility and consolidate royal power." Acting like a fool, just like the crown prince. Damn, he dare say this. Ellison made everyone's faces freeze. Everyone with an expression of horror. Yet Ellison acted as if nothing had happened, coldly breaking the clay in his hand and saying, "Of course, just like this dish, even if it breaks, it still holds its true value inside. Right, Prince?" The situation turned around so quickly that it was hard to believe. Let's talk about the current situation of the empire. The empire has been weakened by the war with the dragon tribe. The king is loosely controlling the realm, which has led to counts openly expanding their influence in their territories. Ellison held the broken clay and stroked his chin, reasoning like the famous detective Conan. The king's power has hit rock bottom. In the middle of such a situation, the crown prince has to find a way to survive. Ellison, despite being in hiding, knows everything, as if he's living under someone's bed. He placed the broken piece of clay on the table and said, "So the most reasonable way is to give up power." The crown prince, struck in his guilty conscience, froze, breaking out in a cold sweat, imagining his future predicament. "Look at me, I don't crave power or anything. I'm completely harmless. Just leave me alone with wine and women." This was the crown prince's intention. Exactly what he had done. A clever ploy to prepare for his grand schemes in the future. This tactic has also been frequently employed by prominent figures throughout history when they hadn't yet secured power but found themselves in the crosshairs of other factions. Under the scrutiny of others, Leon is completely immersed in beauties and wine. Facing Ellison's revelations, the prince sat still, like a child waiting for judgment. Ellison casually said, "All the above is just my guess." Meanwhile, Duke Porgo looked at him with dangerous eyes. "Are you crazy? Do you understand what you're babbling about?" Ellison turned his back to them, calmly saying, "Be patient and listen a little longer. The most surprising part is yet to come." The truth is that the prince's actions are just a charade. The prince is secretly preparing every step to counter the nobles, aiming to regain the lost royal power. Not sure how much of it was true, but the prince trembled as if he had a stroke. Ellison smirked. What will happen if this plan is exposed? The assassination plots so far are just child's play. Duke Porgo slammed the table, calling out, "Dariant!" Dariant immediately burst through the door. Deputy Leader Dariant is ready for orders. Porgo looked at Ellison as if he would be quartered immediately if he uttered another word. He said, "It's an interesting thought, but don't you understand the current situation? This restaurant will be wiped out today, including its owner." Dariant was extremely worried, not knowing what trouble Lord Ellison had caused that was this serious. "What? You plan to silence me? Do you think it's that easy?" Ellison chuckled. This old man is truly a fool. Al could take on all 10 of those dragons, and he even ate the Dragon King's heart. These primal soldiers are nothing. Truly, the deaf do not fear the gun. Porgo saw Ellison's constant mocking and was furious. He said, "You have a sharp tongue." Porgo, enraged, continued to mobilize the available resources. Medren, make him kneel now. Help. Can I log out of this conversation? Boo-hoo? Medren was trembling. She was terrified, biting her lips. Make him kneel, please. For the love of God. Don't provoke him any further. She thought. She stammered. I can't do it. Porgo had no idea, but Medren knew all too well how terrifying Ellison could be. Despite signaling the warning so clearly, her comrades couldn't understand, and now a disaster was about to descend. Porgo was shocked. What are you saying? Unbelievable. Ellison didn't bother hiding his mocking smile anymore and said bluntly, Medren is the wisest. Medren giving up didn't mean Porgo would let it slide. He was so angry that his facial features twisted. How dare you, Knights of the Origin, I order you to behead this man now. Before the Knights of the Origin could raise the white flag and lose face. At the critical moment, the prince pierced a piece of chicken and put it in his mouth. He bit into it and used his hand to tear the chicken drumstick apart, causing such a commotion that the other three could only stare. Leon laughed so hard he couldn't see the sun. This dish is super delicious. What are you all still doing? Hurry and try it. He is watching you. Porgo stammered. Prince, I'm sorry, but in the current situation. The prince pounded the table, shouting, sit down and eat. It seems all those years of Leon playing dumb weren't in vain. He actually understands reason quite well. Looks like this crown prince's vision isn't so ordinary after all. Porgo gulped nervously and sat down to cut the chicken and eat it. How is it? Leon asked. It's delicious, Porgo replied. Are you satisfied? Porgo was stunned for a moment before reluctantly nodding. Yes. Finally, the old man managed to get on the same wavelength as his comrade. Seeing that everything had calmed down, Prince Leon decisively declared, it seems that the result has been decided. I have lost, and it would be a lie to say that I'm not satisfied with such a wonderful dish. He spoke while wiping his mouth. Congratulations to the heir of Count Grake. You've won the bet. Diren, suddenly praised, was startled but quickly expressed his gratitude. Prince Leon stood up and spoke to Ellison. Thank you for the wonderful meal. We will leave immediately now. Ellison courteously replied, it was an honor, but didn't you say you wanted to hear the answer from Mr. Grake? The prince donned his cloak. I was planning to stay here for another day because I have an appointment with some ladies. However, I believe I've already heard Mr. Grake's answer. He sighed and assured, there won't be any more trouble. Gather all the Knights of the Origin, we're heading back to the capital. Finally, those troublesome guests left. Ellison immediately relaxed, wiping the sweat from his forehead and said, phew, it seems everything is fine now. Fortunately, we won the bet. What a bunch of lies. You're the main character. They're lucky you didn't rip them to shreds. Diren forced a smile. He felt happy but couldn't fully grasp the situation and how Ellison managed to pull it off. Ellison smiled kindly. You don't need to understand it yet. All I can tell you is that as long as I'm here, you don't have to worry about things like this. Diren wanted to say more, but Ellison cut him off. Now that the troublesome guests have left, you can slowly enjoy the grilled palinkyu. You mentioned wanting to try it earlier, didn't you? Oh, right. I'll enjoy it for sure. Your earlier statement was impressive. A count must bear responsibility. Diren blushed at the compliment. Ellison handed him a chicken leg. Eat up and grow strong. Outside, the prince's entourage returned in silence. Both Duke Porgo and Medren kept their heads down without saying a word. The prince suddenly spoke up. Medren, is that chef the one you mentioned before? Medren, still anxious despite having dodged a bullet, slowly responded, yes. Duke Porgo was shocked. Impossible. Leon laughed. I may have thought so, but reality shows otherwise. He is the one that even my father and the entire empire don't dare to challenge. Porgo wasn't convinced, stating, is that really the reason? Both the Knights of the First Order and Medren were present at the time. Speaking of which, he suddenly realized he had misspoken. So he added, but, to just leave him like that would be too dangerous. Of course, that's not the only reason. Leon explained. What did we do to expand our influence? We pressured the nobles using the knights of the First Order and Medrin, tightening the grip to force them into submission. Reflecting on it, Leon continued, "That kid Grake was so determined." I laughed bitterly, wondering, would I have accepted that bet if I were in his position? Porgo couldn't answer that question and remained silent. Listening further, we put all our trust in the kid whom we threatened and controlled. Let's start over, but this time, take it slow to build trust. The path we're currently on is more dangerous than walking naked around the streets. It seems that after this feast, Crown Prince Leon has been enlightened. Who knows, maybe thanks to this incident, the Crown Prince might have gained the strongest ally in history. One who poses no threat to his political power. Come to think of it, he has nothing to lose at all. Back at the restaurant, the morning after the turbulent day of hosting the Crown Prince, everything was calm again. "What's this?" Rurin asked, confused, while Miltine marveled from behind. "It's wonderful." Ellison breathed a sigh of relief, wiping the sweat off his brow, proudly looking at the structure in front of him. "This is a barn where the Baranuric can sleep comfortably." An innocent cow mooed, then casually used its hind leg to kick the door. The barn immediately collapsed into a pile of wood. Ellison's jaw dropped, unable to speak, frozen in shock. If he could have turned to stone from embarrassment, he would have. Rurin taunted, "If they slept in there, they would have all died." Ellison hugged the pile of wood fragments, crying out loud. Building a barn without any architectural knowledge was really foolish. Rurin asked, "How did you manage to build the restaurant then? Did you hammer away all day long or what?" Ellison sighed and admitted, feeling a bit ashamed, "I just hung the sign. The restaurant was built by the builders. There are also a few rare cases. Perhaps I need to visit that place." "Where to?" "Of course, to the place with the best architects in the world. Get ready, we're going to see the dwarves." Mount Maloric, a place deep in the mountain ranges, contains a massive amount of money, gold, and all kinds of rare treasures. It looks just like a treasure trove. I sense a familiar aura. An interesting fellow creature. Just when I was bored. "It's quite fun to meet this," said a striking woman with a toned body and abs that would put any gym enthusiast to shame. With fiery red hair, she seems to be the guardian of this place. A red dragon named Serena. Serena smiled mischievously. "Dare to step into my territory. I'll teach you a lesson." "Finally, I can get out," she exclaimed, standing up. "I've been bored because no ordinary human has come here lately. These guys will be perfect targets for me to punish for daring to trespass on the territory of a red dragon without permission." Lost in her own monologue, she carelessly stepped on a golden crown, causing its tip to hit her shin. She's already stumbled upon herself like this and still talks about punishment. What a clumsy one. Meanwhile, another unfortunate dragon was experiencing a new trial in her life. "I hate climbing mountains," Rurin said with a frown. Ellison told her to bear with it. Rurin wondered why he didn't just hire human architects. No one can compare to the dwarves when it comes to construction. Seeing Ellison so certain, Rurin became much more excited. Are they that talented? So their village must be amazing. Right? It's been a while since I last visited. But it should be around here somewhere. The gate is cracked on one side, scarred on the other, and covered in moss. How does it look? Wild beauty? Rurin marveled. The gate is big, but something feels off. Ellison didn't expect this place to look like this now. There were no guards at the entrance. And inside, there were piles of bones. It seemed like someone had been here before. Rurin immediately went on the defensive. Who could it be? A giant shadow covered the two of them, followed by something rushing toward the entrance, creating an explosion. A massive, spiked tail with fur at the end appeared. What is this? I rushed out eagerly, thinking it was my kin. But it turned out to be just an arrogant brat? What a disappointment. The huge red dragon looked down on Rurin and Ellison, visibly upset. I thought it was someone daring to trespass on my territory. But it's just a human and a young dragon. Hey, are you the culprit? The red dragon's face fell for a moment. You there, are you talking to me? How dare you show such disrespect toward a dragon? The pinnacle of living creatures? Ellison threw his stuff down and ordered. Answer my question. The red dragon immediately roared. "You must have lost your mind. You lowly insect." The red dragon opened its jaws and unleashed a massive flame. Rurin cried out in alarm. "That's a red dragon roar. Ellison, you can't block that with a magic shield." Ellison switched to cold mode. He had already activated a magic circle somehow, and his eyes emitted lightning. The spell was level 9. The red dragon's terrifying flame was reduced to the size of a torch. The red dragon's eyes widened in shock. "My red dragon roar," Ellison said coldly. "Fire control." A powerful blue light struck the red dragon. The spot where it hit was charred. The red dragon finally realized who was in control here. "Are you really human? How can you?" Seeing Ellison's handsome face, the red dragon recalled something. Serena appeared, clutching her belly in pain. "There's a legend about a human who killed many of my fellow in the previous war. But why are you traveling with a black dragon?" Rurin wasn't pleased with the red dragon's description of her. "I asked first, but you still haven't answered me." Ellison was annoyed, preparing to cast another spell. Serena was so scared by the magic she fell to the ground, stammering and finally crying out in defense. "It wasn't me. I didn't do it. When I got here, it was already like this. I'm sorry for being rude. I was wrong." Ellison still frowned, displeased. Serena whispered, "I went inside once, but didn't see any dwarves alive. So, I haven't received any tribute. There's a large door blocking the way inside, so I haven't seen anything beyond it." "A door? Where is it?" Seeing this as an opportunity to reverse the situation, Serena had an idea. She tossed her hair and said, "If you need guidance," she approached Ellison flirtatiously, "I can lead you there. It will be more fun than traveling with this brat. No dragon understands human men better than I do. Ellison is mine." Rurin rushed over to assert her claim and kicked Serena in the shin. "Why does it have to be there?" Serena, in pain, clutched her injured shin. Rurin shouted, "Tell us the location, now." Ellison had something to say about Rurin's claim. Serena, still in pain and unable to stand, could only give the location to these two unruly guests. Underground, at the deepest level, Ellison and Rurin eagerly set off, with Rurin moving faster than usual. Meanwhile, at the Count's castle, Diren was recounting everything that had happened at the restaurant to his mother. "I heard you're not feeling well. Are you feeling better now?" he asked cautiously. Countess Grake, Berna Grake, maintained a cold expression, saying she was fine but didn't touch the delicious pastry on the table. Diren was worried. "You skipped breakfast again. If you don't like the dishes on the menu, we can change them. Don't worry about that." Berna was indeed very cold toward Diren, making the boy feel distressed. Returning to her room and sitting by the bed, looking at her unconscious husband, Berna began to pour out her heart. "I feel suffocated. This vast space is like a coffin enclosing me. Even the sweet breakfast tastes like sand. Can you hear me? I can't take it anymore." The emaciated man kept his eyes tightly shut. Every moment with Diren felt like torture. Back to the ruined dwarf village. The path was littered with corpses, with no survivors. This was definitely caused by a dragon. "We should go back and deal with that red dragon," said Rurin. She clearly still resented Serena, despite her fondness for Ellison. Ellison hurried to calm the impulsive girl. "Take it easy. I don't think the dragon is lying." At that moment, they came across a door. That's probably the door she mentioned. The giant, solid door had a protruding section with intricate designs on it. Ellison could sense many signs of life being blocked behind it. "This door doesn't look easy to open," Rurin said, testing its sturdiness by punching and kicking it and thinking they should just break it open. Suddenly, the orb in the center of the door lit up and a voice spoke. "Stop. Go away. Intruders. You are not welcome here." Ellison, witnessing this miraculous scene for the first time, was amazed, but he still recognized that the voice belonged to a dwarf and asked what had happened here. From within, the response came. "The red dragon destroyed this place." Rurin shouted, "See, I knew it was her. All right, I'll go deal with her. Seriously, this girl has a hot temper. Keeping her is 100 times more troublesome than keeping other species." Ellison quickly grabbed the girl to stop her from acting rashly. Wait, let's talk more first. A voice came from inside again. A dragon? Allison said. Calm down. But Rurin still jumped up in anger. Why? It's simple. Just go and break their heads. Then these people will open the door. That's easier said than done. Allison told her. It's not that simple. There are signs of a few dragons on that door. Inside the door, a trembling voice said, No, dragons, the pinnacle of living creatures. Rurin, with hot blood rushing to her head, said loudly, Then let's find another red dragon and crush its head. This girl, if she gets any bigger, probably won't care about anyone. Allison whispered to her, Calm down, I have an idea. What are you going to do now? Calm her down? Peaceful measures are always preferred. Allison smiled cryptically. When it comes to scheming, he doesn't lose to anyone. How long have you been behind this door? Allison asked. Probably about a year. Then it's not surprising if there are a few issues. Such as food. For example, are you really not going to open the door? I say this because I want to help everyone. Why should we trust you? How can you prove you're not a servant of the Red Dragon? Hearing this, Rurin became furious again. How dare you compare us to those minions? We can't be compared. Allison quickly covered her mouth. He sighed. All right, I'll respect your decision. Thank you for understanding us. Allison told Rurin, Go bring the luggage here. Rurin gasped. Allison arranged stones and used magic to create a fire to form a stove. The person inside began to grow curious. What are you doing? Nothing much. We need to get back to the surface. But the journey is quite long. Right? It would be exhausting. So, we need to eat something before we go. Eating right in front of the hungry house is so cruel. Wait, why are you eating here? Go eat somewhere else. The person inside couldn't bear it and ordered them to leave. Allison, with his innocent expression, said, It's a long way out. So we have to eat first. Take it out, Rurin. Rurin immediately pulled out a bunch of sausages. The person inside grew curious again. What's that? This is called sausage. It's made from minced meat, seasoned with various spices, and then stuffed into the intestines for shaping. Allison put the sausages in the pan to fry. The fragrance immediately wafted out, intoxicating to anyone who smelled it. The group that had been fasting for a year began to murmur. Enough. We're underground, so the smell can't reach us here. Allison replied quickly. All right then, we can enjoy the fragrance even longer. The person inside jumped in shock. Do you have no empathy? Why do we need empathy? From inside, there were sounds of bickering. Leader, it really does smell delicious. Let's try a little. Shut up. Allison cheerfully whistled outside. Rurin realized this was his peace-loving idea. He said, Actually, these foods are gifts I brought to ask for a favor from the dwarfs. But seeing the current situation, it doesn't seem like the right time to ask. However, I still want to know what happened here. Could you tell us about that? The person inside still seemed stubborn and unwilling to reveal more. Allison then opened his package. No choice. Time to open the beer. Inside, they reacted. What's that sound? Allison shook the pan of sausages and explained. Actually, these sausages are quite salty to preserve them, so they go perfectly with beer. He and Rurin each grabbed a sausage and a can of beer. Count to 3. Cheer. At this point, the door began to open. Allison smirked. Looks like we're getting results. The large door swung wide open along with a voice full of longing. Just one bite. Hot, crispy fried sausages were laid out in front of them. The 4 dwarves were drooling. Allison noticed that everyone looked so thin, it must be a severe food shortage. He told them to eat slowly, as he had prepared enough for everyone. The white-bearded dwarf took a bite and was moved to tears. One of them sipped the beer and sighed. It's best when combined with beer. I never thought I'd get to eat something this delicious again. Allison thought. Normally you shouldn't give beer to hungry people. But the dwarfs have a high tolerance for alcohol and weren't on the verge of passing out from hunger. Chief, how do you find the taste? The dwarf wearing a helmet was the chief. Although he was worried about being poisoned, he was the first to take a bite. The dwarf chief laughed heartily. This is an exception. We owe you a big favor. I'm glad to hear that. I plan to share some sausages with the other dwarfs too. Is Geltzer here? The dwarf chief was astonished. How do you know him? I've met him before. I have something to discuss. Recognizing that Ellison had connections with higher-ups, the dwarf chief said he would personally lead him to meet whoever he wanted. After eating and drinking to their fill, the dwarves became much more agreeable. Within the dark mines was an entire village, with winding roads. An estimated 20 to 30 dwarves still lived and survived there. Ellison truly didn't understand why things had turned out this way. Soon, they arrived at a room guarded by soldiers outside. The chief called out to the person inside. Lord Geltzer, a human wishes to see you. Meanwhile, Ellison asked, Rurin, have you given out all the sausages? She confidently confirmed, as if I'd forget something like that. Come in. Geltzer let them inside. Long time no see. Geltzer, Ellison greeted as he would an old friend. This old dwarf with silver hair and beard was the chief of the dwarf tribe. I'm sorry to meet you again in this condition, Ellison, and the one beside you must be the mighty one. He said, the dragon with the temper like ice cream. Right? Rurin, having received a compliment, graciously acknowledged. Geltzer is old, but his eyesight is still sharp. Hee, I'm already too familiar with this aura. The dwarf chief wondered who these two were. That even Lord Geltzer would speak so humbly. So, what do you want to talk about? Geltzer asked. You must know. What happened here? How did the dwarf tribe's golden treasure mine decline so? Geltzer grimaced, struggling internally before speaking. It was due to the red dragon's attack. We fought desperately, but it was useless. In the end, only a few survivors remained to guard this place. Ellison immediately asked, was that red dragon with red hair and curved horns? No, it wasn't, he replied. Rurin almost charged at the wrong person. Geltzer continued, we were attacked by a group of red dragons. Ellison suspected as much. Indeed, the marks on the door were caused by the coordinated attack of the red dragons. I can't believe those proud dragons would work together. Have they gone mad, or is there a major issue forcing them to lower their pride? There is something here, Ellison said quietly, startling the dwarf chief. Geltzer calmly stroked his beard, hesitated a moment, then reached under the table to press the secret red button there. Ellison, you'll be fine. The bookshelf beside them opened like a sliding door, revealing an entrance to a secret room. Geltzer led the way. Please come this way. Ellison and Rurin stood dumbfounded at this secret room. There is something I want to show you, Geltzer said. In fact, this isn't the first time we've been attacked by dragons. Geltzer narrated as they walked. This hidden chamber was quite spacious. Maybe it was to demand tribute or just for fun. But our mine has been attacked multiple times in the past. However, we have been able to stay here for so long because we have a guardian. Geltzer dropped the ring that held a gemstone emitting a mysterious blue light, illuminating the entire space inside, revealing a massive skeleton. He introduced, this is their guardian, the noble golden dragon Kulert, the protector god of the dwarf tribe. Ellison was taken aback by the enormous size of the dragon skeleton. With this size, this dragon must have lived at least 5,000 years. Did you offer tributes to this dragon for protection? Geltzer immediately denied it. He never accepted tributes. He simply helped us, protected us from invaders, and imparted wisdom while maintaining his generosity and warmth. But in the end, he could not withstand the passage of time. Ellison and Rurin were momentarily speechless. Geltzer raised the glowing ring and turned back to look at them. You're curious too, Ellison, aren't you? Why did the red dragons attack us? Why do we insist on staying in this dilapidated mine? The glowing ring transformed into a gemstone. Rurin seemed entranced by its light. Geltzer said, it's all because of this. The ancient jewel is the essence of magic, capable of creating a dragon king. Our dwarf tribe must protect it. The dragon king was said to have commanded the dragons. It is said that if the supreme dragons acted like an independent nation, no country or hero could stand in their way. Especially since this embodies the will of all species. This world might be destroyed, and only a few dragons could create the ancient jewel, essential for the birth of a dragon king. Golden Dragon Kulert was one of them. He hid and protected this place to prevent this jewel from being used for evil purposes, as well as to prevent the birth of a new Dragon King. The number of jewels needed to create a Dragon King remains uncertain. Dragon King colored. Ruren's face grew increasingly pale, recalling some old memories. At that time, she was still a little black dragon, joyfully playing around. Ruren trembled, remembering the silhouette of a woman attacked by the black dragon. Elder Metadonna. That person had previously come to the restaurant, pressing her and Ellison. At this moment, Geltzer mentioned another name, Gatira. This name completely awakened the memories Ruren thought had long been dormant. It was her mother. Ruren remembered being with her mother, lying in her mother's arms and laughing so hard the sun couldn't be seen. Ruren, I told you not to come here. But Ruren just grinned and responded, you always were a fool. Present-day Ruren clutched her chest and collapsed to the ground, her face as pale as a ghost. The scene of rivers of blood flashed in her mind, and Ruren's tears fell as she called out for her mother. Ellison hurriedly embraced Ruren to console her while answering Geltzer's inquiry. It takes 3 crystals, collected by a dragon, to fully awaken a Dragon King that can destroy everything. Geltzer held the gemstone, closed his eyes, and said, I understand the pain you must endure. I'm truly selfish. Geltzer hid the gemstone back in the ring and continued, the ancient jewel is always associated with sorrow and grief. Dragon King colored and I tried to find a way to destroy it. But we never succeeded. Ellison told him, we plan to build a dragon cave in Grake City. So come with us. We're planning to build a new village there. Geltzer was stunned. A new village for the dwarf tribe? As you saw from Ruren's reaction, we have no intention of using the ancient jewel to create a Dragon King, and this place has already become a target. Dragons will continue to attack. Geltzer looked longingly at the dragon's bones. He seemed reluctant to leave this place. Ellison quickly said, I'm not forcing you. I know that for the dwarf tribe, nothing is more valuable than one's homeland. The decision is yours. Geltzer, struck to the heart, stood still without saying a word. Outside, Ruren stopped crying, her eyes still brimming with tears. Are you feeling better? Ruren wiped her tears and replied to Ellison with a single word. Then asked, are we just leaving like this? Shouldn't we take the ancient jewel with us? Ellison said, I've set up some magic traps for intruders, so we can provide support if needed. With that said, Ruren accepted it. Ellison explained that leaving suddenly is hard for them to accept, given the many memories tied to this place. Meanwhile, Geltzer remained deep in thought. Just then, the chief entered. Chief Geltzer, I have something for you. He brought up a plate of hot sausages. What's this? Geltzer widened his eyes, looking at the sausages as if they were from another planet. This is the food that the human left us. The others have already started enjoying it. I told them to wait a bit, but they couldn't contain their hunger any longer. The chief pulled back the curtain to leave Geltzer outside. The whole dwarf tribe was feasting and celebrating like a party. Geltzer was incredibly amazed and moved to see the smiles on his people's faces. He suddenly realized something and remembered a memory from long ago when he was young. Look, Geltzer, you called for me. Dragon King colored? The frail old dragon said. Isn't living in this cramped and dark place miserable? Geltzer replied firmly, Dragon King colored may see it as cramped, but for us, it's quite spacious. Oh, really? I thought you were here for the ancient jewels. Colored laughed heartily. What are you talking about? We fully understand how important they are. Geltzer was startled by Colored's teasing. Ha ha, now my magic can hide the power of these jewels. But if I do that, the dragons will come searching for them. So, after I'm gone, ensure that the entire dwarf tribe leaves this place. Geltzer was surprised. What? Why would you ask us to abandon both Dragon King Colored and our homeland? Dragon King Colored laughed in a foolish manner. What's left after my time will just be a pile of bones. Please don't say that. The Dragon King became serious. Listen here, if no one remembers me, then both I and this homeland will just become meaningless ashes. So, survive. What is the point of departure if it only eats away at the pain of the living? Eat, grieve, and become happier for the next generation. I'm not here to make you suffer. You What do you mean? You have helped us so much. Geltzer choked up. Colored laughed out loud. I don't expect you to protect the ancient jewels anyway. Lord Colored. It had been a long time since Geltzer last saw his people laugh. I'm sorry, Colored. Geltzer collapsed to the ground. Chief Geltzer. The chief called out in alarm. By this time, Rurin and Ellison had already left the village. Ellison. Suddenly, there was a call. The two turned around and saw someone approaching. Please wait a moment, I was wrong. Ellison had the smile of a victor. The Maloric Mountain Dwarf tribe will help you build the Dragon Cave. Geltzer led his fully packed people, breathlessly saying, please accept us. And so, the dwarf tribe came to live in Grake. With just a few sausages, he managed to recruit an entire tribe to work as builders. Amazing. Upon arrival, the dwarfs immediately began building the Dragon Cave for Rurin. Now there's no need to worry about Elder Black Dragon Metadona coming after them. The problem of Rurin's nest was solved. They may be small, but they work with incredible efficiency. Ellison looked at the construction before him with confidence. Then I'll leave this matter to you. Elle also had to marvel. They're really fast. Geltzer assured. Leave it to them. But is it alright to start right away? Don't worry. Although they're hungry, everyone is very healthy, but I still want to eat a few more sausages. Ha ha. Don't worry about food. Ellison turned to ask. Rurin, how about it? Looks nice, right? Yeah, I'm really excited. Rurin smiled, utterly satisfied. How could she not be? When she no longer has to dig a muddy nest every day. Now, the remaining issue is this. Ellison held the ancient jewel with hesitation. I trust that you, Ellison, will use it properly. Geltzer smiled with confidence. That's why I trust the future of the dwarf tribe to you. Ellison's face went blank. Rurin will absorb it? Rurin snapped. Don't joke around like that. She extended her hand and gave him a playful punch as Ellison placed the jewel into his pocket. So, I'll have to keep it from now on? He patted Rurin on the head to comfort her as she was in shock. Rurin said grimly, the birth of a new Dragon King will never happen. Ellison agreed. To prevent that, we need to do something. At the same time, someone was crying. What is this? I was so excited to go out and breathe the fresh air. But I'm almost broke because I was defeated by those bastards? Serena held her shin and cried like rain. I get it. I'll never go out again. Suddenly, she noticed something and furrowed her brow, asking, who's there? Don't tell me it's Gyard. Get out of here, I have nothing to say to you. Gyard? Who's that? These two shadows seemed familiar. So, you're hiding something, Ellison said. Serena was startled. No, how did you? Ellison and Rurin exuded a terrifying aura, ready to use brute force. You never accepted tributes, but this nest is filled with treasures. Huh? I came here to ask a few things. But after seeing this, it seems like we don't need to do that anymore. Serena fell headfirst to the ground, looking at the two monsters before her, sobbing. I told you everything I knew last time. Get away from me. Why me? Why are you doing this to me? Poor thing. She had the reputation of being the proudest dragon alive. But now she looked terribly pitiful. After all, Serena is the most unfortunate of them all. Of course, Serena wasn't spared just because of a few tears and a pitiful face. Who is Gyard? From the conversation, it seems like he's one of your kind. Huh? Does that mean you attacked the dwarf tribe's mine with him? No. Serena immediately denied it. She stammered, shyly mumbling. He's my ex. Ellison said. I can't hear what she's saying. Serena blushed and yelled at the top of her lungs. I said he's my ex. I mistook you two for him because he was always around. Ellison went along, sorry for poking at Serena's pain. She began to cry again. I've only been here for 6 months. So I haven't met any gangs. Rurin didn't believe her and kept pressing. So where did all these treasures come from? You said you don't accept tributes? Serena gritted her teeth and snapped her fingers. And the pile of treasures vanished like boiling water. She yelled, they're all fake. Ellison and Rurin were stunned, looking at the empty space around them. Serena seemed to have just exposed herself in front of them, blushing and crying loudly. Are you satisfied now? If you want, take it all. Poor girl, seeing her cry is pitiful. Back at the restaurant, Ellison and Rurin were still discussing. Maybe we went a bit too far. I've never seen a dragon so miserable. We haven't found any information about the group of dragons that attacked the dwarf tribe. There's nothing left for us to investigate, Ellison said, but since we have the jewel, we'll find out eventually. I wonder which gang could have done this. At that moment, Mr. Ment and Elena arrived at the restaurant. Ellison was delighted to see them. Can you walk without crutches? Are you okay? Ellison asked. It was great to see Mr. Ment recover this much. Mr. Ment responded as he moved his leg. Though it's still difficult to move too much. I'm much better, all thanks to Elena. Elena humbly said. I didn't do anything. It's due to his strong will during therapy that led to faster recovery than expected. Ellison laughed and said, everyone has faith in Elena. Anyway, Ellison's attitude made Rurin, standing next to him, turn into a jar of sour vinegar, reeking with jealousy. Have you faced any challenges at the clinic recently? Ellison casually asked, chatting with Elena, unaware of Rurin's attitude. Elena smiled and said, oh, no, it's gotten better, although the problem still remains. Nellin and his mother came to the clinic to express their gratitude. And several minors came too. They also took responsibility for helping me fend off men with bad intentions. I'm not sure, but it seems to have subsided since then. Ellison suspected that Ms. Rain had a hand in this. With a few casual words like, have you heard the rumors about how hard it's been for Elena? Elena was about to talk about the sauce for vegetables that Ellison had taught her last time when the old dwarf Geltzer opened the tunnel hatch from underground and popped up in the middle of the restaurant. Laughing, Ellison, do you have any of that chestnut stew you made last time? Ellison looked dumbfounded. Since when did they dig a tunnel here? Oh, these food lovers. Elena was shocked to realize the newcomers were from the dwarf tribe. And Ellison was left speechless, not knowing when the dwarves had dug all the way to the restaurant. Geltzer kindly told Elena not to see them as monsters. Elena judged that he knew the elf tribe's etiquette well, but Geltzer didn't want to hear her say that. At this moment, the restaurant's front door burst open, and Mr. Knoll was shouting, pork belly. Conveniently, the whole group was there, and each person added to the lively commotion. Elle laughed with Rurin. It really does look like a restaurant now, doesn't it? Rurin had already put on her apron and sighed. Weren't you aiming for a peaceful life? The food was quickly served. Sausages, pork belly, salad, and pizza. Mr. Ment took a bite of pizza and praised. I missed this pizza so much. We should learn properly from Miltine. Just a casual remark like that was enough to make Miltine's heart flutter. Her face turned bright red, as if being embarrassed wasn't enough. Rurin added, hee hee, why is your face so red? Give her some dignity. Of course. The others who enjoyed the delicious food were also extremely satisfied. Ellison smiled wryly. Should I cook some more? The dwarves were also happily toasting with sausage plates beside them. The warm, bustling atmosphere of the restaurant made Diren outside seem quite sad. He watched as Rurin happily picked up food for Elle, and slumped against the wall, calling softly, Master. Ah, are you calling me? Ellison suddenly opened the door and came out, smiling in response, startling the boy who almost fell to the ground, his heart nearly jumping out of his chest. Why are you sitting outside? What's this kid doing standing outside the door like that? With the magical prowess of a grand mage like Ellison, there's no way he wouldn't sense someone standing outside. The boy seemed startled, stammering, see can you make dessert? Dessert? I know how to make it. But, Diren bit his lip and knelt before Elle, bowing his head and pleading. Then please make a dessert that can make my mother smile. This request surprised Elle quite a bit. He asked back, do you mean Lady Berna? This steak looks good. The head chef was making it while also asking the sous chef if the soup was done. Keep checking it constantly to make sure it doesn't burn. And this is the kitchen of the Count's castle, where most cooking utensils and ingredients are available. But Diren still told Elle to let him know if he needed anything else. Elle looked at this abundance of ingredients and marveled that the Count's castle was indeed different from his restaurant. These spices can't be found in an ordinary restaurant. It also seemed that everyone here was quite skilled. Just look at the way the chef or sous chef talks. It's overcooked, redo it. I'm sorry, the sous chef replied. At this point, Diren said shyly, the atmosphere here isn't usually this tense. Elle didn't take issue with it. The Count had already stepped into the kitchen. Usually, head chefs don't talk much. Really? Looking at the head chef smiling at the crying staff. It's hard to believe. In any case, with all of this, I think we can make a delicious dessert. Diren eagerly asked. Really? Ellison assured him. That's right. And he told him to wait. At dinner, Lady Berna wiped her mouth and praised the meal but left the delicious-looking cake untouched. Without eating a single bite. Looking at the untouched cake. For the first time, Ellison doubted his cooking skills. Seeing him standing there dazed, Diren said shyly, I didn't expect her not to take even a bite. Ellison replied shakily, no, if she had eaten even a bite, it would have been more hurtful. I understand. After regaining his composure, Ellison turned to Diren and asked, You're still keeping your distance from the Count, aren't you? Since when did Lady Berna stop eating dessert? Diren bowed his head sadly. Normally, it's not like this. She used to love eating dessert. But dessert is the key to unlocking my mother's closed heart. As he had said before, Lady Berna was a strict person. For many years after she came to Grake, neither father nor son saw her smile. And Count Grake was very uneasy about this. The Lord of Grake City, Count Leiden Grake, was still healthy at the time. During the meal, Leiden and Berna had some discussions about raising Diren. It seems like Diren follows you a lot. Huh? But you don't have to be so strict with the boy. He's still young, right? I'm teaching him to behave like a noble. Diren obediently sat eating and didn't interfere with his parents' conversation. Leiden smiled kindly. Behavior, huh? So you don't smile because of those rules? This question startled Berna. I've noticed for a while that you seem to be bound by responsibilities. What you like and want to do. I haven't seen in the past 4 years. Can't you be more at ease? This is our home now. Seeing Berna's empty plate, Leiden exclaimed, You finished your dessert? Even Berna was surprised to see only a few crumbs left on her plate. Count Leiden grinned widely with joy. I see. You like desserts? Berna blushed, embarrassed and about to deny it. But Leiden remained incredibly excited. I couldn't make desserts while restoring the territory. But now that I know what you like, we're still at war, so it's hard to get sugar. But I'll make sure dessert is always on the table. Little Diren heard his father say this and was happy too. And that's how he learned that his mother liked desserts. Since that day, Count Leiden brought desserts continuously. It started with an attractive 2-tier cake and the radiant faces of the father and son. Next, Count Leiden provided a menu full of desserts that made Diren listen in awe. A dessert appetizer, a main dessert, and another dessert for dessert. Leiden enthusiastically cheered. Dad, please calm down. The result of the obsession with desserts was that, after finishing the menu, both father and son looked pale from being too full. However, Leiden still insisted on keeping the menu intact regardless of the risk of diabetes. Lady Berna couldn't hold back her laughter. You can stop now. When he saw her smile, the Count and his son were as happy as if they had found gold. The Countess's smile was truly beautiful. No wonder the Count risked diabetes just to make a full menu of sweet dishes. One day, Diren was walking down the hall when he heard a shout. I can't believe you still haven't had a successor. The boy was startled but quickly witted and stopped to listen at the door. His eavesdropping paid off. The booming voice continued from inside. And it seemed the person inside was extremely angry. It's been 5 years. 5 years? Recently, you haven't even responded to me anymore. What are you doing? Don't test my patience any longer. After that, the person inside opened the door and walked out. Diren couldn't react in time and got hit by the door. His unprofessional eavesdropping led to him getting caught. The man seemed too angry and stormed off without even noticing what he had done. Diren, Berna walked out and was surprised to see her son sitting on the ground. Diren asked his mother awkwardly. Mom, what happened? Berna gently helped her son up and explained. Nothing. I think your grandfather is upset because I haven't replied to him. Grandfather? You mean Count Dedren? The head of the Dedran family? Berna smiled kindly. You don't have to worry. After all, I'm still a part of Grake. Now let's go eat. Berna cheerfully held the hand of her husband's stepson and led him to eat. Young and naive, Diren didn't notice much. In hindsight, he realized something was off. Since then, Diren thought that desserts had changed his mother a lot. For example, during meals, when he made a mess around his mouth, Berna would still frown and remind him, Diren, mind your table manners. He knew that though she remained strict, she now smiled. Proof was that while she scolded him 1 second, in the next she smiled gently and handed Diren a handkerchief. Use this to wipe. Diren was very happy. When Berna played the piano, he and his father would sit and listen, clapping enthusiastically. Only then were they truly a family. But that time was brief. That day, mother and son were learning to bake together. Lady Berna may have been a good pianist, but she certainly wasn't a good baker. You could tell just by looking at the cake. Another failure, Lady Berna lamented. If you're more calm when frosting, you'll get better results. The head chef commented. Berna said she'd try again, but the head chef told her she didn't need to anymore. Berna was determined to do it because she wanted to make a dessert herself. At this moment, Diren excitedly exclaimed, Mom, I did it. Diren held the perfect cake in his hand, which made Berna tear up. The boy comforted his mother. It's all right. Didn't you say that effort always pays off? Yes. I never thought my own words would be used to teach myself. Berna then turned to the household staff angrily. Who dares to run around the castle? The butler, seeing Berna, awkwardly replied, Madam, young master, there you are. You need to hurry. The Lord has lost consciousness. The cause is unknown, was the doctor's diagnosis of Lord Leiden's condition, but there's no sign of poisoning, and the symptoms are rare, so it's hard to diagnose. He's unresponsive and isn't even taking normal meals. Diren cried and called out for his father to wake up, but Leiden couldn't respond to the boy. It was as if his soul had been lost. Little Diren turned to his mother in panic and still remembered the look on Berna's face that day. Her soul seemed to have gone with Leiden, full of sorrow and anger, with no will left. Her eyes looked as if she wanted to give up everything. Since then, Berna no longer touched dessert and kept her distance from me. She only expressed her opinions through the servants, no longer speaking or smiling. Since then, my life has always been controlled. That's why I ran to my master's restaurant. Master, I can only remember up to that time. Ellison remained silent as he listened to Diren recount the story. The boy was still choked up. Sitting together, laughing, and eating, that's my happiness, Diren cried. It seems that it's too much to ask. On his way home, Ellison felt that everything was strange. There were many puzzling aspects to the lady's behavior. She became depressed after Count Leiden fell unconscious. But why did she distance herself from Diren and control him? Because he's not her biological child? No, if that was the issue, she wouldn't have opened up before. Lady Berna had a political marriage, but she seemed to love her husband very much. At least at that time. So why did she distance herself from the rest of the family? Loving yet keeping a distance? Ellison suddenly thought it was guilt. She was feeling guilty. That's right. This case seemed plausible. So Ellison immediately returned home and called for Rurin. Rurin was happily sitting on the bed drinking beer and was startled when she heard Ellison. What? I didn't do anything wrong. Ellison put his hands on his hips and said, I wasn't going to scold you. I need you to help with something. Rurin looked at Ellison, puzzled. What is it? Ellison posed a scenario to Rurin. Imagine if I suddenly lost consciousness and couldn't talk. Would you be sad? Rurin didn't need to think and immediately said she would be sad. Hearing this, Ellison told her to quickly follow him. Rurin got mad and said that he had skipped too many details. So Ellison added, and although you like desserts, you don't eat them. Rurin looked confused, wondering if Ellison was drunk. If you don't understand, just come along and you'll get it, Ellison said. At the same time, in Leiden's room at the Count's castle, Berna spoon-fed Leiden soup. Leiden was now just an empty shell, unresponsive to anything external. The soup spooned into his mouth would dribble back out. And Berna also had no reaction. like a robot cleaning up the spilled soup for her husband. At that moment, an unpleasant-looking servant entered the room as if he owned the place. He said, "We should get ready. Count Dedren has arrived." When Berna heard this name, her face became horrified. She stood motionless and then put the bowl of soup down. "I understand," and followed the servant. As they left, Allison's space portal appeared. This time, he brought Rurin straight into Count Leiden's room. Phew, I was wondering when she'd leave. It seems they've been waiting in this space portal for quite a while. Rurin looked at the man on the bed and began to assess. Is this the city lord? From his condition, could he have been cursed? Allison guessed. I don't really understand either. Rurin could only look and couldn't diagnose the illness. Allison walked around, searching for something, and asked Rurin, but she also didn't know the cause. Rurin said, "It's been too long since I've seen a case like this. So I'm at a loss." Rurin curiously asked Allison, "What brought you here?" Allison replied, "I thought there would be a clue here. But I can't figure out Lady Berna's true intentions." While talking, Allison rummaged through the drawers. When he turned back, he noticed Count Leiden looking in a particular direction. Overthinking it, Allison felt something was wrong. Leiden's empty eyes seemed to be looking at something. Where? Rurin didn't know either. Following Leiden's gaze, it seemed to be the piano. Allison wondered why there was a piano here. Meanwhile, Rurin inspected more closely and discovered a roll of confidential documents behind one of the pillars. She pulled it out. Allison saw it and urged, "Open it." Allison and Rurin unrolled the paper and were immediately shocked. The documents revealed that Lady Berna had embezzled taxes from Grake. Furthermore, the document detailed the amount of embezzlement from various sources. A shocking truth, but it didn't stop there. The author of the document was Lady Berna herself. Allison rolled up the paper and handed it to Rurin. "Can you go to the imperial capital for a moment?" Rurin was surprised. "Right now?" Elle answered, "I have to take this to someone in another room." In his room, Diren heard a knock on the door and wondered who was coming at this hour. Allison opened the door and walked in with a bright smile. "Diren, take a look at this." He handed Diren the roll of paper that he and Rurin had just found. After reading its contents, Diren's face gradually turned pale. "What's this? My mother transferred Grake's taxes to Dedren?" He was shocked at what he saw in the documents and had to hold back his voice. Allison reminded him, "Shush, Count Dedren is here." Diren quickly covered his mouth. But his expression was still devastated. He wondered why his mother would do such a thing. Who could gather this information? "Look at the name at the bottom of the page," Allison reminded. Diren looked down and saw Lady Berna's name. Dropping the roll of paper. No one else could have collected this kind of information. This is a confession written by Lady Berna herself. The last lines of the scroll read, "With this document, I, Berna Grake, acknowledge all the tax embezzlement in Grake." Diren trembled, confused. Why would my mother confess? Allison decided to use a special magic and said to Diren, "We need to investigate. As you know, Count Dedren is here." In the tense reunion between father and daughter, Berna asked coldly, "Why are you here?" Dedren responded casually, "Do I need permission to see my own daughter?" Berna maintained her indifferent attitude. "Since when have we been this close?" Dedren stroked his mustache and said, "I recently heard some interesting news. The Crown Prince and Duke Temurin came to Grake, and Diren was the one who welcomed them. The boy behaved very well. He's a bit different from what you said, right?" Berna immediately denied it. "I don't know anything." Dedren tapped his head, appearing like a senile old man. "I thought the boy was useless. Has he regained his confidence? What should I do? Should I make him the next Leiden?" This left Berna stunned. In extreme panic, she trembled and asked, "What are you saying?" He laughed maniacally. "Don't you know? It seems I did it without telling you. But it's not that hard to understand. I was the one who poisoned Leiden." Dedren laughed like a monster. "I intend to do the same with Diren." At this moment, Berna couldn't hold back her anger. "You bastard, I won't let you touch Diren. My daughter, I didn't ask for your permission," he said, and the man who had called her here appeared behind Berna with a rope in his hand. What happened next was predictable. Diren and Ellison could hear everything from the other side. Dedren was telling his henchmen to be careful. We can't let Lady Berna get hurt. Ellison frowned upon realizing that Count Dedren had poisoned Leiden. The reason behind Lady Berna's confession also became clear. Meanwhile, Count Dedren continued with his plan. Lock her in the basement where no one can find her. Diren was extremely angry. He banged on the table and demanded that the soldiers from the city lord's castle be summoned immediately. But Ellison tied him up with magic. He shouted, "Master, what are you doing?" Ellison coldly told him, "Observe the situation. Count Dedren's spies have infiltrated deeply enough to poison the city lord's meals and kidnap the lady. Can we trust the soldiers in the castle?" As he said, even the bespectacled butler was stopped by the soldiers. Ellison held Lady Berna's confession and told Diren, "We can catch them with my help. But it's unlikely that Count Dedren has poison with him. Even if we catch him, we don't have any evidence. We can only charge him with kidnapping, not poisoning the city lord. Are you planning to use this document as evidence? This way, we can lock up both the Count and Lady Berna." Diren asked helplessly, "So what should I do?" Ellison offered a plan. "We need to create a situation with solid evidence, executed by someone of high standing." At that moment, Rurin appeared, bringing someone of high status. In the middle of the night, Medren was brought here tied up. She didn't understand what was happening. Poor girl, she's been having a run of bad luck since getting involved with Ellison. She has no idea what's happening. One minute she was minding her own business. The next she's ambushed and brought here. "Is this the person?" a shocked Diren asked. Ellison smiled. "I have an idea." He looked at Diren. "Can you act a little?" The long night passed, and a new day arrived at Count Dedren's castle. Berna's head was uncovered. She was tied up and gagged. Count Dedren acted like a concerned father. "Daughter, are you all right? It's already daylight outside, but it's still dark in here. There's a place we need to go. Follow me." Berna hadn't recovered from the shock her father had caused the night before. Once freed, she shouted, "Why? Embezzling Grake's taxes and constantly controlling Diren's every move. You have everything you want. So why are you targeting Diren?" He laughed as if he had heard a joke. "I told you, I can't stand his behavior. By the way, I originally planned to poison Diren first. And after ensuring an heir, I intended to take over all of Grake. Is it because the Count has changed? Or because you're not charming enough?" he said, leading Berna out of the basement. Dedren suddenly turned back and yanked Berna's hair hard. "This is my judgment. You know I'm the one who poisoned him, right? Aren't you surprised?" Berna was in pain, her forehead bleeding. She pleaded in anguish, "Please, I'm begging you, spare Diren." Dedren grinned. "Even if you say that, I've already poisoned his breakfast." He eagerly opened the door to the room to show Berna his handiwork. Inside, Diren had a face just like Count Leiden's. Dedren mocked as he saw Berna's stunned expression. "But don't worry too much. You'll never know what I can do." Berna cried, "You're a monster. It's disgusting to share blood with you." She sobbed uncontrollably, repeatedly calling out Diren's name. Dedren showed a look of pity but was smiling. At that moment, a guard pulled out a scroll. "Count, what is this?" Dedren was quite surprised to see it. This was found in Count Leiden's room. The guard continued, "The lady collected evidence of tax embezzlement in Grake under your orders, Count Dedren." Count Dedren was stunned as he read the contents of the scroll. Berna saw it and lost all hope. No way. She wanted to rush to seize the scroll. But the guards stopped her. Count Dedren laughed maniacally. "Is this what you're relying on? My dear daughter, it's over." Dedren burned the scroll containing the evidence. Berna froze as she watched the fire consume the scroll. He was delivering the conclusion to this story. After her husband was poisoned, all she had left was her son. And when her son became like her husband, she ended them both and herself. A perfect story. He trembled with admiration for his own storytelling skills. Meanwhile, the guard holding Berna leaned in and whispered to her, "It's all right." Count Dedren wanted to quickly finish off Diren, sending him to the afterlife with praise. "You've done well, Diren." The guard removed his helmet, revealing a handsome face and a charming smile. "A perfect story, but not like that. Ellison used magic to block Count Dedren's blow, destroying his weapon. Dedren clutched his hand, not understanding what had happened to him. At that moment, Medren charged in. Count Dedren, I accuse you of attempting to murder the Grake family. Medren, the mage captain? His face turned pale at the sight of her. Game over, Count Dedren, Medren declared. Lady Berna trembled uncontrollably when she saw that her son was unharmed. Unable to contain her emotions, tears streaming down like a broken dam, Diren, Countess Berna, still tied up and deeply worried for her son, felt a surge of gratitude as if a savior had appeared. Tears still fresh on her face, she stammered, Thank you, sir. Truly, thank you so much. This is nothing for this master, self-proclaimed. How could he let his disciples' family fall into trouble? But, at this moment, Diren looked angry, while Dedren still didn't understand why his plan had failed. He didn't understand how Diren was still alive. Medren frowned. Don't resist anymore, Count Dedren. Follow the Empire's orders. Dedren gritted his teeth, knelt down, and said, What are you talking about? This dagger was just for self-defense. I accidentally dropped it. I swear I didn't intend to harm Diren. Medren responded coldly. And you didn't intend to kill the Grake family either? Isn't Count Leiden Grake currently sick? Medren turned, and a plate of steak and bread was brought out. I have the breakfast that was given to Diren earlier. Eat it and prove your innocence. Dedren was stunned, trembling, and took the bread, squeezing and twisting it before throwing it away. His true nature was completely revealed. So what? He overturned the plate of food. You think I'm the only culprit? Berna has been embezzling taxes from Grake for years. If you want to talk about crime, lock her up first. Lady Berna didn't know what else to say except to cry. It was hard to believe the evil man in front of her was her biological father. I don't know what you're talking about. Diren picked up the roll of paper that had contained all the evidence that Dedren had burned minutes ago and asked. Where's your evidence? Driven to the edge by his own actions, Dedren cursed Diren. You've been watching this whole time, haven't you? He roared. Guard? The guards heard this and chanted, Obey the Count. They were loyal but couldn't last long against Medren's magic. She angrily summoned earth and stones to punish the guards and Dedren. There are beings in this world you shouldn't provoke. Not even the royal knights, the dukes, or even the emperor of this empire would dare. A lowly noble like you dares to act recklessly? Below, a fluttering cloak and a familiar voice rang out. Knights, heed my order. Quickly remove the traitor who has infiltrated Grake. It was the knight captain, Dariant. The knights quickly advanced into the castle, overpowering the treacherous soldiers and those following Count Dedren's orders. All were tightly bound and terrified. Dedren laughed maniacally, shouting at them for daring to do so, even though he himself was tightly bound by Medren's magic. Watching this scene through the window, Ellison smiled with relief, as everything seemed to have been resolved. He turned back to untie Lady Berna and said with a smile, I should leave now. I'm so glad you're safe. Wait a minute, who are you? Lady Berna was still wondering about Ellison's identity when she heard Diren call out, Mother, emotionally. He approached her with concern. Are you all right, Mother? You're hurt. Berna bowed her head and sobbed. Don't worry about me. I'm so glad you're safe. Diren knelt down in front of his mother, not too happy that everything was over. Why won't you look me in the eye? Because I'm a criminal, Lady Berna admitted. I made Count Grake like this. Not to mention the tax embezzlement from Grake. I've lived in this castle knowing Count Dedren is the culprit, putting you in danger. I just feel guilty for being alive. Diren didn't know what to say after hearing these words. Mother, you've always lived under the burden of guilt. Why would you use the word, forgive? It's all Count Dedren's fault, not yours. Diren covered his face and cried. I and Father too. We'll always be with you. Because that's what family is. So raise your head. Lady Berna reached out and hugged him. I'm sorry. Diren, I'm so sorry. I've been so foolish. I won't do that again. The mother and son hugged each other and cried until the evening. Count Dedren was imprisoned in a cage and transported to the city lord's castle in Dedren. Even now, he hadn't repented, and was even more aggressive. Let me out. Do these fools know who I am? The two soldiers in charge of transporting him ignored him, talking about moving things in the city lord's castle. Dedren gritted his teeth. You made a big mistake. You think I don't have connections in the Empire? When I'm released, I'll finish you off first. Ellison arrived sometime earlier and, hearing Dedren's words, became angry. Who do you think you are to say that? Dedren looked at him, sweating, but still defiant. Who are you? Are you a mage of the Empire? Ellison didn't answer, just glared at Dedren and said, to have such a large land and castle. You meddled with Grake. Watch closely. Ellison coldly used magic, shaking the magnificent castle and the surrounding fertile land as if in an earthquake. Count Dedren trembled with fear. What are you doing? Impossible. Nothing is impossible, Ellison replied. Once I act, no one can stop it. The power of the Archmage Ellison, the living legend, was demonstrated just like that. Diren sat at the dining table, full of excitement, and Lady Berna, with half her head bandaged, looked at him and asked, Diren, what's this? Diren, yearning for a family dinner after a long time, had prepared meticulously. A large table was set outdoors, adorned with exquisite decorations. I've prepared a whole table of desserts for you, Mother, Diren said to Lady Berna. Diren had also invited acquaintances to join the celebration, mostly Ellison's friends. The guests chatted animatedly. Goodness, so many sweets. Are we supposed to eat all of this? I guess so. Miss Rain's eyes sparkled at the sight of the desserts, while Mr. Knoll reminded her that eating too much would lead to weight gain. He was immediately rewarded with a punch to the head from his wife. Another bump appeared on Mr. Knoll's head. Oh, the woes of this well-meaning but tactless man. Meanwhile, Medren stood by the tree and shouted, Everyone, pay attention. Look toward the city lord Dedren's castle. There will be a special show for tonight's party. Diren eagerly turned Count Leiden's chair in the indicated direction. Berna was startled, not knowing what was happening, while Dedren, who was imprisoned in the cage, was crying and begging for it to stop. The city lord's castle in Dedren was uprooted, flying into the air, surrounded by a strange light. The castle began to explode from the inside, and in the blink of an eye, a tremendous explosion occurred. Count Dedren sat in the cage crying, Stop. It's my castle, but that was impossible. Ellison smiled in satisfaction. You will no longer see the light. Enjoy it while you can. Diren watched the fireworks in awe and asked his mother, What do you think? Lady Berna, with sparkling eyes, picked up a cream puff, trembling as she ate it, tears streaming down. It's wonderful. After finishing eating, the moon was already high in the sky. Lady Berna stood by the window, looking at the moon excitedly, then turned to feed Leiden, still chattering. You don't need to worry about Diren. I've realized how foolish I was. No matter what happens in the future, I won't hide from it anymore. Count Leiden seemed to be responding better and took the food. Lady Berna gently wiped her husband's mouth. I, Berna Grake, love my husband, Leiden Grake, very much and always will. Diren stood outside the door, listening and smiling contentedly. Meanwhile, Count Dedren was brought to the street, where people threw vegetables, rotten eggs, and harsh insults at him. Count Dedren was just confused, muttering regrets about his castle. Not far from there, Dariant and Ellison stood watching the scene of celebration. We've caught many spies, but we shouldn't let our guard down. You should be careful, Dariant reminded. Ellison put his hands on his hips and praised his friend for doing a good job. What about Duke Temerain? Ellison asked. At first, he was surprised, but then he was silent when he heard that it was your plan. He might want to come here in person if he sees what's down there, Dariant replied. Dariant looked at the sinkhole behind the two of them and sighed. No matter how you look at it, you are strong in an extraordinary way. But never admit that you are strong. Ellison chuckled smugly with Dariant. That's a spectacular show I created. Grake is about to go through beautiful days. Reality proved that Ellison might be a great mage, but he's certainly not an outstanding seer. The next day, it rained cats and dogs, and lightning struck the ground. Ellison stood looking at the rain, thinking of the beautiful days he once talked about. Beside him, Rurin shouted angrily, "I just hung up the clothes." A problem many people can relate to. Meanwhile, Ment and Miltine were struggling to keep the fence up in the terrible wind. Despite their efforts, the fence post still fell on Miltine. Ment was horrified, but it was too late. When they returned to the restaurant, they brought in a large puddle of water. "I said there was no need to go to the farm in this weather. Today, I'm forbidding anyone from working outside." Allison felt both helpless and sympathetic to those who worked hard. He handed them towels to dry off and spoke thoroughly. But Ment and Miltine still regretted the fence more. Rurin was still upset about the clothes. Instead of struggling with the harsh weather, Allison suggested that they help him serve the customers. The restaurant was quite lively today. Allison worriedly put a towel on Rurin's head. "Dry yourself off first, or you'll catch a cold." Ment and Miltine stood awkwardly as they saw the two close to each other like that. Allison continued drying Rurin off without hesitation. The two were intimate out in the open, without a hint of embarrassment. At this moment, a guest arrived, drenched in the rain. "What a peaceful scene," the guest sighed, immediately attracting Allison's attention. He looked up and recognized that the visitor was Benin. He took off his cloak and ordered something warm for the rainy day. Soon after, Allison brought out a bowl of noodles and introduced, "This is palanque meat noodles," which means chicken noodles. Benin was surprised. "Didn't you say you stopped selling palanque meat?" "There have been many customers going to Noel's butcher shop, so I started using palanque meat for cooking again. More importantly, how is your orchard? Is it okay? Isn't this the first time you've come here to try to buy my orchard? Would it be better for you if I gave up my orchard?" Allison laughed. "What do you mean? The price you asked for is several times higher than the market price. I'd be very disappointed if the orchard had to close due to bad weather like this." Benin laughed, admitting defeat. "I can't compete with your mine." He continued, "It seems the rain won't stop if I just stand in the orchard and try to do something. I've done all I can." He took a bite of the noodles and said, "This dish is really delicious. It's worth braving the rain to come here." Rurin came over with a towel and pouted. "Why aren't you drying my hair?" "Hold on, there are customers right now." Allison tried to comfort her, but Rurin still sulked. Benin watched this scene, then called Allison and poured himself a glass of wine. "In your life, have you ever made a decision that you regret?" Allison was taken aback and asked, "What?" Benin tilted his head back to drink and continued, "A decision you'd take back if you could travel back in time. A decision that, whenever you close your eyes, you'll always remember and be heartbroken over. Maybe you've never experienced it because you seem to get along well with your wife." Allison grimaced. "Wife? Rurin and I aren't like that." But Benin didn't seem to listen and continued, "I live alone, but there was once someone I loved with all my heart." He innocently continued, "I've loved her since I was 10 years old, and it's been over 35 years now. You could say she was my childhood friend, the only one who made my heart skip a beat." "Who was she?" Allison asked. "Her name was Meal. No matter how much time passes, I can't forget that name." "Meal?" Allison was surprised. "Is she the one you've pined for 35 years? Why didn't you confess to her?" Benin gave a wry smile. "That's exactly what I'm talking about. A decision that one regrets. When I was younger, I wasn't mature enough and thought that she and I would become a couple because we had happy times together. That's what I thought." Benin reminisced about the past. "When she matured and started talking about marriage, I woke up to reality. But that was just before Meal decided to move to a nearby village to start a family. I had arranged to meet her on the outskirts of Grake and told her I had something to say. At that time, I was going to confess." Benin eagerly carried a basket, walking in the middle of the night. But he never saw her. A dragon attacked at the same time. Yes, that was 15 years ago, when the war with the dragon clan began. He said, "I ran for my life. After that night, I found out she was safe. But I no longer had the courage to find her because I was a coward who couldn't even keep my promise. In the past 15 years, I haven't heard any news about her. But recently she returned to Grake." Benin looked at Allison with sad eyes, as if seeking sympathy. "Do you understand my situation? I'm always tormented by regret every day. unable to forget or fix what happened. I've always remembered her during every moment we've been apart. But I'm afraid to go out if I see her again. So, take care of your wife with all your sincerity. Rurin sneezed and coughed, said she had a cold and felt tired, and asked Ellison to take care of her. At this time, Benin had put on a raincoat and was ready to leave. But before leaving, he enthusiastically shared his experience. Even if you have to leave tomorrow, you won't regret it. Ellison tried to explain that Rurin wasn't his wife. But Benin didn't listen anymore. That night, while Rurin slept soundly, Ellison stayed awake. He looked at her and wondered, what is 15 years of human longing compared to 155 years for a dragon? He then reminded himself that this matter shouldn't concern him. Remembering Benin's words, that meal had come to Grake. Ellison thought, I should ask around tomorrow. Rain was surprised to hear that name. Then she smiled brightly. Of course I know her. She recently opened a clothes repair shop. And we even became friends. Ellison had found the right person to ask. Rain was a little surprised. Why are you asking about her? Recently, she seems very troubled. Troubled? Yes. Last time she asked me something with a very sad expression on her face. Rain tried to recall. Meal asked if in my life I've ever made a decision that I regret. Ellison was astonished. How could they have the exact same question? Rain was also surprised. Benin, isn't he the orchard manager? Ellison thought she knew a lot. So he asked her to continue. To learn how to handle things for Benin. What did Meal talk to you about? Rain recalled. She asked if I'd lived here long. And I told her that I had moved here because of the war and then settled down with my husband. Meal said she left Grake 15 years ago and only recently returned. So she found me a bit strange. 15 years ago? Why did she leave? There's a man I once loved. Meal said, no, I still love him. But I can't meet him anymore. 15 years ago, he wanted to see me one last time. But I couldn't make it. I fled from there, but he had bought flowers and went to meet me. I ran away like a coward. As she recounted the story from 15 years ago, Meal still trembled. After hearing this, Ellison was sure, the man she's talking about is definitely Benin. Rain was stunned, forgetting her expression. Wait, so she also regrets Benin? Yes. They both went to their meeting place but ran from the dragon clan's attack. They both thought the other had abandoned them and left, regretting it for 15 years. They're both really heartbroken. It's so unfair. Rain was touched. Meal has lived alone since then and rejected every proposal her father forced on her. She chose to live alone for so long because of a misunderstanding. Don't worry, Ellison smiled. Can you tell Meal about this? Ellison brought Benin a box. While he was harvesting apples. Here's a pair of reading glasses as a gift. Meal said her eyesight has been declining recently. If she feels eye strain while using them, you can bring them to me for adjustment. A gift for Meal? Ellison smiled mysteriously at Benin. Tonight, Meal will be waiting for you on the outskirts of Grake. You can give it to her. Benin was stunned, his eyes widening. What are you saying? I can't meet her. Didn't you say that was the decision you regretted? Ellison said, I believe everyone has made mistakes. No one wants to make mistakes. And no one can predict the future. But worrying about the same problem just creates more problems. You know what to do. In the evening, Benin walked on the old path, feeling like his feet were heavy as lead. After a few steps, he had already thought of countless scenarios. Will she be angry with me? What if she calls me a coward? It's been 15 years, but what if she doesn't come? I miss her so much. He told himself. But before dying of longing, our Benin might be done in by overthinking. Seeing the familiar figure of the girl under the tree, Benin burst into tears. He was still the same person as before. Meal turned back. Benin? Benin was stunned. Is it really you, Meal? He gripped the box tightly, blaming himself for nearly running away. He shouldn't do that. Meal was also emotional. I have something to tell you about that day. Benin bit his lip, startled, his heart finally letting go. And he laughed in agreement. So do I. Benin thought that even if Meal scolded or blamed him, it would be okay because the biggest regret of his life was not apologizing to her about that day. I'm sorry I didn't make it to the meeting place 15 years ago. I'm sorry I didn't make it to the meeting place 15 years ago. Neil also said. They both shouted in unison, tears in their eyes. Then, they froze. Venin forgot to cry. Neil stopped her tears. We both. Then they both burst out laughing. My God, there are two crazy people here. Rain was thrilled. She and Ellison had found a nice spot to watch the lovers' reunion. She looked at Ellison, puzzled. Why didn't you tell them the truth earlier? Ellison smiled. It's something they needed to solve themselves. We couldn't tell them beforehand, otherwise. We wouldn't have such a good story to watch. But don't you think it's unfair that they were alone for so long because of a small misunderstanding? Isn't it better that the misunderstanding has been resolved? Ellison looked at the results of his intervention. And they have found each other again. Venin gave Neil the glasses. And they walked hand in hand, not letting go for the entire journey back. A few days later, Venin and Neil stopped by Ellison's restaurant. They came to discuss the sale of the orchard that Venin had tended for years. This time, Venin resolutely sold the land, determined to use the money to build a house in the heart of Grake, where he and Neil could start a new life together. He gently took Neil's hand, pressed a kiss upon it, and said, his voice brimming with emotion, I've hesitated for 15 years. But I won't hesitate any longer. Neil lowered her gaze, her cheeks flushed, a shy smile blooming on her lips. After purchasing Venin's orchard, Ellison became a real estate tycoon. The vast area around the restaurant was all his land. But he still lamented, although the land around the restaurant is mine, there's no room to build Dwarf's village. Fortunately, I found a place to build it. Rurin agreed with Ellison's plan as she gnawed on an apple. She didn't like the idea of the dwarf people living in the dragon's lair, as that was her space and she didn't want anyone else living there. Except for one person. Rurin was sad. Even though you'll be at the restaurant, the cave is still very spacious. Ellison looked at her sadness and remembered Venin's advice. Blushing, should I live in the dragon's lair after it's finished? Rurin was initially stunned, then her eyes lit up like car headlights. And she grinned ear to ear before springing up to hug Ellison like a spring. Really? Are you serious? Are you sure? But the more space, the better. Plus, you can always build a tunnel to the restaurant, so getting around isn't a problem. This time, Rurin was the happiest. Remember, you can't go back on your word. Now I'm even more excited for the dragon's lair to be finished. Leaves fell as autumn arrived. The dragon's lair was 70% complete, expected to be finished next year. Geltzer reported the construction progress, and Rurin was very pleased, praising their work. At that moment, Ellison brought out hot steaks and praised them too. Geltzer smiled broadly. They haven't finished paying their debt, and Ellison already found land for them to build the village. At the other table, Miltine called over. The number of Baranuric has increased a bit. Really? Yes. It seems we'll have to upgrade the farm. And so, everyone discussed expanding the farm. Outside, Linte and Matt stood some distance away from the restaurant. Despite the distance, the younger sister's sharp nose caught the aroma. And of course, her brother smelled it too. Linte introduced herself. I'm Linte. I heard you were hiring for the farm. Can we apply? And I'm Matt. They handed over a dirty and torn piece of paper. Ellison's eyes widened. We threw that paper away a long time ago. Where did you find it? Linte blushed, stammering. The two stood still. Ellison laughed. We were planning to make a new ad to hire more people. Let's eat first, and then we'll talk. The cooking class began, and Ellison said he'd prepare something hot since it was cold outside. Beef was fried with butter, while in another pan, chopped garlic, onion, and mushrooms were sautéed. Once they started to change color, he added tomato sauce, seasonings, and beer to the meat, cooking them all together. The aroma rose, and Ellison remarked, "No need for MSG. This is natural MSG." But he still added a little bit. After cooking for a while, the braised beef was ready. Linte took a bite and was amazed. "Here's the meat." Ellison told the siblings that he had made a lot, so they shouldn't worry and should eat their fill. Linte and Matt readily agreed. The tender meat and rich sauce were noticeable, and the warmth spread through the body with each bite, bringing a happy blush to their faces. It feels like this is the best food I've ever eaten. Thank you so much, Linte said. Allison saw they were hungry, so he told them to eat slowly. Also, you said you wanted to work on the farm, right? Is there a special reason you want to work here? He took the opportunity to interview them. Linte's face was full of determination. Yes, we love animals, and besides that, I don't know anything else. But my sister and I are very resilient and don't give up easily. You're spirited but lacking a bit. Allison called Elena over to check. He's telling the truth about their resilience, but they're hiding an important fact. The siblings' faces turned pale. Linte clenched his bandaged wrist tightly. Allison smiled coldly. I'm sorry, can I take a look at your wrist? Linte gritted his teeth and removed the bandage. Both siblings had fresh red marks on their wrists. Ment appeared immediately. Those are handcuff marks. Are you criminals? Allison asked sharply. Matt wanted to explain but was loudly stopped by Linte. He bowed his head. I'm sorry for hiding the truth. But please believe me, we mean no harm, and I understand that we've asked too much of you. After saying this, Linte got up and left immediately. Matt wanted to hold him back, but his brother rushed out of the restaurant. What are you doing? They seem like good people. At least we should explain the misunderstanding. Linte wrapped the cuff marks on his wrist again and told Matt that, regardless of the reason, a criminal is still a criminal, and he didn't want to talk about what happened. Matt was saddened and had tears in his eyes. Linte patted his sister's head. However, I don't regret my actions. Don't you regret not finishing the food? Well, would it be embarrassing if I said yes? But we couldn't finish the food in that atmosphere. In the evening, the whole village dispersed after finishing their meals. Allison was washing dishes, and Rurin stood beside him, asking, so the interview didn't go well? They have their own issues. But if they won't explain, there's nothing I can do. You should also think about how that will make Miltine and Mr. Ment feel. Rurin acknowledged that finding good subordinates was very difficult. Allison thought they needed to make a new ad. Looking up at the kitchen shelf, he noticed that the restaurant had run out of seasonings again, probably because of the recent influx of customers. He still used the old trick of buying supplies from the modern world. After summoning, Allison grimaced with dizziness. Is it exhaustion? Summoning is the only magic that leaves you this exhausted. Rurin said. This spell should have been impossible because I haven't absorbed the Dragon King's heart yet. Suddenly Allison felt strange, and he swayed, making Rurin worried. Allison was panting, his eyes hollowed. This feels different than usual. I can't absorb any more mana. Hey, what's wrong? Rurin asked anxiously. Allison collapsed to the ground, unconscious. If I had known this would happen, I would have listened to you. His blurred vision gradually cleared, and Rurin, with tears in her eyes, called Allison. His face was red as if he had been roasted, and he was sweating profusely. Are you okay? This little dragon really is something. Looking and not realizing what's wrong and still asking, Allison replied, I'm fine, don't worry, it's just that I'm out of mana. Out of mana? You're a level 9 mage. Allison comforted her. I just need to rest. And I'll recover. Just stay calm. Is there anything I can do to help? Just let me know, and I'll take care of you today. Rurin declared boldly, surprising even the exhausted Allison. He smiled happily. Can you help me with something? Rurin put on an apron, looking at the familiar cooking ingredients. I did offer to help. But why did he make me cook? Rurin complained. This is worse than being caught by those dragons. She wondered, what do you expect of me? Maybe he's so feverish that he doesn't know what he's doing, trusting a reckless creature like her to cook. Let's hope our main character survives this meal, folks. Meanwhile, Linte and Matt were wandering in the cold night. No matter how hard we try to find a job, people in the city won't hire us because we're ex-convicts. That's why we went to the restaurant on the outskirts. How will we survive this winter? Being in prison is warmer. Linte and Matt were struggling with a difficult life. They no longer cared about others, only finding ways to survive. This made them scavenge for food in the trash or even steal food. We've become actual criminals, Linte said, while rummaging for food in the trash. They found the restaurant's flyer. Linte noticed a stray cat meowing and felt a pang of compassion. He seemed to really love animals. Let's search the trash more carefully. Suddenly, a fat nobleman appeared with his men. Are you sure Linte and Matt got out of prison today? Yes, I'm sure. Find them right away. When Linte saw the fat nobleman, he went mad, his face filled with hatred. Matt also remembered him well. Rotunda, the overseer of the construction site. I didn't expect he would still be looking for us. Linte gritted his teeth in anger. Unable to endure it anymore, he never stopped his wrongdoings. He stood up, but Matt held him back. Brother, we have to be patient. This time it won't be just 2 years. 2 years ago, in a room, there were inappropriate sounds. The fat Rotunda had pinned a woman against the wall. Ignoring her crying, he laughed indecently. Does it make sense to kick me out while the construction site is operating? He reached out to caress her cheek. Think of your husband, he's working hard without getting paid. It must be tough. The woman bit her lip. Not saying a word, Rotunda continued, I'm more of a man than you think. Don't worry. At that moment, outside the door, Linte and Matt rushed in, urgently calling for him. They were both bleeding. The scaffolding in Area 3 collapsed, injuring many people. We need medical attention. Hearing about Area 3, the crying woman in Rotunda's grasp ran away. He couldn't stop her in time, so he vented his anger on Linte and Matt. These idiots, they didn't help at all but caused this mess. His face, when angry, looked like a deformed piece of fat. We followed the plan, but the scaffolding suddenly collapsed. He muttered, then turned and had someone restrain Linte. What are you trying to say? That I'm embezzling the construction funds? Rotunda kicked Linte hard in the chest, beating him continuously. I even take in orphans and give them jobs. You'll be fired, and the damages from the accident will be deducted from your wages. Converted into debt, Matt saw her brother getting beaten so badly. She cried and begged, I'm sorry, Lord Rotunda, please forgive us. The lecherous fat man, having just lost his prey, then set his sights on Matt. He smirked, lifting her face. It seems you have another way to make money. Many nobles have strange tastes. What do you think? Linte flew into a rage upon seeing his sister insulted. He broke free in Rantada's astonishment. Linte charged at him, landing a punch straight to the fat man's face, making his nose bleed and knocking out a few teeth. The fat man was beaten to tears. Rotunda's 2 henchmen rushed to stop Linte but couldn't. Linte fought fiercely, taking on all 3 alone. After the fight, Linte and Matt went hand in hand to prison. In prison, Linte was always fighting with other inmates and getting injured. Matt held his brother's hand, trembling. I don't want to see you like this anymore. Linte thought about it too. If he ended up in prison again, how would he ever get married? So he admitted that he had been too impulsive and gave up on the idea of dealing with Rotunda. Before they catch us, we should run away. Meanwhile, Rotunda was grinding his teeth. Those bastards think that after 2 years in prison, it's all over? Find them for me now. The henchman with the headscarf hesitated. Lord Rotunda, you know Lord Dedran was transferred to the capital. Making a big fuss won't help. What did you just say? Rotunda swung his arm, slapping the henchman in the face. Do you think I won't do anything without someone backing me up? The henchman, with a scarf on his head, felt the sting of the blow but only dared glare at him. Rotunda continued to grumble. If I don't intervene, then... At that moment, he spotted Elena. Ma'am, what are you doing here at night? He sneered, immediately rushing towards Elena. Ellison took out the gem. He understood why he couldn't accumulate mana. It was due to the side effects of this gem. Sitting on the ground, he tried to absorb energy from the gem. He struggled to crawl back to his bed, thinking that he shouldn't have absorbed the gem. Rurin was busy in the kitchen, preparing food for Ellison. She worried about him, knowing he was exhausted but unsure how to help. Meanwhile, Elena had been captured by the henchmen. She was frightened and begged for mercy. Rotunda stroked his chin, assessing. Elves are always so beautiful. I visited the clinic a few times, do you remember me? He patted Elena on the shoulder and licked his lips. If you answer well, you can go. If not, I'm really looking forward to it. Do you know where Linte and Matt are? Elena froze upon hearing those names. Didn't they just come to Ellison's restaurant to apply for a job? But she couldn't say that. Elena silently chanted a spell and then shouted, "I won't tell you." A blinding light burst out, temporarily blinding those bastards. Elena used that brief opportunity to escape. Rotunda gritted his teeth. "Elena, how dare a lowly creature like you try to escape?" Elena turned back to see his hand very close. How can he be so fast despite being fat? At that moment, Linte intervened again. Just like last time, he aimed a punch right at Rotunda, sending the fat man flying like a sandbag. Linte couldn't hold back any longer, gritting his teeth in anger. Matt didn't blame her brother, instead grabbing a stick to fight back, saying with a smile, "It's okay, brother, I'm glad you did that. Now we can live peacefully through the winter." Elena, still kneeling on the ground, trembling, asked, "Why are you two here? Leave here, this bastard came looking for us." Matt answered, turning around. Linte clenched his fist tightly and said angrily, "This trash is really going after people unrelated to us? Let me remind you of the story from 2 years ago." But Rotunda, still on the ground, calmly took out a whistle, blew it, then sat up calmly and said, "Hee hee, you want to talk about 2 years ago? Huh?" Matt and Linte's faces were filled with fear as they heard the whistle. He continued, "You think I came here unprepared? You're about to die. Damn it, this bastard." As soon as he finished speaking, footsteps could be heard, and a bunch of handsome, scarred young men approached. "Oh God, our client is in trouble. Are these the people you want us to take care of?" asked Roman Horde, the gang leader in Grake. The scene changed, and someone was knocking on Rain and Noel's door in the middle of the night. Rain got up groggily. "I think someone's knocking." Who could it be?" Rain opened the door and asked, "Who is it?" "Who else but our little dragon Rurin." Rurin stammered apologetically, "I'm sorry, this is the closest place where I can smell it. Can you show me where the clinic is?" Back at the unfortunate siblings, Linte was being brutally beaten by Grake's thugs. He was trying his best to resist, but Roman Horde's overwhelming strength was undeniable. Meanwhile, Linte swung a stick from behind Horde, saying, "How dare you?" But Roman easily caught the stick with one hand, looking uninterested. "This is no joke," then tightened his grip around Matt's neck and threw her to his men. Rotunda, his face bruised, said, "Hee hee, don't think of Roman as an ordinary person. He's an experienced mercenary." Roman asked, "Should we continue torturing them?" Rotunda yelled, "Don't touch him, he's still useful. And don't lose track of that elf girl." Roman mumbled, "So that's his preference." At this moment, Linte tried to grab Roman's leg and said, "Let the others go." "This bastard." Roman angrily kicked Linte away. "I think I have to break your wrist." Matt, seeing her brother, shouted through tears, "No," but she was being held tightly by a thug and couldn't escape. On the other side, Elena was threatened with a knife by another thug. "You'd better stay quiet. At least let me treat their injuries," she said fearfully. Linte continued to be tortured, thinking to himself, "Did I do wrong? Should I have just walked away and pretended nothing happened? Plug my ears and cover my eyes? Maybe I should run to another village as if nothing happened. No, I have endured that bastard since 2 years ago. But Linte endured the torture, gritting his teeth and clenching his fists in helplessness. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. "Found you. Oh, Rurin, I've never seen her appear. And I feel like an angel has just arrived." Not using teleportation while deep in the forest was the right decision. "Who would have thought I'd find you myself? Elf girl, we need your abilities." Everyone was still confused as to why a kid had just run up and started babbling. Elena, tears streaming down her face, trembling, said, Rurin, I really want to help. But, Rurin looked around. Based on the current situation, should I take care of all of them? Roman felt immense pressure, and his instinct told him to remain silent and bow his head to survive. Trembling, he told his henchman, "Release her." Matt immediately cried out, "Brother!" Elena quickly used her magic to heal Linte. The fat Rotunda was still confused about what was happening. "What are you guys doing? Why are you just standing there? Get that elf girl over here." Where are they? Of course, they had run away. Staying to fight a dragon was like willingly jumping into its belly. They were smart. I'll catch you myself and sell you. He reached out to grab Rurin, but she used a gravity spell, and Rotonda's arm instantly twisted and shattered. He screamed in pain, echoing through the forest, as those around watched in fear. My arm, my arm. Huh, how can trash like you even speak human language? Rurin said to Elena, are you done? I've taken care of everything. Let's go. It seemed they had a more urgent matter to attend to. Back at the restaurant, Elena used all her energy to heal Ellison. You won't have any issues with daily activities, she said, panting. She thought to herself, how strong is he really? I've used up all my mana. Rurin, tears streaming down her face, threw herself into Ellison's arms. Elle, are you okay? Still tired, Elle said. Thank you for saving my life. Elena. Rurin looked at Elena, stood up, and blushed. Your name is Elena, right? Thank you for helping. Everyone around was shocked. What? Rurin is thanking someone? Rurin yelled. What's with your expressions? She got angry. Forget it, I was just considering it. Ellison and Elena said, it's just surprising. Then, Elle turned to the door. When are you two coming out? Matt and Linte, hiding outside, came in and said, you knew we were here? We just wanted to thank her for saving us. What do you mean? Didn't you two save Elena? That construction supervisor. His name is Rotonda, right? Was it him? No. Rotonda initially came here for us. We caused trouble for unrelated people. Ellison comforted them, saying Rotonda was already notorious, and asked why they didn't tell him the truth when they first arrived. Linte cautiously replied, if it had been 2 years ago, I would have done so. I don't want to lie about my sins. Elle smiled, took out a gold coin, and said, do you two not have a place to sleep tonight? If not, this will be useful. Linte and Matt stared in amazement at the gold coin in Ellison's hand, realizing it could cover their expenses for months. Why did you choose to give this to us? What do you mean? Because from tomorrow, both of you will be working on my farm. The two were stunned. But you know we're criminals. Ellison exhaled lightly and calmly said, we pay our people, and we know who to criticize. I think there will be no problem. Ellison thought differently beside him. I'm about to have new subordinates. Linte and Matt were shocked, and they knelt down and shouted, I will serve you for life. I will also follow you for life. Just call me the manager. These two siblings are smart, they know how to choose their master. If they didn't, with their personality, dying on the streets was a sure thing. So everything ended peacefully on a calm moonlit night. Once again, from today, we will assist with the work at the farm here. Today is the first day Linte and Matt started working at the farm that Ellison, our great mage, built. Linte spoke up. We are delighted to work with the seniors. Seniors, that's right, I'm a senior now. Miltine laughed happily and said, I'm also glad to work with you too. Linte seemed unsure, while Mr. Ment looked at the two with a scrutinizing gaze. It was Manager Ellison's decision, so I have no objections. But I don't fully trust you two yet. Yes. The siblings stood stiffly, responding nervously. Mr. Ment continued, however, if it were me, I would definitely beat that Rotonda guy black and blue. Mr. Ment then guided Linte and Matt in their tasks, starting by showing them how to stack hay for the cows. Hopefully, they will work diligently on the farm. At the same time, the magic orb of the Dragon King was glowing. Ellison was holding the orb and thought, my mana is about to recover. There probably won't be any side effects when using magic anymore. Now I remember, there's only a few days left. I wonder if what I requested has arrived. This time, huh? Our little dragon was looking out the door with a strange look. Ellison was quite surprised, wondering what she was thinking. What are you doing? Observing. Customers? Ellison asked again. I see many strangers. Wow, this girl is paying attention to other beings? What's going on? Last time, she even thanked Elena. What's been happening to her lately? She's not acting normal at all. Rurin was still attentively watching the customers enjoying their meals in the restaurant. The women seemed happy, adorned with shiny jewelry. Rurin wondered, why do human women wear so many shiny things? Well, maybe because they look pretty. Ellison replied, don't dragonfolk also fill their caves with jewels and trinkets? Rurin responded, I don't know much about that. But my mother's cave didn't have such things. Ellison asked, have you ever wanted to receive things like that? Meanwhile, Benin was planning something else. He was gifting Meal a beautiful necklace. And they both seemed very happy. Watching that, Rurin felt uneasy. I don't know. Just then, the restaurant door opened, and a new customer entered. Oh, it's Ellison's silly disciple. The young man was holding a scroll as he entered, shouting, Master, great news. This morning, we caught Rotunda lying in the hospital. He confessed to all his crimes. Tax evasion, harassment, human trafficking, assault. He's been charged with so many crimes. He will never see the light of day again. Ellison replied, he's worse than I thought. His closest associates betrayed him along with the information about him. It turns out the one backing Rotunda was Count Dedran. Although Count Dedran has been captured, Rotunda kept acting recklessly without considering his position. It's surprising that not all of Count Dedran's accomplices were in the castle. Catching one brings more. Diran sighed. Ellison placed a hamburger in front of Diran. But you're still doing great. Do you have free time 3 days from now? Oh, if it's an invitation from you, I'll arrange it right away. Ellison whispered something in Diran's ear. What are these two planning? Diran shouted with joy. Awesome, I'm in. Both of them grinned. And one night, then another, and another passed. 3 days later, Geltzer, the dwarf leader, sat pensively. Ellison, you came right on time. On the other side, Ellison slowly sat down in the dark. Geltzer spoke first. What I want to say is. But Ellison waved his hand. Present the items first. I've completed them. Very good. Ellison looked into the bag with a sly grin. Meanwhile, Geltzer continued. I've gathered everything. Nothing is missing. But what is going on? It was just a bag full of sausages and beer. The other dwarfs were gathering around, cheerfully eating sausages and drinking beer. Geltzer asked, is this much theatrics necessary? Elle said. I just wanted to try it out. It would be great if everyone could join. But since the project is in its final stages, I understand. Tonight was a night full of shimmering moonlight and stars over the city of Grake. Noel and Rain, a married couple, were heading to a restaurant. This is the first time we've received an invitation like this. Rain replied, yes, but I'm really excited about it. Linte was talking to Miltine. Can we join too? Of course. The boss said all the employees at the farm should participate as well. Oh, what is little Matt doing with that cow? Is she planning to become a Spanish bullfighter? Scene changed to the restaurant. Wow, a very elegant platter was placed on the table. Is it European cuisine today? Rurin asked. What's this? Elle turned around. Oh, you don't know what today is? Then he turned to all the guests in the restaurant. Everyone, I'm so glad you all could make it. To show our appreciation, we've prepared a little event. Rurin was surprised. Oh, a restaurant event? Elle continued. The name of the game is, What's in Your Mouth? The rules are very simple. Put on a blindfold. Taste the food, and guess what it is. Anyone who guesses correctly will receive a prize. And the first participant is Miss Miltine. Me first? Miltine put on the blindfold and got ready for the game. Is this even edible? Elle said. Everything here is edible. It just depends on how you perceive it. Here's the food. Miltine, sweating nervously, opened her mouth to receive the unknown food. The atmosphere around her grew darker. This thing is hot and soft. What is it? I've never encountered anything like this. There's something slimy inside. She suddenly felt shocked and immediately spat everything out. Meanwhile, Elle was laughing heartily. Miss Miltine is out. What you just ate is called a marshmallow. It's made of sugar and is something you won't find anywhere around here. Because it comes from a very faraway place. Elle thought to himself. Miltine screamed. How could I guess that? Even after eating it, I couldn't tell what it was. At this moment, Mr. Ment unexpectedly grabbed the food and popped it into his mouth, saying, but it's really delicious. Miltine, crying while eating, said, "The blindfold scared me so much I couldn't taste its sweetness." Next up was Mr. Knoll, who seemed very confident with the encouragement of his wife, Rain. But just a second later, Knoll was spitting fire out of his mouth. Whoa, so spicy. Oh god, our main guy is quite the trickster, making Mr. Knoll eat nothing but chili peppers. And of course, Mr. Knoll was out, while Mrs. Rain angrily shoved piece after piece of chili into her mouth and yelled at her husband. "It's not that spicy, why couldn't you eat it?" But the truth is, Mr. Knoll can't handle spicy food at all, so it's understandable that he couldn't eat it. Elle continued, "This is fun, isn't it? I'm wondering if anyone can guess correctly." Next up is Miss Rurin. Rurin was startled. "Do I have to participate too?" "Of course. Isn't it obvious? And no magic is allowed." Then Elle pushed Rurin into a chair and put the blindfold on her. Rurin panicked. "What? What are you going to make me eat?" Elle replied, "This is a game, just try to guess." Then he fed Rurin a spoonful of food. "What is he giving me? Why is this happening? I'll try to guess correctly using my dragonkin senses. First, it has a softness. This is bread and I can taste the cream I had at a recent party. The bread has many layers and it's sweet. Plus the freshness I'm sensing definitely means it has fruit inside. I know what this is. This is cake. It's cake. How about that? My senses." She joyfully shouted and took off the blindfold, just as fireworks went off. And everyone around her yelled, "Happy birthday." Elle smiled in front of Rurin. "That's right. It's a birthday cake. Happy birthday, Rurin." Oh, our dragon lady was stunned with emotion. All 500 brothers, take out pen and paper. Learn how to flirt with girls. Rurin was still in shock. Everyone around was cheerful and began to celebrate Rurin's birthday with joy and fireworks. Our dragon Loli was still staring at the cake in front of her, her eyes wide like two tennis balls. "Is today really my birthday?" Ellison laughed loudly and said, "I thought you wouldn't remember your birthday. Until I mentioned we had an event today. But you still didn't remember anything." He continued to laugh while Rurin blushed, lowering her head to look at the cake. The once fierce dragon girl now appeared gentle and fragile, tapping her fingers together. Rurin shyly whispered, So you prepared all this for me? Thank you." Ellison turned to Elena, the village elf doctor, and whispered, "Wow, Rurin just said thank you." Everyone seemed very surprised but happy. However, the next situation was not as everyone imagined. Rurin suddenly shouted, "Don't think I'll say thank you. You punks." Everyone around was startled. Perhaps there were too many people here, so she was too embarrassed to say what she really thought. 500 years old, number 800 years old. A nearly 800-year-old dragon in the form of a child is still a child. Ellison laughed loudly, breaking Rurin's awkward mood. "But because you answered the question correctly, I have a special gift for you." He pulled out a small, beautiful box from his pocket, his eyes sparkling, carefully opening the box. Inside was a magical stone earring that glittered like a shooting star, with a beautifully crafted dragon insignia. "I think it will suit you." Rurin was so surprised that her mouth dropped open. Her big round eyes sparkled like crystals. This, you made it for me?" Her voice trembled. Ellison nodded, smiling. "Actually, I had the talented dwarves make it. They worked day and night, forgetting to eat and sleep, but not forgetting to drink, to create this piece." He leaned in and whispered in Rurin's ear, "How they made it doesn't matter. What matters is that I didn't forget your birthday." With a small magic spell, Ellison gently put the earring on Rurin. "There, it's okay. Just a little pinch." Rurin looked at herself in the mirror, her eyes shining. "It's beautiful," she whispered, her face blushing. Editor comments, "See, giving gifts like this makes any girl swoon." Now, 300 guys watching the video, take notes. Giving gifts isn't enough. You have to know how to surprise them so they'll give you their heart. Words must be accompanied by actions. Love starts from a girl's stomach and unexpected gifts while eating. Remember that. Okay, back to the story. Rurin was still blushing shyly, turning away, gently touching the earring and whispering, "It's really beautiful. I'll wear it forever." She recalled moments of seeing Benin give a necklace to his lover in the restaurant. They looked so happy, and she wanted to feel that way too. And now, it had come true. Rurin smiled happily like any girl in love. It's beautiful. Elle laughed loudly and continued the party program. Let's move on to the next player. Lady Rain, the kind woman, one of the best in the village, put on a blindfold, excitedly trying to guess the food prepared for her. It tastes a bit crunchy, but at that moment, Noel, the muscular butcher and Rain's husband, stammered, "Huck huck, but that's a worm." As soon as Rain heard that, she spat out all the food in her mouth. Ellison laughed loudly. Disqualified. What Rain ate was just crispy fried shrimp. So this time, Noel got a strong smack on the head from Rain's powerful arm. Unfortunately, it wasn't her legendary frying pan, or we would have had another spectacular scene. "You made me fail," Rain growled. Noel whimpered. Hoo. I just didn't want to be the only one disqualified." Meanwhile, Linte became the next participant in this challenge. Trying to guess but not knowing what the food was. "I don't know what it is either, folks." The author deliberately drew the dish looking purple, emitting black smoke, looking indescribably disgusting, while Linte was trying to guess what it was. Matt stood beside cheering for his brother. "You can do it," but in the end, Linte had to give up because he couldn't guess what it was. Disqualified. The correct answer is grilled wuba meat. Linte was disqualified for not guessing correctly. He said, "I can't do this. I really can't guess." Our dragon Loli suddenly emitted a terrifying aura as if she was about to kill someone, making Linte and Matt scared to death. "Why can't you?" It's hard to understand why she was so angry. Maybe she saw that this guy had eaten a lot of wuba meat from the restaurant but couldn't guess. While he was an employee there, eating these dishes regularly, maybe that's it. But anyway, this angry scene is quite unreasonable. Folks, let's temporarily skip this because Rurin's temperament has been unusual from the beginning of the story until now. The party continued in a joyful and happy atmosphere. The cake was cut and shared with everyone. Perhaps this was the happiest party Rurin had ever had in her life. Finally, when all the food was gone, the party ended. The moonlight shone on the starry night sky. When everyone had returned to their sweet homes, only Rurin was lying on the table, probably because she was too full. Ellison spoke up. "This is probably the last birthday before you enter the coming-of-age ceremony, right?" Rurin nodded, holding the earring with great affection. But suddenly, Ellison looked out the window. Noticing the snowflakes signaling the start of winter, he exclaimed, "Snow, let's go outside and see." Rurin immediately jumped up, excitedly saying, "Wow, snow?" Ellison quickly made 2 hot cups of cocoa and brought them to the legendary table outside. The two of them drank hot cocoa while enjoying the slight chill of an early winter day. Rurin suddenly asked Ellison, "It's only been a year since we came here, right?" With a slightly somber face, he replied, "Only a year? A year might be too short for dragons like you. But for humans, it's different." "Why is it different?" "You ate the Dragon King's heart, didn't you?" Rurin wondered. Ellison closed his eyes, smiling lightly, and said, "No one can be sure if it prolongs life because I'm the first to eat it. Moreover, I didn't eat the entire Dragon King's heart." At that moment, a shooting star flashed across the sky. Looking up, Rurin exclaimed, "A shooting star." Elle smiles. "Oh, why don't you make a wish on your birthday? It's your birthday today." "I will wish." She wished silently. "I wish I could stay with you for a long time." Meanwhile, Ellison, sitting next to her, smiled and said, "What are you wishing for?" "If I could, I would wish for something similar." This made Rurin so happy that she couldn't stop smiling. "I won't tell you. You can wish for what you want on your birthday. But today is my birthday." The strongest wizard on the continent. A black dragon with latent energy that could become a new dragon king. A strange couple continued to enjoy a beautiful and romantic snowy night of their own. The scene shifts to a new land, where floating mountains and majestic castles drift in the cloudy sky, surrounded by flying dragons, the territory of the Black Dragon clan. At this moment, hurried footsteps accompanied by curses word. A young man burst through the giant door, shouting, "Uncle, what's the matter?" "Niece," an ancient but majestic voice echoed. "What brings you here?" Niece shouted, "Uncle, how long do you plan to let that human be arrogant? Is our promise to a human really that important?" "Yes. Let me introduce you to a supporting character of a supporting character, who has just appeared in our story. Black Dragon Knees. He looks quite handsome, doesn't he?" Editor comments. If he were in another story, this face could probably make him the main character. Continuing with our story, sitting on the throne is Black Dragon Dehegma, one of the lords of the Black Dragon clan, old and powerful. He slowly looked down at Knees and asked in a commanding voice, "All because of Rurin, right?" Knees, slightly startled, replied, "That's right. If you wanted that girl so much, you should have treated her well when she was here. You bullied her not long ago. But now that she's grown, you feel ashamed to let her go?" Dehegma asked again. Knees bit his lip. "This is not for my personal benefit but concerns the existence of the entire Black Dragon clan. Most of our clan's women, especially young fertile dragonesses, died in the last war. Moreover, we can't say how long this brief period of peace will last. We can't wait for a promise." Dehegma, still sitting on his throne, looked down and said, "So what exactly are you trying to say? Do you want me to order Rurin to be brought back here?" Knees almost transformed into his true form, his blue eyes glowing, pupils turning into dragon eyes, muscles on his face becoming prominent. And he roared, "If you allow it." Dehegma sighed, "Calm down. He's someone you can't deal with. It would be better if he doesn't kill you. You won't understand that until you face him yourself." However, the young dragon still couldn't accept this truth. Indeed, a young dragon who has never seen the world is no different from a worm, eager to fight, yet unaware of its own strength. He gritted his teeth and thought, "A human can't have such great power." Dehegma continued, "Besides, breaking a vow would damage the honor of the dragon clan, and I can't accept that. Moreover, Lord Metadonna won't forgive such reckless actions from you. After all, she is his niece." It seemed Knees had calmed down, so he cautiously said, "If you say so." But he added in a strained voice, "All right then, as long as there's a valid reason, right?" Realizing something, Dehegma slowly said, It seems you already have an idea, don't you? Fine, a vow can't bind me forever. But if something goes wrong, I will deny that we had this conversation today. Do you understand that?" he emphasized. Hearing this, Knees became more confident, placed his hand on his chest, bowed, and smirked as he left, saying, "Of course, uncle, and in the end, we will be the saviors, not the usurpers." The scene shifts to a snowy, windy land, Mount Melioric in the North Pole. At this moment, our two familiar figures appear with snow covering their heads. Rurin asked, "Hey, why did you bring us here to find what?" Ellison excitedly said, "Mushrooms." "Mushrooms? Why did we have to come all the way here just for that?" Rurin was surprised. Ellison explained, "These are not ordinary mushrooms. These are super rare mushrooms. I heard about this at our restaurant when customers were chatting while eating. They said that in the northern land of the pole, someone found a rare mushroom. This mushroom was found by a Wooba pig digging it up from the ground. It had never been seen before. And of course, the owner of the Wooba took the mushroom to another place to have it checked and exchanged it for a mountain of money." The customer continued, "I wouldn't have to worry about anything anymore if I had one of those mushrooms. Just one mushroom could be exchanged for a huge amount of money. A lot of gold coins." Back to Ellison, who was now deep in thought. A mushroom found by Wooba pigs digging down into a hole in the ground. Ah, such a rare mushroom that has never been found before. This can only be a truffle. It must be a truffle. This is a special mushroom or something similar to truffles in the modern world. To explain further for those following this video who don't know, I'll introduce you a bit about truffles. Truffles are an edible type of mushroom. But unlike other mushrooms, truffles don't grow on the ground but deep underground, usually parasitizing the roots of oak trees. This mushroom is highly valued in French, Italian, Greek, and Spanish cuisine. The 18th century French gastronome Briot Savarin called truffles the diamonds of the kitchen. Usually, you can only find and enjoy this mushroom in luxurious fine dining restaurants. In 2019, mid-range truffles cost around $150 per kilogram, while premium ones could go up to $7,000 per kilogram. For more special types, at specialized auctions, this number can be pushed very high, sometimes up to hundreds of thousands of dollars for a kilogram of top-quality truffles. The high value of truffles is determined by two factors: their rarity and the flavor they bring. Back to the story. Our two main characters are standing on a cliff looking down into the valley. Rurin asked, "So how can we find that thing?" Elle confidently said, "This mushroom has a very strong scent, but it's hard to find because it lies deep underground." "But it's okay, Rurin, because you have the particularly strong senses of a dragon. That's enough." While Ellison was excitedly talking, Rurin pointed at herself and asked, "Oh, so you're planning to use me again? But what does that thing smell like?" At this moment, realizing something, Ellison scratched his head and said, "Well, it smells like truffles, I think." It seems our powerful but silly main character has realized an important problem: to find truffles. We need to know their scent. To know their scent, we need to have truffles. To have truffles, we need to have seen or smelled truffles. This creates an endless loop. Realizing the harsh truth, Ellison collapsed to the ground and mumbled, "Should I summon truffle oil from the modern world? But what if its scent doesn't match the mushrooms here?" Frustrated, Rurin looked at Ellison and said, "You idiot." Suddenly, a terrible scream echoed from the valley. Rurin and Ellison turned to look. It was a group of orcs fully armed, surrounding and killing a beast that looked like a gorilla but covered in white fur. Its head resembled a cat, and its tail was also a cat's tail. It was probably some kind of feline beast in this world. The cat-like creature, once trembling in fear amidst the horde of orcs, had now become more resilient. Its eyes gleamed with an unwavering determination. Immediately, both sides charged into battle, tension erupting. The confrontation became fierce, with blood and mud mingling. The first orc that lunged was torn apart by the cat's sharp claws. But it carelessly allowed another orc to slash its thigh, causing it to collapse to the ground, just when it seemed its fate was sealed by the brutal orcs. A voice suddenly rang out, cutting through the battle. "Stop!" A magical circle appeared out of nowhere, enveloping the entire battlefield, and the cold voice continued, "You all may have your reasons to fight, but this place is not your battlefield." The Grand Wizard had finally spoken. The orcs turned around in shock, seeing Rurin with eyes blazing, the aura of a dragon radiating powerfully, scaring them so much they dropped their weapons and fled in panic, much to the surprise of the soft white cat. As the orcs retreated completely, Ellison spoke up. "They didn't seem to run away after seeing me." "Did they?" Rurin, still calm as if nothing had happened, replied with folded arms. "You need to be more serious." As the conversation continued, the giant shadow of the cat suddenly stood up, roared, and leapt into the air, shielding everyone. Its eyes glowed fiercely, while Ellison was still looking up in surprise. The cat suddenly knelt down. "Oh, this scene looks familiar. Where have I seen it before? Ah, right. Yes. Just like when the young Baron of Grake wanted to take Elle as his master." Ellison turned to Rurin and asked, "What's it saying?" Rurin replied, "It's thanking you for saving its family. I think it wants to repay our kindness." Hearing this, the cat's eyes lit up again, as if confirming Rurin's words. Ellison sighed, sweat dripping. "What now? Repay me?" And so, the odd couple ventured into the cat's cave, where adorable kittens were playing together. "Oh God, they look unbearably cute. I want to raise one too. Do they eat a lot?" Elle seemed to have figured out why the orcs attacked, but the cat didn't run away. It turned out, it was protecting its kittens. This clearly explained its actions. This was definitely a mother cat. And no mother would abandon her children to flee. Even though Elle understood that, he still wondered and asked Rurin, getting back to the main point, "So, what exactly do you want to get from it?" Rurin simply replied, "Nothing at all. It can help us find what we want." This species has an excellent sense of smell, and there's a rather strange scent here. At that moment, the cat excitedly brought over a pile of pitch-black items, astonishing both Elle and Rurin. Rurin quickly pulled her scarf over her nose and shouted, "That's it. That's the smell. What is this?" "This isn't treasure," Ellison cheerfully responded. "You're wrong. This is exactly the treasure we need to find." The scene shifted to a ruined area, where a voice echoed, "Knees. What's happening on the surface? Why did you call us here?" 3 new dragonkin appeared: Black Dragon Darba, Black Dragon Nekwu, and Black Dragon Hoven. Nisa's eyes were filled with anger, as if he was contemplating something. After a moment, he replied, "I want to bring Rurin back to the sanctuary." Hoven asked in surprise, "What? Rurin?" Darba added, "But..." Meanwhile, Nekwu laughed and asked, "Are you still looking for a mate?" Rurin's appearance is worth considering. But isn't Rurin with that human wizard named Elle? I think they're in the city of Grake. Hearing this, Nis gritted his teeth and shouted, "I don't like that. We're keeping a vow we made to a human." Moreover, Rurin's overly confident attitude back then. Nis's aura flared up in his anger, clearly indicating he had some past issues with Rurin. He continued, "I just received permission from Lord Dehegma. He said we can attack him if we have a justification." Nekwu then seriously asked, "So what's your plan? And how do you intend to handle it?" Darba added, "This is a tough issue. Directly attacking humans is forbidden by the treaty. Isn't it? The only exception allowed is if he kills one of our kind first." Nekwu returned with a smiling face and said, "Does this make sense? Even if he's the strongest Archmage, he's still just a human and can't harm our dragons. This treaty is just to protect him from us. Right?" Nis seriously replied, "No, there's a chance he might do that." Darba asked in surprise, "What? Really?" Finally, Hoven spoke up, "Is the news about the battle true?" Amidst the tension, a sudden voice startled all the black dragons. "If that's the issue, I think I can help you." The black dragons turned to look at the cage holding a creature with red hair, a magical lock around its neck. One of the black dragons asked skeptically, "What do you mean? How could someone like you help us?" The one in the cage shouted, "Don't be foolish. Listen to me first. I know a red dragon." The person speaking is Red Dragon, Gerd, none other than the ex-boyfriend of the red dragon Serena. Currently, Serena has taken over the dwarven territory, transforming it into her lair. The red dragon Gerd continued, "She lives near the city of Grake. You can use her for your plan." He continued, "She lives near the city of Grake. You can use her for your plan." The scene shifted to the odd couple, Ellison and Rurin. At this moment, Ellison joyfully exclaimed, "This is it. These are the truffles we've been looking for." Rurin asked in surprise, "They're called truffles?" Their cat seemed to sigh, but was actually very excited because these people really liked the gift it had found. Ellison continued to explain, "Yes. These are the mushrooms they eat. They grow deep in the soil of this region and are nurtured here. It seems only these cats can find them." However, Rurin seemed uninterested, grabbed a truffle, and threw it away, saying, "Whatever, but they smell awful. We should throw them all away." Ellison and the cat were both shocked, exclaiming, "Do you know how expensive these are?" Ellison began to think, if this cat could find enough truffles to make them its main food source. Realizing its importance, he made a decision. "Rurin, translate everything I say and convey it to the cat. I want to say, thank you for repaying me. I can't just stand here after receiving this wonderful gift. I propose you become the guardian of the dragon lair. What do you think about leaving this dangerous land for a more peaceful village?" Rurin, while translating for the cat, turned to Ellison in surprise and thought, "What is this silly guy planning now?" Suddenly, she shouted, "Wait, what did you say? You want to recruit it?" Ellison confirmed, "Yes, a guardian is necessary for the dragon lair." The cat, though surprised, couldn't hide its joy. However, its surprise was greater than its joy. Rurin looked at Ellison and reluctantly agreed, despite being baffled by his strange thinking. "Okay. I don't know why you said that, but everything will be fine." Hearing this, The cat happily knelt down to thank the two of them, while the two kittens continued to play innocently. But at that moment, Rurin's shout rang out again. But isn't the lair supposed to be just for you and me? Editor comments. Clearly, Rurin's possessiveness towards Ellison hasn't changed. She always wants to be by Ellison's side. Just Ellison, no one else. The scene shifted to the domain of the red dragon Serena. Serena sat on her tiny throne, her face full of contemplation. She was recalling the conversation with Ellison and Rurin that had happened earlier. It was all just an illusion I created. Are you satisfied now? You scoundrels. If you're not happy, just take everything. It's truly painful for me. Serena felt the pain of her domain, where there were only a few silver coins and the treasure was too meager. Ellison, feeling confused, tried to comfort her. We didn't know about illusion magic. Sorry for the lack of treasures here. But Rurin was different. Oh, a wonderful lair. It looks even better now. Serena couldn't contain her anger. She provocatively asked, "How wonderful is your lair?" Rurin's answer shocked Serena even more. "I don't have one. I'm building it." Serena screamed. You don't have a lair? How dare you look down on me like that?" Rurin ignored her, turned around, hugged Ellison's arm, and pulled him away. With a disdainful look, Rurin said, "I have a restaurant with Ellison. Though it's not as big as your lair. I've never been disappointed with it." Rurin laughed gleefully and turned away, as if teasing Serena's feelings. She happily hugged Ellison's arm and left, while Ellison felt embarrassed by Rurin's actions. Editor comments. Ellison blushing because a girl hugged him on the street. Isn't that a bit unreasonable? Living together, sleeping in the same bed, and yet he's embarrassed like this. It seems the author described this part a bit unrealistically. Narrator comments. The author just wanted to emphasize the happiness of Ellison and Rurin in front of Serena, to make their feelings clearer. Moreover, this will also affect Serena's emotions later. Back to Serena. She muttered to herself. Should I ever meet that human again? Then I'll at least be able to kill some time. She continued to fiddle with the crown lying on the ground, her face full of sadness and loneliness. A deep loneliness enveloped her, like a thick fog. As a dragon without a lover, without friends, she sat quietly on her tiny throne, in a dark and cold space. Around her were only a few silver coins and a frightening silence, blending into a dull picture. Is being alone lonely? Certainly, why wouldn't it be? But it seems I've gotten used to it. Loneliness isn't frightening. What's frightening is when someone suddenly realizes that they are lonely. She gnawed at the deep loneliness in her soul, as if facing an endless void, where every silence became more painful than ever. But at that moment, sensing something unusual, she immediately snapped awake. There are some intruders coming here. Seemingly recognizing who was approaching, Serena continued to sit on her small throne, crossing her left leg over her right, folding her arms arrogantly, and shouted, "So, what do you want to say to me? If you wanted to come, why didn't you come sooner? Instead of after a whole month like this?" Serena's anger increased as her ex-boyfriend, who had left her for over a month, now returned with a face full of sorrow. "Serena, long time no see." But his words only made Serena angrier. Her aura flared up violently, and she angrily crushed the armrest of her chair. He continued, with a sincere expression, "I have something to tell you. I realize that I only love you. I want to start over with you." His words made Serena pause. But her anger only grew. Her dragon form began to appear, her fangs lengthening, and she roared. "When did that thought come to you? You left without a word of explanation. You're no different from those who attacked villages, women, and children." Serena fully transformed into a large and mighty red dragon. She continued, "You didn't come here alone, did you?" Caught off guard, he laughed coldly and replied, "As always. Your assessment skills are still sharp." Before he could finish, the ceiling of the domain echoed with loud explosions. Large holes appeared due to magic, and 3 black dragons appeared, ready to unleash their magic. Gjord shouted, "Now is the time. Everyone attack." Powerful purple magic beams shot down from above, striking the body of the red dragon Serena. She looked up in panic at her injured wings, then bent down to the ground, shouting, You bastards, don't you know about the treaty? Are you sure you can handle the consequences of this? However, the 3 black dragons ignored her words. The scoundrel Gjerd, standing to the side, was casting a control spell on Serena. A magical collar had locked tightly around her neck. He continued. Everyone here knows exactly what you're talking about. Serena, furious, tried to muster her strength to break the magical collar around her neck. She shouted, Gjerd, how dare you use such cowardly magic on me? No one noticed that Nis was focusing his magical power into a point right in front of his chest. Behind Serena, by the time Serena sensed it and turned around, it was too late. Nis had attacked her with a powerful blow. Magical light enveloped the area, and no one knew what was happening. The scene shifted to Rurin's happy domain, where Elder Geltzer of the dwarf clan was sweating and asking in surprise, So, you just said that this creature will be the guardian of the domain? The white cat and its 2 kittens were happily playing, their faces rosy and eyes sparkling, while Ellison laughed and said, Yes. They're called Roruns. Ellison's eyes were full of satisfaction as he continued, They used to live in a very cold place. So make sure their room is always kept at a low temperature. While the big cat Rorun was conversing with Elder Gart, Rurin, sweating, stood next to Ellison and said, We brought them here for these mushrooms. Right? So what do we do with these truffles now? Ellison laughed and said, It's a very interesting job. These mushrooms have a very strong aroma. They can change the flavor of any dish they're added to, turning them into completely different delicious dishes. Rurin still seemed surprised by Ellison's words, which was understandable since she had never eaten these mushrooms before. Ellison continued, Aren't you curious about the customers' reactions when we serve these new dishes? The wonderful dishes with new flavors were brought to the diners' tables. And unsurprisingly, everyone enjoyed them in amazement. Wow, this is really delicious. Is this a mushroom? I've never tasted anything like this before. Oh, this flavor? Everyone kept eating, saying, It's really too delicious. Of course, truffles. In real life, truffles are a luxury food, and ordinary people rarely have the chance to know about them, let alone eat them. I bet most of you watching this video have never tried truffles. And not everyone has heard of them either. Oh, maybe some of you already know about them because in the previous episode, I introduced truffles to you. At this moment, the regular customers of the Archmage's restaurant were still in a state of surprise, shock, and amazement. These words perfectly fit the current situation. This dish was truly too different, too attractive, and the flavor was impeccable. However, there was one person who didn't participate in any conversation, just focused on eating, and that was Noel, the burly butcher, strong as an ox, big as a bear, our legendary, wife-fearing man. He was eating voraciously, as was his daily habit. His way of enjoying food hadn't changed at all. Ellison stood observing, seemingly regretting seeing everyone's reactions. He thought to himself, maybe I shouldn't put these dishes on the daily menu. Editor comments, Exactly, genius, this is a luxury dish. And you put it on the daily menu? Who can afford that? In real life, eating just a slice of truffle costs a fortune. Back to the story in the restaurant. Ellison watched Elena and Rurin arguing until they were sweating, and thought, maybe truffles should only be served to special customers. Elena, with sparkling eyes, completely losing her usual noble elf beauty, turned to Rurin and asked, Do you have any more of these wonderful things? Do you have any left? Rurin snapped back, Go back to the regular menu. Back to the daily dishes. Putting aside the cheerful story in the restaurant, let's return to the desolate scene in Serena's domain. I didn't realize she could use teleportation magic at the last moment. Nis looked at the spinning magic circle in the air in front of him. A teleportation magic circle being destroyed by another type of magic. This was the trace left by the magic. The other black dragons were whispering about the magic that had just been cast. Its rapid speed made them think she had prepared in advance to escape if there was an incident in the domain. At this moment, the scoundrel Gjerd shouted, trying to justify his mistake of letting Serena escape. It wasn't here before, he stammered, but it seemed Nis didn't care about his words. You don't need to worry, Nis said coldly. I've placed a tracking spell around this domain. The tracking magic indicates that she has moved to the city of Grake. Nekwu, one of the black dragons, immediately asked, "So what do we do now?" Nis smirked and replied, "That spell only leads to Grake. But it seems we don't need to go there ourselves." He turned to stare at Gjerd and asked, "Are you sure that dragon has fled and won't find any help?" "Right?" Gjerd, panicking, quickly replied, "I'm sure she can't teleport to the castle. Serena has always been a lone dragon. I only came to see her because I felt the need to apologize to her." Nekwu, with a contemptuous look, was about to speak, but Nis interrupted, "Enough. Nekwu, I don't like standing in one place smelling the stench of a scoundrel like this. We need to make Ellison fail." He turned to Gjerd and continued, "If that happens, I'll turn a blind eye to what you've done. Get lost." Gjerd, seemingly about to flee, was caught and awkwardly said, Okay, I'll be right back." Nis continued, "Even though she escaped, the amount of blood she lost can't be recovered. That red dragon will surely die. And Ellison will be seen as the one who killed the red dragon. A perfect evidence." Back to the peaceful plains of Grake. A serene place in the city. Tonight, the sky was full of brilliant stars. The restaurant was still lit. And a voice echoed, "Why don't you sell the remaining truffles? Everyone loves them." Suddenly realizing something, Rurin turned her head. Both Rurin and Ellison looked towards the restaurant door, where a voice rang out, "Is this the restaurant? You underestimate my domain, but your place seems a bit shabby, doesn't it?" Serena, with her graceful, splendid, and majestic beauty, gently stroked her fiery red hair and stepped into the restaurant. She pulled out a chair and slowly sat down at a table. Ellison, surprised, said, "You're the red dragon from the mountain, right?" Rurin, angry, said, "What the heck are you doing here?" Serena calmly replied, "Oh, this is a restaurant, and of course, I'm here to eat. Hurry up and bring me something to eat. I'm quite busy, can't you see?" Ellison asked again, quickly. Serena confirmed, "Of course." Very quickly. With his skill, Ellison quickly prepared a grilled meat dish, placed it on a plate, and brought it to Serena. "I've prepared a few dishes, and this is the quickest one I can make for you. But of course, I still don't know if it suits your taste." Serena, with the noble demeanor of a high-born dragon, gently picked up the fork and said, "It looks delicious." Meanwhile, Rurin, not as patient as Serena, slammed her beer mug down on the table, the sound echoing throughout the restaurant. She angrily said, "Whatever. But answer why you're here." Serena, not bothered by Rurin's attitude, replied disdainfully, "Your service is really terrible. By the way, you're wearing an earring I've never seen before." This comment immediately made Rurin happy. She proudly lifted her head, gently pushed the earring forward, and said, "As you can see, Ellison gave it to me as a gift." Serena, while eating and thinking, slowly said, "The food here is really delicious. I've never tasted anything like this before. It's truly wonderful." But then, Serena added a provocative comment, "That earring you're wearing looks good. Just like Ellison." Rurin screamed, "You're just jealous of me. Do you want to die?" Ellison had to hold Rurin tightly, pulling her back. "Calm down. Calm down." How could she calm down? The lowly dragon always screamed whenever someone touched Ellison, like poking a hornet's nest. "Dare to touch my husband, I'll fight you to the death." Rurin continued to shout, "You'll never understand how I feel wearing something like this." At this moment, fatigue began to show clearly on Serena's face. Her eyes gradually lost their vibrancy, becoming dark and dull. She sighed, her voice weak. "You're absolutely right. Although I don't have much time left. The food here is really delicious. It's perfectly fitting for my last meal." Both Rurin and Ellison were stunned, surprised by Serena's words. "What? Last meal?" they both asked in shock. Serena tried to stay calm, but sweat began to pour out, her hands trembling as she held the fork to stab the food. "You know, I never knew what it felt like to be sincere with someone. I always wanted to truly love. Does love exist, or is it just a moment of emotion? Because of that, I dated countless dragons, elves, even humans. As I told you before, no dragon understands humans better than I do. Serena continued, her trembling hand preparing to snap her fingers to cast some kind of spell. Her voice grew weaker, but thinking back now, all those things were just a waste of time. Really, I always dated because I felt too lonely. Tears slowly welled up on Serena's face. Her eyes filled with tears. I did those things because I didn't want to be alone. I didn't want to be by myself. And in the end, I was betrayed by one of my own kind, forced to flee with nowhere to escape. As she spoke, magical beams suddenly burst from Serena's back, revealing the wounds she had suffered in the previous battle. It seemed that all this time, Serena had been using illusion magic to hide her worsening condition. Realizing something was wrong, Ellison shouted, "Wait, what's with the wounds on your back?" Serena continued to speak, even as her body slowly collapsed. Should I have these strange hobbies? There are so many things out there I could accomplish instead of always searching for love. Yes, I could. Cooking is a hobby. Serena fell from her chair, collapsing in a pool of blood. Her lifeless eyes seemed to no longer perceive anything. Ellison and Rurin were horrified. "Hey, wake up," Rurin shouted. Rurin spoke seriously. "Her wounds are too deep. I can see her bones. Even as a dragon, she can't heal such a wound. She will die soon," Ellison added, his voice full of doubt. She hid the wounds with illusion magic. Who could have done this to her? At that moment, outside the restaurant, a teleportation magic circle appeared, signaling the arrival of uninvited guests. A voice shouted from outside, "Grand Mage Ellison, you are surrounded. How dare you kill a red dragon of our clan?" Inside, Rurin spoke tensely, "There are many people outside." Ellison nodded, replying, "Yes, I can sense that too. And they are all dragons. Their timing is too precise. Too coincidental with what's happening." Ellison's face returned to its usual cold and calm demeanor. "Rurin. This red dragon said she was betrayed before she passed out. Maybe she knows something important. We must save her. Take her to Elena." Rurin immediately created a teleportation magic circle and replied, "All right. I remembered her location from our last meeting. What about you?" Ellison donned his legendary magical cloak, his face cold and determined like the great war mage he was. "I have to welcome these guests first." "Wow, that's so cool. Pretty awesome, right? Looks like these dragons are done for. Of all people to mess with, they chose the strongest in the world." The restaurant door slowly opened, and of course, our Grand Mage appeared, but not as everyone expected. Ellison stepped out with an indescribably goofy expression, smiling gently. "All these important people have visited my restaurant. Why'd I have such an honor?" But responding to Ellison's goofy face were threatening voices, along with magic ready in the hands of the red dragon Vaint. A magic circle was immediately summoned to track the traces of their kin. The light from Vaint's magic spread everywhere, and immediately, a corresponding light emitted from inside Ellison's restaurant. It was the trace of blood. The blood that Serena left when she collapsed. Ellison, still keeping his goofy face, spoke up, "Why don't we discuss this over a few cups of tea?" The red dragons outside could no longer keep their composure. They shouted angrily, You scoundrel, I'll kill you, Ellison." In their rage, all the red dragons reverted to their true forms, revealing their gigantic and powerful bodies. They cast powerful magic, ready to attack, but it seemed that the Grand Mage Ellison didn't care at all. He just sighed and gently kicked the restaurant door, causing it to slowly close, before coldly saying, "It seems this is your choice." Scene shift to a forest near Ellison's restaurant, where 4 black dragons are gathered, chatting. Nis starts the discussion. "From here, I can feel a strong fluctuation of mana. It seems he's better at fighting than I thought." Darba continues, sounding surprised. "I never expected the red dragons to use this situation to attack Ellison. By the way, what's his name again?" Nis replies calmly, "Vaint. He's one of the young rising leaders of the Red Dragon clan. This plan fits his nature perfectly, reckless, impulsive, and eager for victory. These red dragons always try to project an image of unity to the outside world. but they lack concern for each individual in the clan. On the other hand, they crave fame and attention from those around them. So, when a member of the clan is attacked, they don't hesitate to retaliate, regardless of the consequences. A bunch of fools. Back at the restaurant where Ellison is facing off against the red dragons, Vaint has fully transformed into a dragon. With a challenging roar, he spits out a blazing red fireball. Roaring, "You dare mess with a red dragon?" The fireball blazes towards Ellison, but our Grand Wizard is unfazed. With a gentle gesture, he raises his hand, creating a blue magic circle in front of him. All of Vaint's fire magic is sucked into this circle, slowly shrinking before shooting into the sky, creating a thunderous explosion right in front of the restaurant. The booming explosion shakes the entire area, a testament to the Grand Wizard's power and composure. At this moment, Ellison isn't worried about the red dragons or other lesser creatures. What he fears is the battle destroying the restaurant he painstakingly built. Ellison raises his hand to the sky, preparing a spell, and says, "We will fight elsewhere. You don't want to harm innocent people, do you, Vaint?" Vaint, hearing this, transforms into a half-human, half-dragon form and agrees. Both quickly teleport out of the restaurant area. Scene shifts to Alina's house, the village doctor, who is studying healing magic, when suddenly a bright light bursts in the middle of the room. She turns around, startled, to see Rurin appear from a magic teleportation circle, holding a severely injured Serena. As soon as he steps out of the circle, Rurin urgently shouts, "Elena, come here now." Elena, startled, turns her head and exclaims in surprise, Rurin?" Rurin places Serena on the examination table, his voice full of worry. "Elena, can you save her?" Elena looks at Serena, stammering, This is a dragon?" Her hands tremble involuntarily, although she is knowledgeable in medicine. Treating a dragon, a legendary and powerful creature, is something she never imagined. Despite her fear, Elena bravely stepped forward, beginning to use her healing magic. "All right, first I need to stop the bleeding." Her hands began to emit a gentle blue light. The beams of light spread from her hands, weaving into every cell of Serena, trying to hold onto the fragile life that was slipping away. While Elena battled death in the small room, elsewhere, a life-or-death battle was about to erupt. Ellison had teleported everyone to a desolate land. Vaint spoke with a challenging tone. "This place is perfect for your grave, Ellison quietly observed, his mind swirling with thoughts. They believed he had killed a red dragon, and that seemed to be taken for granted. But something was off. Are they really the masterminds? Or just puppets controlled by someone else? If it's the latter, I can still talk to them. Everyone, please calm down. The blood in my restaurant is..." Ellison began. But before he could finish, Vaint angrily interrupted him. "You bastard, do you think you can fool me? That's clearly red dragon blood." Vaint roared. Ellison calmly replied, "I never denied that. Yes, it's red dragon blood. Indeed, a red dragon came to my restaurant. But she was already injured, and I didn't harm her. In fact, at that time, I was trying to save her." Vaint, startled, shouted, "She's still alive? We must see her immediately." Ellison gently stroked his chin, calmly saying, "I'm afraid you won't be able to do that." He spoke, but internally he was pondering some conspiracy simmering behind everything. Could they also be pawns in this plan? Then Ellison continued, "She was severely injured and panicked. Before passing out, she revealed that she was betrayed." Ellison continued, but before he could explain further, a sudden attack from Gjerd, Serena's former lover, lunged at him. With bloodshot eyes and a tear-streaked face, he attacked while shouting with a voice full of hatred. "How long are you going to listen to this deceitful human? He killed Serena. She told me that this bastard tried to drive her out of his territory. And when she refused, he killed her." Ellison quickly reacted, immediately raising a protective shield, still maintaining his calm demeanor, gently replying, "So the red dragon's name is Serena." He thought to himself, "This bastard is definitely one of those who tried to frame me. Could it be that the others are also accomplices or just puppets in someone else's hands?" Gjord's words ignited a blaze of anger in Vaint's eyes. He couldn't hold back any longer. Immediately transforming into a gigantic dragon, his body radiating a terrifying power. Vaint continued to roar, his shouts echoing through the space. "Ellison, how dare you try to escape this with lies? You are a fraud. I've heard enough from my clan. There's nothing left for you to justify. Prepare to die." This time, a flicker of anger began to show on Ellison's face. He looked straight at Gjord, while using his magic to prepare for battle with the dragons in the sky, and spoke coldly. "Is your clan really that important to you? If you truly cared about her, you wouldn't have let her leave your territory in such a condition that she could be severely injured. And more importantly, does Serena know the location of your territory?" Ellison's words were like a dagger to the pride of Vaint and the other dragons. Their anger reached its peak. "Shut up, you bastard, what do you know about dragon laws?" All at once, they unleashed blazing red flames aimed directly at Ellison, but with just a flick of his hand, Ellison instantly created a blue shield, his powerful blue magic blocking all the dragon's fire attacks. Ellison calmly continued, "If you're using his words as an excuse, then don't pretend you care about her." The two powerful magical forces clashed, creating a thunderous explosion. All the dragons' attacks were completely neutralized. The red dragons were stunned, unable to believe their eyes. One of them cried out in panic. "What is this? How can you?" The cowardly traitor Gjord collapsed to the ground, muttering in terror. "This human, why does he have such terrifying magical power?" In the smoky sky from the recent explosion, 4 dark figures emerged with brilliant purple magical shields. Finally, the masterminds, the 4 black dragons, revealed themselves. The side character of the side character, Knees, sneered and said, "How insolent! How dare a mere human attack the dragon clan?" Their appearance and questions shocked everyone around. Red Dragon Vaint turned to Knees, asking in surprise, "Why are your black dragons here?" Knees smirked and replied, "I sensed a strong magical fluctuation here, so I decided to join the battle according to our pact. Didn't I?" At this moment, Ellison stood on the ground, wide-eyed in surprise, looking up at the sky. He muttered in disbelief, "Knees?" It seemed Ellison knew about this side character of the side character. But Knees seemed to realize something. He looked down at Ellison and spoke with contempt. You know me?" Right then, Knees fully transformed into a powerful black dragon, with glowing eyes and a commanding voice. "Humans are ultimately just weak creatures. You must pay for daring to touch what doesn't belong to you. And for not knowing your place." Ellison, still calm, paid no attention to Knees' words. He just sighed, bringing his hand to his mouth in thought. "Perhaps I need to change my plan a bit." In Grake City, at Elena's clinic, at this moment, Elena was gasping for breath, one hand resting on the table, the other trembling and limp. She tried her best, but the blood from Serena's body soaked the bedsheet, dripping onto the floor. Elena, her voice trembling and choked with emotion, said, "I'm sorry, I'm really sorry, I tried my best, but it's too late to save her." Serena, lying on her side on the bed, her eyes open but lifeless, her body pale, Rurin stood beside her, staring intently at Serena, as if deep in thought. Then suddenly, Rurin grabbed Elena's hand and said, "It's not too late." At the same time, Rurin channeled his magic into Elena's body. Elena felt her magic surge, but didn't understand what was happening. Why is this happening? My magic is..." Elena mumbled in confusion, but Rurin quickly interrupted. "Don't worry about the mana you're losing. Keep treating her." Meanwhile, on the battlefield, 3 black dragons were spewing dark purple magic towards Ellison. But Ellison, with his vast experience, placed his hand on the ground, using earth magic to raise stone walls to block all the attacks. Hiding behind the rocks, Ellison thought, "I can't kill them. Everything will get chaotic even if Serena is still alive. But there are too many of them. I can only defend passively. But if I use what I have at hand, I might maintain a balance." Editor comments, "Oh man. At a time like this, you're still sticking to your peace treaty with these riffraff?" Narrator comments, "With ELL's power, these pests would be done with just one strike." But the peace treaty is very important. El isn't afraid for himself. But if war breaks out, many innocent people will die, causing great damage. No one wants war, only madmen do. Back to the battle. Ellison continued to use his magic to block and counterattack. He created small stone blocks and shot them towards the black dragons, injuring many. Knees exclaimed in surprise. Why is he so strong? But too arrogant. Knees kept creating powerful magic in the sky and shouted, "You too, support me." The 3 black dragons combined their powers to create a massive dark purple magic ball in the sky, then launched it towards Ellison. "Try blocking this," Knees challenged. Ellison looked at the magic ball and thought, "Damn, this thing is going to give me a bit of trouble." In the sky, Knees and the other 2 dragons had finished preparing their grand magic. Feeling extremely excited, ready to unleash it on Ellison, he sneered, "This is your end." Just as the 3 dragons were about to launch their grand magic at Ellison, a booming voice echoed across the battlefield. "Stop." All the dragons froze. Ellison looked up at the sky in surprise, where 4 magic teleportation circles slowly appeared. Even though the people hadn't arrived yet, this voice had already made the red dragons tremble. "You fools, do you want to start another war?" The voice belonged to the elder of the Red Dragon clan, Dead Ink, and standing beside him was the elder of the Black Dragon clan, Metadonna. Behind them were 2 other elders from the 2 clans. Metadonna coldly spoke, "You're always at the center of every trouble. Ellison, what do you have to say about this?" Ellison took off his wizard hat and smiled, saying, "Finally, you've arrived. I never thought I'd be happy to see you like this, Elder." At this moment, seeing the dragon elders arrive, Knees quickly transformed into his human form. He placed his hand on his chest in the dragon clan's salute, then bowed. "Greetings, Elder Metadonna." In his mind, Knees thought, "Now, that human must give a satisfactory answer to the elders. This is a perfect opportunity to punish him." Moreover, Rurin is the elder's granddaughter. Her presence will surely make this situation more serious. If it's confirmed that he killed a red dragon, it could lead to a death sentence. Meanwhile, Ellison stood on the ground, looking up at the dragons circling in the sky, then turned to look at Knees. Is that all he thinks about? But I believe Rurin and Elena will save Serena. Scene shift to Elena's clinic. Elena was putting all her strength into stopping Serena's bleeding, but the blood kept flowing. Rurin placed his hands on Elena, channeling mana into her body and said, "Elena, this time is different from before. The amount of mana I'm giving you and the amount you're using can't be cautious like before. We will continue until Serena is saved." Elena, despite her panic, nodded in agreement. Rurin sternly added, "I have a feeling that saving this girl is the only way to protect Ellison. We need a witness, and that's why I've changed my decision. Now, I won't just channel mana to you but will synchronize the entire dragon energy into your body. If you can't control this mana, your body will explode from overload." Elena was stunned, terrified by the horrific prospect. But with the spirit of a dedicated doctor, she clenched her fists and resolutely said, "Do it." Rurin smiled approvingly. "I like you. Be careful." Immediately, a massive surge of mana flooded into Elena's body, shocking her completely. This was the first time Elena experienced such terrifying magical power. She felt as if she was being enveloped in the protective embrace of a dragon. This power was overwhelming compared to what Elena had known. Her body began to crack, her hands becoming dry and cracked like a shattered stone. Rurin shouted, "I can't stop. We must synchronize together. You can't use a bucket to empty the sea. Push all the mana into the healing spell immediately." Elena instantly used all her mana, releasing it outward and channeling it directly into Serena's body. A massive purple-blue magical force spread out, Elena's eyes glowing brightly. The wound on Serena's back gradually closed, and the bleeding stopped. Rurin continued to shout, "Serena, you must wake up. Show us the strength of the dragon's soul." As if hearing Rurin's words, Serena's eyes began to move, and she slowly regained consciousness. Scene shift back to the battlefield. Elder Metadonna coldly spoke, "So, Ellison killed a red dragon named Serena, and you are punishing him, correct?" He turned to the black dragons and continued, "You discovered the red dragons being attacked and helped them according to the dragon pact?" Nis bowed his head and replied, "Yes, Elder." Suddenly, Vaint roared angrily, "Elder, why hesitate? Serena's blood is everywhere. If it were any other person, I wouldn't doubt it, but he is a dragon slayer. A dragon killer." Ellison still stood firm on the ground, calmly saying, "As I said, let's sit down and talk. Perhaps over a cup of tea." But before he could finish, he was interrupted by the bastard Gjerd, who shouted, "I am a witness. He killed Serena. If you don't believe me, we can go to her territory right now to verify." Elder Dehegma, quietly standing behind, stroked his beard thoughtfully. "So this is Nis's plan? If these black dragons joined the battle just to help the red dragons and Serena who was attacked, then even if the charges against Ellison are dropped, the consequences won't negatively affect us." Elder Dedink of the Red Dragon clan spoke calmly but with authority. "Even though Serena's territory is near Grake, that's not a reason to start a war. What do you think, Metadonna?" Metadonna continued, "Ellison, do you have anything to say?" Ellison now smiled foolishly and replied, "Nothing? I have a lot to say." He continued, "First, Gjerd accuses me of killing Serena just because her territory is near Grake. But anyone with war experience knows I would never kill a dragon for that reason. Isn't that right, Dedink?" Elder Dedink nodded thoughtfully. "Yes, that's true." Ellison continued, "The only condition I set in war is not to kill other races. I swore I would never touch anyone who follows this principle, even the red dragons who started the previous war. But killing a dragon just because its territory is near Grake is nonsense." Vaint angrily shouted, "That's just your excuse." But Ellison calmly continued, "Second, these black dragons appeared right when the attack happened. Since when did dragons become so friendly with each other? They arrived immediately, or they knew in advance what would happen." Nis quickly spoke up, "I sensed the mana disturbance and came according to the established pact." Elder Metadonna sternly looked at Ellison, her voice cold. "Is that all you want to say? Are you implying that the red dragons and black dragons set a trap, and you fell into it?" Ellison put on his goofy face, smiled slightly, gave a thumbs up, and said, "Exactly, Elder." Unable to endure any longer, Elder Dedink of the Red Dragon clan unleashed a terrifying surge of mana. Roaring, "I can't let this pass easily. Do you have proof?" Ellison smirked and replied, "Proof? Perhaps it would be better to hear from the person involved in this matter." Right? As soon as he finished speaking, a teleportation portal gradually appeared behind Ellison. Seeing this, Nis suddenly panicked, and the surrounding black dragons were stunned. "What is this? How can this happen?" Even Gjerd, the traitor who loudly accused Serena, stood frozen in place, speechless. The atmosphere was tense. Everyone focused their eyes on Serena, the alluring red dragon in the center of the event. With a seductive figure, she stepped in, her fiery red hair flowing, shining like a flame in the dark. She gently brushed her hair, smiled mysteriously, and said teasingly, "Oh, it seems like I see a lot of familiar faces today. Everyone looks particularly special." The space became strangely quiet. Serena's words left everyone stunned, as if drawn into the vortex of her dangerous allure. Ellison gently turned to Elena, softly praising, "You did it, Elena." But Elena, a shy elf, couldn't keep her composure, her face pale, her eyes wandering in invisible fear. She mumbled in panic, "Dragon nobles, dragons, dragon nobles. 1, 2, how many?" She began to count, her voice breaking. 1, 2, 3. Meanwhile, Rurin turned to Ellison and said, "I tried to use a type of energy transfer magic called synchronization. Because ordinary healing spells couldn't heal Serena's wounds." The atmosphere gradually changed as Rurin's eyes turned to the sky, a flash of alertness in her gaze. She noticed the appearance of Nis, a minor character of a minor character, an old enemy. His face was pale, fear evident in every feature. Ellison bent down, whispering seriously and coldly into Rurin's ear, "You see him too, right? Wait a moment, I have a plan." Ellison continued with a calm demeanor, waving to Serena in a friendly manner. Serena, are you okay? Serena turned back, a bright smile on her face. Of course. Very okay. You all did very well. But, before we talk, how do you know my name? Before Serena could get an answer, a punch came out of nowhere, knocking her down, a large bump forming on her head. She looked up, eyes brimming with tears. Why did you hit me? Ellison stood there, his fist still clenched, smiling coldly. Why? Don't you recognize this situation? Thanks for bringing trouble to my restaurant. Splattering blood everywhere. Cleaning up isn't easy. Now, quickly explain. Serena, eyes still teary from the pain, then casually pointed to those standing in the distance. All right, those guys. 4 black dragons and that bastard Gjerd. Where did he run off to? Of course he ran. Standing here is just asking to die. So he'll definitely sneak away as fast as he can. Serena continued, her voice becoming more serious. All 5 of them broke into my territory. Ambushed me. Then, this black dragon and an elf treated me. They are the ones who saved my life. Not enemies. The 2 great elders of the 2 clans behind broke out in cold sweat. Observing the situation with dark eyes, Serena turned back to Ellison, asking softly, is that enough? Ellison stroked his chin, thinking for a moment, then nodded. All right. Rurin standing beside didn't forget to remind. You should praise and thank me more. Suddenly, a shout came from afar. Ellison. The red dragon Vaint swooped down from above, eyes blazing as he stared at Ellison. He knelt before Ellison, shouting, I'm sorry, I did terrible things to you. I accept any punishment you give me. Ellison looked down at Vaint, his face showing boredom. Your apology is as quick as when you attack others. Huh? All right, fine, but for those liars, that's a different story. The black dragons roared. Elder. We were just following orders. Metadonna, one of the elders, roared in anger. Silence. The only thing I want to hear now is not excuses. Tell me why you dared to do this when you knew it would break the pact. Knees, standing quietly in the distance, cold sweat pouring down his face, eyes full of panic, he gasped, his mind in turmoil. Clearly, this wound can't be healed. The internal organs are all burned. No. The problem isn't just there. We've spent too much time trying to kill this wizard. Why is everything ending like this? Fear took over Nisa's mind, his eyes becoming increasingly crazed. He's a human with terrifying power, and Rurin too. This is too much for an ordinary human. In a fit of rage, Nis hissed, claws extending, channeling all his magic into his hands. Then shooting straight at Ellison. Know your place. Inferior human. A massive energy beam shot straight at Ellison, exploding in a blinding light, engulfing the entire scene. Everything seemed to drown in light. No one could know what was happening. In the blinding light of the attack, Ellison only had time to push Rurin aside and take the full force of Nisa's powerful magic on his back. Pain spread throughout his body, and Nis couldn't hide his satisfaction as he saw Ellison collapse, leaving a pool of blood. Rurin, panicked, looked at the scene in front of her and screamed. Why did you push me aside? Your blood is flowing. This can't be happening. Everyone around was stunned. Elena, terrified and shocked, looked at the fallen Grand Mage, trembling, not knowing what to do. Meanwhile, the red dragon Vaint roared. Nis, attacking from behind? Do you have any honor left? Do you think everything you do can fix your mistakes? Nis screamed, madly. I am the only one trying to save the Dragon Clan. Why do we have to follow the terms of the pact so foolishly? That's why the Lord can't be born. Can't stop creatures with great power. Vaint looked at him, eyes wide, not believing what he was hearing. What? Nis continued, with madness. Look at this human. He can't counter our attacks. If left alone, he will become a threat to our Dragon Clan in the future. The 2 great elders of the Dragon Clan listened, their eyes full of apprehension but unable to hide their disdain. They thought Nis was just an arrogant kid who didn't understand. If Grand Mage Ellison was really that easy to defeat, the elders would have dealt with him long ago during the war, without needing a kid like Nis to do such unnecessary things. Back to Elena. She was trying to use healing magic to save Ellison. She turned to Rurin and said, "Miss Rurin, why not synchronize magic with me again?" But then Elena noticed something unusual. Rurin, with tears streaming down, mumbled, "Ellison, wake up. The territory will be completed soon. Without you." The little dragon girl trembled in pain. Nothing more painful than seeing the one she loved fall before her eyes. Nis continued to laugh, his eyes full of satisfaction. He looked at Rurin and mumbled, "That's right, Rurin, this is the face you should have." He turned to Elena, with a contemptuous look. "Elf, everything you do is useless. Even though he has powerful magic like a dragon, he is still just a human. There's no way he can survive this attack." The hot red dragon Serena spoke up. "Do you really think so? You love to attack from behind. Just like you did to me. And you, Rurin, are you stupid? I know you're shocked, but don't you see something unusual?" Serena continued, "His magic is still strong. Don't you realize it's being amplified?" As Serena said, around Ellison, white magic light radiated, enveloping his body. A hand gently wiped the tear from Rurin's face. Ellison, with a warm voice, said, "Don't cry anymore." Immediately, a terrifying surge of magic exploded from within Ellison, making the surrounding area glow brightly. Everyone was surprised, not understanding what was happening. Elder Metadonna, sweating coldly, mumbled, "This energy source, this is the ancient dragon stone. Our grand mage has returned. And stronger than ever." Narrator comments, "That's right. I've also found this quite unreasonable. The strongest person on the continent can't be defeated by just one blow from a small dragon like that. Remember, Ellison is the one who defeated and absorbed the heart of the Dragon Lord." Ellison stood there, holding the ancient dragon stone, focusing his magic into it. He said sincerely, "In fact, I took a gamble." As the ancient dragon stone glowed and was absorbed into his body, a pair of magical blue dragon wings sprouted from his back. Our grand mage, already very powerful, now became incredibly mighty. "I was worried you might run away from the fight. But honestly, I thank you for attacking me." "Nis," Ellison said, gently patting Rurin's head. His bright smile left her still in shock. Perhaps her emotions needed time to recover. But let's temporarily skip the detailed description of Rurin's pain or emotions to focus on Nis, the minor character of a minor character. At this moment, Nis was stunned, sweating profusely, not understanding what was happening. He stammered, Why is it like this?" The Grand Mage smiled lightly and replied, "Why, your magic seems just enough to awaken the ancient dragonstone. But honestly, that attack was too weak to kill me instantly." Nis gritted his teeth, beginning to transform into his dragon form. He opened his mouth, concentrating all his energy to launch a massive energy ball. He roared, "Even if I have to use all my mana, I will die with you." But his attempt at mutual destruction seemed impossible. Ellison calmly walked forward, slowly approaching Nis, and gently blocked his magic attack, dissipating it immediately. Ellison said in a calm voice, "Your breath is too weak. You clearly know the terms of the pact, right? According to the rules, attacking other races is prohibited, even for dragons. However, attacks are allowed if it involves protecting one's life." Ellison continued to activate his magic, and numerous magic circles appeared in the sky. Fiery meteor showers rained down from above. Facing the meteor shower, Nis, like a puppy, looked small and weak. He screamed in panic, "Impossible! An ordinary human, a lowly human, can't." But he couldn't escape the terrifying meteor shower. The ground shook, the scene completely destroyed. Only burning rocks remained on the ground. And among the rocks, the tail and wings of a dragon lay buried under the rubble. The other dragons were stunned by the scene. The black dragons whispered, "Asterisk. He killed a dragon. Like killing a worm." The Grand Mage's magical power was truly not to be underestimated. Ellison, with a face that couldn't be more handsome and cool, turned to Rurin and said, "Asterisk. Rurin, let's go home." Our little dragon Loli was still teary-eyed, not knowing what to say. Then she weakly said, "Okay." Immediately, Rurin rushed into Ellison's arms. hugging him tightly as if afraid that if she let go, she would lose him forever. Her tears flowed like uncontrollable streams, mixed with overwhelming joy and happiness. She felt every heartbeat of Ellison through his clothes, and all previous fears and worries seemed to vanish. Despite the surrounding sea of flames and the gazes of onlookers, Rurin didn't care. The world around her became blurry, leaving only the warmth and safety from Ellison. She held him tightly, as if that could last forever, not caring about the chaos and destruction happening around them. Tears streamed down her cheeks, each drop carrying the pain and worries she had silently endured. She sobbed uncontrollably, no longer able to hide her emotions. She was completely immersed in the happiness of knowing that the one she loved, who had faced death, was still here beside her. Ellison, feeling her tension and pain, gently hugged her back, his hand soothing her. This warm and sincere feeling was all Rurin needed at that moment. I hate when you smile at me because you make me crazy about you. I hate when you talk to me because you make me run out of words. I hate you when I see you because you make me love you more. I asked God for a rose and he gave me a garden. I asked God for a drop of water and he gave me an ocean. I asked God for an angel and he gave me you. What is love? Those who don't like it call it responsibility. Those who play with it call it a game. Those who don't have it call it a dream. Those who understand it call it destiny. And me, I call it you. I'll lend you my shoulder for you to cry on, my ears to listen to, my hand for you to hold, my feet to walk with you. But I can't lend you my heart because it already belongs to you. To the world you may be one person, but to one person you may be the world. After that, no one at the scene said another word about the events that had occurred. The Dragon Clan elders handled all the remaining matters of the event. Metadonna of the Black Dragon Clan spoke. Nekwu, Darba, Hoven, you three will be imprisoned in the sanctuary for 3.000 years. After the culprits were punished, Serena, the one who was attacked, probably received the most benefits. Miss Serena's territory has been fully repaired, and here are some treasures to compensate for her territory. I noticed that her territory had very few treasures, probably stolen when they attacked this place. Although these treasures are quite few, I hope they can somewhat replenish her territory. Of course, the one who said this was the hot-headed, foolish but quite righteous Red Dragon Vaint. Serena looked at the pile of treasures filling her territory, her eyes sparkling. Her territory was originally miserably poor, and of course, she wasn't foolish enough to refuse such a windfall. So she immediately shouted, "That's right, they stole all my treasures. Dragons are still dragons, always greedy for treasures." However, Serena suddenly became serious and asked, "Besides, that bastard Gjerd still hasn't been found, right?" Vaint, with a panicked look, explained, "We have formed a team to hunt him down. We will find him soon." Then he clenched his fist and roared, "I promise, when we catch him, we will repay the pain you suffered twice over." Still probably bitter about being tricked last time, Serena sighed, smiling gently. "All right, I also want to see that happen." And so, the great chaotic event at the Grand Mage's restaurant came to an end. Although the event had ended, Rurin still felt very upset. She sulked in the corner of the bed, turning her face away, not wanting to talk to Ellison. The main character, slightly puzzled, asked, "What's wrong, Rurin?" Rurin, still very upset, turned her face inward and shouted, "Everything you did today was so stupid. If knees had been a bit stronger, you could have died before the ancient dragon stone awakened. I thought about the worst thing that could happen to you." Ellison could only stand there, speechless and sweating. He stepped forward, gently hugging Rurin from behind. Despite her crying, Rurin yelled, "What are you doing?" Ellison gently said, "I'm sorry, Rurin, I didn't consider your feelings. I should have explained to you beforehand. The reason I took that risk was because of you." Suddenly, a voice interrupted the romantic scene between the two. "That's enough." Both of them jumped, letting go of each other and turning around. The Grand Elder of the Dragon Clan, Metadonna. This old man really knew how to ruin the moment. The sudden appearance of the Great Elder of the Black Dragon Clan, Metadonna, shattered the sweet atmosphere between Ellison and Rurin. Without a word, Rurin punched him straight in the face, shouting loudly, "What the hell is this? Why are you here?" Metadonna stammered, his face flushed with embarrassment. "But, I'm the elder." Despite being confused by the sudden turn of events, Ellison gently spoke. "Calm down, Rurin, I called him here." Rurin turned sharply, her eyes wide with surprise. "What? It was you?" Metadonna, now regaining his composure, asked in a more serious tone. "All right, what is so important that you had to summon me?" Ellison nodded and replied, "I think you've already guessed. You've witnessed the awakening. We're talking about the matter of the ancient dragon stones." The conversation continued in the restaurant hall. Ellison, youthful but sharp, and Metadonna, old but filled with authority, sat together. Ellison poured a glass of cognac VSOP from a crystal bottle and offered it to Metadonna. The golden liquid gleamed under the light, shimmering like molten gold, emitting a rich and intoxicating aroma. The great elder examined the glass in his hand and asked curiously, "What kind of wine is this?" Ellison, with a hint of pride, replied, "This is one of the rare things I brought back from my journey. Only I could have found it." Metadonna took a sip, his eyes closing as he savored every drop. The taste was pure yet strong, like the first breeze of spring, filling every sense. After a moment, he spoke slowly. "This wine has been aged for a long time, with a deep and refined flavor. About 60 to 75 years. Right?" Ellison stood frozen, speechless at the elder's extraordinary ability to analyze the drink. He really is a monster. Just one taste and he knows everything. Editor comment. It seems the author made a mistake here. Let me explain for those of you who may not be familiar with cognac. Cognac is a type of brandy produced in the Cognac region of France. Distilled from wine created during the fermentation process of grapes. After aging in oak barrels for a period of time, it is bottled and sold worldwide. Here are some indicators of the wine's age. 3 stars, equivalent to VS very special, relatively young wine. Aged 3 to 5 years. VSOP, very superior old pale, aged between 7 and 10 years. Napoleon, aged over 10 years. XO, extra old, quite expensive. Aged over 20 years, high quality. Extra Vale, or Grande Reserve. These are especially rare. Aged over 45 years. So, in the above scene where Metadonna says the wine has been aged for 60 to 75 years and Ellison silently agrees. It doesn't make sense. Since the bottle on the table is only VSOP, maybe the author isn't too knowledgeable about European wines. Personally, I prefer whiskey over cognac. Alright, let's get back to the story at the Grand Mage's restaurant. Meanwhile, Rurin sneakily approached the bottle, her eyes gleaming with curiosity. She gently reached for it, wanting to taste the flavor that Metadonna had just praised. But just as her hand was about to touch the neck of the bottle, a sharp pop sounded, startling her. Ellison, quick as lightning, flicked her head gently, his voice filled with reproach. "No way. The alcohol content of this wine is too high. You'll pass out instantly." Rurin started to cry. "But, fine, just give me beer then." Metadonna sighed softly, releasing a breath of alcohol, and a subtle smile curled on his lips. "Ellison, you always act so recklessly. Don't you? Have you forgotten? We are dragons, after all." Ellison raised an eyebrow. "What did I do wrong?" Metadonna took another sip of wine, speaking as he drank. "Yes, you're still stuck in the mindset after the war. But today, you've caused a big issue, killing Nizi in front of so many witnesses." Rurin angrily retorted. "That was Nizi's fault. If Elle hadn't done it, I would have." Ellison followed up. "As you saw, I almost died." Metadonna smirked. "Don't play innocent. You specifically asked me not to interfere." Caught off guard by the accusation, Ellison was rendered speechless, while Rurin, equally shocked, screamed. "What? You did that?" Metadonna continued. "Absorbing the ancient dragon stones grants overwhelming power. 2 stones will make a dragon dominant over their kind. But as for 3, well, you know, absorbing 3 ancient dragon stones gives one the power to rule over all dragonkind. In the previous war, You already acquired 2 stones from the battle, along with the heart of the Dragon Lord. And this time, I can sense that you have. Ellison erupted with a powerful burst of mana, interrupting the conversation. Yes, I've absorbed the 3rd one. If I were a dragon, I would become the lord of all dragons. Metadonna nodded. Just as I expected. Ellison continued. Are there many more of these ancient stones? Metadonna thought for a moment, then said, normally, no. When a dragon lord is born, the stones disappear, but since a human has absorbed them, no one knows for sure what will happen. Ellison, deep in thought, muttered gravely, someone is trying to resurrect the dragon lord from the dead. Metadonna was startled, breaking into a cold sweat, while Rurin interrupted. Are you talking about those people at the dwarf mines? Ellison nodded. Yes. A group of dragons attacked the place where I found the stone. I need you to investigate this. Metadonna remained calm and responded. Fine, I'll have it investigated right away. But you absorbed the stone in front of so many people. Was it for this reason? Ellison nodded. Exactly. If anyone tries to resurrect the Dragon Lord, they'll have to come to me first. And the ancient dragon marble stone will never be revealed while I'm alive. Rurin stood in stunned silence, her face filled with worry. Meanwhile, Metadonna sighed and raised an eyebrow mockingly. So you're turning yourself into bait again? Still using the same old foolish tricks? Before he could finish his sentence, he received a direct punch to the face from Rurin, followed by a sharp scream. Don't insult Ellison. Metadonna clutched his head, collapsing onto a chair, groaning in pain. After all, I'm still the Grand Elder. Rurin tilted her chin defiantly. So what? Ellison merely chuckled, shaking his head at Metadonna, then said, I'll leave this investigation to you. Grand Elder. The scene shifted to Alina's apothecary, a charming little house with a green roof nestled under an ancient tree, glistening in the morning sunlight. The narrator couldn't help but marvel. What a beautiful home. I'd love to have a place like this, small, cozy, and in harmony with nature. In an age filled with urban noise and pollution, finding such a peaceful place is truly rare. Elena, just back from foraging, held bundles of fresh herbs. Suddenly, a cold voice echoed from behind her. What took you so long? Startled, Elena turned pale and screamed in fear, before falling to the ground. It was Serena, an imposing red dragon, who had appeared without her noticing. Serena sneered. Why are you so jumpy? I like this place, and I'll stay here for a while longer. Still stammering, Elena replied in surprise. But I heard your domain has already been repaired. Serena casually responded. That place is too vast. And I'm still a patient. You can't kick me out. With that, Serena immediately flopped down on the bed, pretending to be a real patient. Elena, flustered, tried to protest, but Serena swiftly grabbed her hand and pulled her onto the bed. If you teach me how to channel mana, I'll help you heal everyone, Serena said confidently. Elena hesitated. But I'm a vegetarian and you might not like this kind of food. Serena interrupted, dismissing her concerns. I can eat at a restaurant, it's not a problem. The scene shifted again to a dark forest. Gerd, Serena's former lover, was running for his life. He panted heavily, his terrified eyes glancing behind him. Where Sydney, a seductive yet deadly red dragon, stood, smoking a pipe. Sydney smirked, asking disdainfully, What should I do with you? She continued, her voice icy. We tasked you with attacking the dwarf mines. But you failed. You couldn't even breach the entrance. Then, you let the black dragons capture you when attacking the human village. You allowed them to exploit your weakness. So, tell me, should I let you live? Gerd, trembling, screamed in desperation. Wait, Ellison has absorbed 3 of the ancient dragon stones. If we capture him, the plan will succeed. Sydney raised an eyebrow in surprise. But without hesitation, she slashed her hand, summoning a blade of wind that cut straight through Gerd's neck. He collapsed, eyes wide with horror, before drawing his last breath. Good information, but not enough to save your life, Sydney said coldly, looking down at Gerd's lifeless body. The story returned to Ellison's restaurant. After the guests had left, Allison and Rurin began cleaning up. Rurin asked, her voice full of concern, "Do you plan to keep running this restaurant like before?" Allison chuckled softly and replied, "I've left the investigation to the Grand Elder. For now, there's nothing else for us to do." Suddenly, a cheerful voice rang out from the door. "I've returned with a gift for you." It was Nellin, a young man working in the mines. Holding a bright, pinkish stone, Allison glanced at the stone and smiled. "Ah, that's rock salt." Nellin was surprised. "Rock salt? Oh, so that's why my elders thought you'd like it." Allison looked at the stone, recalling his distant past as a young, inexperienced recruit. Meanwhile, Rurin curiously picked up a small piece of the rock, popped it into her mouth, and immediately screamed, "Ah, so salty." The scene then transitioned to 15 years ago, when Allison was a timid teenager who had just been transported to this world and forcibly conscripted into the Empire's army during a war with the dragons. As he stepped into the training camp to register, his Korean name was too difficult to pronounce, so the commanding officer changed his name to Ellison, a name that would later become legendary. The officer handed the future Grand Wizard a slip of paper and coldly said, "Take this and head to the next building to collect your basic supplies." When Ellison first joined the military, he felt as though he had been thrown into an entirely foreign world. Everything here overwhelmed him, from the strict orders to the tense atmosphere. Even something as simple as lifting his luggage became an impossible task. He struggled, but the baggage was too heavy, causing the commander to look at him with disappointment while his fellow recruits showed their disdain. In this new environment, all faces were unfamiliar, and orders rang out relentlessly: sleep on time, wake up on time, and under no circumstances make noise. When the door to the sleeping quarters slammed shut, the room was filled with the sobbing of exhausted recruits and the painful groans of the wounded. Ellison lay on his bed, tossing and turning, thinking non-stop, "I wish tomorrow wouldn't come." He pulled the blanket over his head, trying to hide his emotions. Silent tears rolled down his face, but he dared not cry out loud, fearing that even the slightest sound would break the strict discipline. But the most terrifying thing, the thing that scared him more than the ironclad rules or the numerous injuries, was the food. Ellison swallowed hard, staring at the meal in front of him. Seriously, who could eat this? Ellison sat staring blankly at the people around him. Everyone was eating naturally, showing no discomfort with the food in front of them. But in his mind, countless tangled questions popped up. Impossible to understand. What the hell is going on? Is everyone really okay with having just one menu for 2 weeks of training? We have to eat this every day, and no one gets bored? Or, am I the weird one here? As this thought crossed his mind, Ellison suddenly felt uneasy. He began to worry, wondering if he was the only one who found this situation odd. Am I different from them? Am I missing something? These chaotic thoughts kept spinning in his head, refusing to stop. Suddenly, he decided to try a bite. As soon as he put the food in his mouth, Ellison felt his whole body go numb. The taste was so horrible that he collapsed onto the table. He closed his eyes, trying to endure it, but in the end, he couldn't hold it in. This stuff is unbearable, just a pinch of salt. And it could taste so much better. Ellison groaned silently in his mind, feeling both miserable and powerless. He glanced around. There's no way I'm the only one noticing this. In fact, a few other recruits had begun to look uncomfortable, whispering quietly to each other. The food here is really bad. What do you think? Another person responded reluctantly. Yeah, it's not great. But at least it's edible. Ellison sighed. Everyone had the same feeling. But they ate because there was no other choice. However, the atmosphere in the training camp wasn't dampened, and people continued to eat, even though their hearts were full of reluctance. And so the miserable life of a recruit continued. The pains from the training eased after a week or two, as their bodies gradually adapted. By then, Ellison had only one thought: if I want to open a restaurant, I need to learn how to endure these terrible experiences. However, that thought quickly faded as each day he faced 3 dreadful meals. In his mind, Ellison prayed for a way to change his fate, or at least find a source of salt. If only there were a sea nearby, he thought. They would surely make salt. And the food would taste much better. But where was the sea? And did anyone hear the whispers in his mind? Life kept repeating like this. Until one day, the appearance of a new figure sparked hope for change. That morning, a royal level 5 mage named Vane appeared on the training ground. He boldly declared before the recruits, "Today, you will learn offensive magic. I am Vane, a level 5 royal mage. If you can learn, the opportunity to become a magic warrior of the Empire won't be far off." These words left the recruits speechless. Becoming a royal mage was the dream of many. But it was also a great challenge. The gaze of the recruits gradually became more serious. And hope was reignited in their hearts. Vane continued, "The first step is to learn how to sense mana. Close your eyes, focus on your inner senses, so you can recognize the flow of mana around you." He raised a finger, creating a small white light that slowly transformed into a green orb surrounded by magical symbols. This is Ra, the foundation of all magic. The perfection of your magic depends on how well you can control this, Ra. Allison listened attentively. Mana? So this is what I've heard of in the legends. Meanwhile, Vane continued his demonstration, magical circles glowing around him as he transformed them into a blazing red fireball that shot straight at a scarecrow, burning it in an instant. If you can do this, it will be the most basic offensive spell, a fireball. Now, who wants to try first? Vane asked, scanning the recruits with sharp eyes. Everyone began focusing, trying to follow Vane's instructions. But most failed. Vane grew frustrated, thinking, I need to find someone with more potential. Perhaps only special individuals like me can succeed. Maybe that's it. Suddenly, a massive fireball emerged from the crowd, completely destroying the training ground and even collapsing part of a nearby cliff. Everyone was stunned, and the person responsible for the accident was Allison. Vane shouted in disbelief. How did you do that? How did you use such a large amount of mana? Allison stammered, I just followed your instructions. How did you gather such a huge amount of mana? Vane asked again, still in shock. Allison hesitated. Isn't everything around us just mana? Vane was even more astonished. You can see the mana in the air? Unbelievable. The training session quickly ended, and Allison was taken to the training camp's command room. Commander Thorant sat behind his desk, contemplating. This boy has an extremely rare sensitivity to mana. We need to delay sending him to the front lines. Allison should receive advanced magic training immediately. Eavesdropping outside the door, Allison couldn't hide his joy. But that joy quickly faded when Vane appeared with a furious expression. Don't get ahead of yourself. You destroyed the Empire's training ground, and you will restore it with your own money. Perhaps part of Vane wanted to take Allison straight to the battlefield because of his talent. But since that didn't happen, Vane's anger flared. Allison broke into a cold sweat, thinking, level 5 might be high, but his heart is so petty. Memories of the past suddenly flooded Allison's mind, recalling the time at home when he was a child. His mother spoke. Oh, our son has been accepted into the Culinary Science Academy, hasn't he? Young Allison replied shyly, yes. The results were announced just yesterday. His mother beamed. Oh, what a surprise. I'm so proud. No, I think I was just lucky, Allison said, but his mother remained cheerful, saying, it's not luck, it's your talent. I know it. My son is the best cook in the world. The memories kept flowing, but Allison then sat down with a sigh. A simple compliment wouldn't hurt anyone. But today, here, a simple compliment from Vane seemed far too extravagant. Suddenly, he noticed tiny, sparkling yellow stones. These were small fragments that had broken off from the mountain wall, with strange angles and a glittering surface. No way. He brought one up to his mouth to taste, then suddenly shouted, this is rock salt. It's actually rock salt. Allison clenched the piece of rock salt in his hand and stood up with a smile. Wait a minute. What if I use this rock salt in cooking? The next day, at the camp's mess hall, the recruits started receiving their meals. As usual, everything seemed the same, but when they took their first bites, everyone suddenly noticed something different. The flavor has changed. Really? I want another bowl. Me too. Today is truly a great day. Ellison sat to the side, listening to everyone's chatter with immense happiness. He slowly brought his own bowl of soup to his mouth and thought, just a bit of salt can change so much. I'll improve it little by little. At that moment, the commander, who was sitting nearby, spoke to the camp's instructor. Instructor, did we change the chef? Today's meal is really delicious. The instructor replied, the chef hasn't changed, but today's meal is definitely good. Could it be that they added salt? But where would we get salt around here? The commander looked down at the bowl of soup in his hand, lost in thought. From that day forward, Ellison began gradually improving everyone's meals. These guys didn't even wash the potatoes. It's ridiculous, he sighed. While peeling potatoes, Ellison accidentally cut his hand because it was so dark. But even so, his passion for cooking remained undeterred. Eventually, a beautiful golden bowl of potato soup was completed. However, Ellison continued to experiment and create new recipes each night. He tirelessly chopped vegetables, sliced onions, and added seasonings to the camp's meals. A perfect bowl of soup, complete with all the ingredients, sat in Ellison's hands. In that moment, tears streamed down his face. Finally, I've made the dish I've been aiming for. As he cried, Ellison thought, this is it. Do you understand? This is the bare minimum standard for something to be called a meal. Happiness welled up inside him, and Elle smiled with satisfaction. Even though there was no guarantee that the ingredients here would be the same as in his world. This was enough. Ellison was overjoyed as he raised his spoon, ready to taste the first bite of his soup, when suddenly, a voice rang out, Recruit Ellison. Report to the training instructor after you finish your meal. The training camp commander. The Rond unexpectedly appeared behind him with a cold expression, startling Ellison and causing him to break out in a cold sweat. You know the reason, don't you? Ellison, unsure how to respond, could only continue sweating nervously in the tense atmosphere. At the office of the camp commander, the tension was palpable, as if you could feel every bead of sweat rolling down Ellison's face. He sat across from the camp commander, a man renowned for his strictness and icy demeanor. The rumors about him made anyone who encountered him wary. The commander began to speak, his voice deep and as cold as ice. Trainee Ellison, I've heard that you possess special abilities in magic. Is that correct? Ellison tried to remain calm but couldn't help trembling slightly. He responded in a barely audible voice, still shaken by anxiety. Yes. That's true. You know, that's a good thing. The commander continued, his eyes lighting up but offering no warmth. Your magical powers could provide a significant advantage for us in the war. However, he paused, his voice lowering ominously. There are unsettling rumors circulating in the kitchen. The statement hit Ellison like a direct blow, making his heart race faster. He began to feel uneasy. Commander the Rond continued with a scrutinizing gaze, his every word digging deeper into Ellison's growing anxiety. They say someone has been sneaking into the kitchen at odd hours. They're using the kitchen tools to cook. And the frightening part is, if they leave before 5 a.m., we won't be able to catch them. But if they're caught, the punishment will be severe. Each word pierced through Ellison's mind like a sharp blade, causing his sweat to pour even more. He bit his lip, his thoughts spinning wildly, unsure how to respond to the situation. But the commander of the Elven Forest suddenly burst into laughter, though his smile offered no comfort, only adding to the confusion. But that's not the reason I called you here. He said, I wanted to congratulate you on your outstanding performance in the magic training. However, his voice dropped lower, as he extended a scroll to Ellison. Could you destroy this on your way out? Ellison was baffled, still not fully understanding the situation. He stammered, yes. Understood. But as Ellison reached to take the scroll, the commander held it firmly, his cold eyes boring into him. But do you truly understand what I'm saying? Rookie? Remember, if they leave the kitchen before 5 a.m., no one can catch them. Ellison snapped to attention, realizing the hidden message in the commander's words. He quickly left the office with the scroll in hand. His mind swirled with confusion as he headed towards the edge of the forest near the camp. Sitting before a small fire he had just lit, Ellison slowly unrolled the scroll. his head filled with chaotic thoughts, unsure of what he was about to uncover. When the scroll opened, he sighed in relief. The scroll was merely a guide on edible plants in the area. The commander had known everything all along. He was simply giving Ellison a silent permission to continue what he had been doing. From that night onward, Ellison snuck into the kitchen every evening to cook for the camp. With the tacit approval of the commander and the instructors, he began preparing delicious meals for the whole team. Before long, the northern camp became famous far and wide as the place with the best food. Back at the Grand Mage's restaurant, Ellison continued telling Nellie and Rurin about the vegetable soup he had once made for his comrades. With a smile full of nostalgia, he recounted those days. It all started with that salt rock, he said. Nellie, excited, asked, "So now you're cooking those same dishes again? That's amazing." Ellison laughed heartily. Yes. The same flavors, the same recipes, but now with even more cherished memories. However, when the soup was served, it didn't meet Nellie and Rurin's expectations. It's fine, but it's not as good as we thought it would be. At best, it just fills the stomach, they said with disappointed expressions. Ellison tried a spoonful and was immediately taken aback. The flavor of the soup was nowhere near what he remembered. He suddenly realized something. Food isn't just about taste, it's also about the circumstances. Back then, in the training camp, any meal tasted great because we were exhausted and starving. Ellison smiled, understanding that memories and reality often differ. The scene shifted to Alina's clinic, where Serena's screams echoed throughout the house. Food, we need to eat. But Elena wasn't there. Serena slumped over the table, irritated and famished. Suddenly, the door to the clinic swung open. 2 children entered, with the older girl leading her younger brother, who was crying in pain. The older girl spoke, her voice filled with worry. "Excuse me, is Elena here? My little brother fell and he's in a lot of pain." Serena stood up and coldly responded. "Elena's not here." Serena's sharp gaze made the girl a little fearful. But she continued, "I know, but could you help treat my brother?" Serena glanced at the boy's scraped knee and nonchalantly replied, "It's just a small cut. It'll heal on its own. Go home and find some bandages to wrap it up." A while later, Elena returned, surprised to see the 2 children leaving with bright smiles on their faces. Their wounds healed, they thanked Serena, leaving Elena puzzled. Just as she was trying to figure it out, the red-haired woman appeared at the door and shouted, "Why are you just getting here now? I was about to starve to death." Inside, after exchanging a few words, Serena coolly admitted she had used a bit of healing magic on them. But, just this once. Elena was shocked by Serena's kindness. In that moment, the fierce red dragon woman showed a gentle and compassionate side. However, Serena couldn't stand being praised. When Elena called her kind, Serena's face and body turned bright red in embarrassment. She turned away, trying to hide her awkwardness, and shouted angrily, "Don't be ridiculous, I'm not kind at all." Immediately after, the conversation took a more serious turn. Elena explained that she had just returned from the Lord's castle, where someone had fallen into a coma due to a rare toxin that had affected their brain. Serena, hearing this, began to ponder, recalling that there was someone who had extensively studied toxins and brain-related issues. But unfortunately, Serena couldn't remember the person's name, leaving Elena disappointed. Just then, an unusual bird flew in from the elf forest, bringing a letter from Elena's homeland. The letter made her tremble in disbelief as she read it. The elf forest, her home, was in danger of being destroyed by a dragon, and the only solution was for her to become the dragon's bride, to save the forest. Elena, tearful and panicking, didn't know what to do when faced with the reality that she might have to marry a dragon to protect her homeland. Seeing Elena's distress, Serena simply scoffed and sighed in relief. Showing her confidence, she said that this wasn't a big deal, as such threats were common among dragons. The fierce red dragon woman boldly declared that she would help Elena deal with the dragon. Sitting down with an aura of power, Serena, full of fire and resolve, said, "Take me to the elf forest. I'll teach that dragon some manners." The story continues with the peaceful scenery of the elf forest. as the messenger bird flies gracefully through the green leaves, carrying important news from afar. The morning light filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting warm golden rays on the damp earth. Inside a house, the leader of the elf tribe, Neria, sat in deep thought. An elf girl entered, her eyes filled with worry. "Lady Neria, I just received the news. The letter has been safely delivered." Neria exhaled a breath of relief, though a hint of anxiety remained. "We weren't sure if the letter would make it out of the forest. But hearing this news eases my heart." The elf girl stood silently for a moment, then cautiously continued, "But, Lady Neria, were we too reckless in writing such a detailed letter? And Elena, will she really return with the threat of that dragon looming?" Neria frowned, the concern on her face deepening, and she sighed softly, her gaze distant. "Elena will return. She may be timid, but she has a kind heart. However, I'm not sure if she is strong enough to face that dragon." The scene shifts to Grake City. Elena, with her small frame and a confused look on her face, felt slightly shaky as Serena stood before her, visibly furious. Serena's voice boomed like thunder. "Elena, do you not trust me? I tried so hard to look cool and intimidating. Why did you bring them here?" "Them," referred to Ellison and Rurin, who were both standing there. Elle, with a blank expression, remarked, "The restaurant is closed today." Meanwhile, Rurin chimed in, annoyed, "What's your problem with that?" Serena, still fuming, glared at Elena with fiery eyes. The red dragoness's threatening voice continued, "Do you know how much I've endured to protect you? And now you bring along these people?" Elena trembled with fear, her voice barely a whisper. I don't mean to doubt you, Serena, but they're here to help us. I just want to make sure everything is well prepared." Ellison, in a mockingly thoughtful tone, said, "That's right. If Serena goes alone, she might end up with a few holes in her back like last time. And then Elena will have to endure the pain to heal her again." Rurin quipped to Elena, "She's such a nuisance." Serena growled, her fists clenched, but she couldn't deny the truth in their words. Last time, she had been ambushed and severely wounded. Her voice was filled with anger but also a hint of resignation. "Last time, they caught me off guard in numbers." Ellison laughed heartily. "Even so, we should go meet the candidate for Elena's husband." Elena blushed furiously, crying out in embarrassment, "Please stop joking." And so, an odd group of 3 powerful friends and 1 healer set out from the city, heading toward the elf forest. The scene shifts to the forest. The sky had begun to darken, thick clouds covering the horizon, casting a gloomy and heavy atmosphere. In the midst of the ancient elf forest, a massive dragon stood towering on the hill. Its eyes glowed blood red, its entire body covered in tough, gleaming scales that reflected the flashes of distant lightning. It opened its massive jaws and let out a deafening roar that shook the forest. "Surrender now, or all of you will perish." Its roar echoed through the space, and the very ground seemed to tremble. After a long journey, or rather, a flight, the group of 4 finally arrived at the land of the elves. As soon as they landed, Elena, the doctor of the group, spoke up. "I apologize, Ellison, but this land has a mechanism to disable teleportation." Ellison just nodded, not too bothered. He had experienced something similar in the dwarven mines earlier, so this was nothing new. As they were about to go deeper, they were suddenly stopped by a commanding voice. A barrage of arrows from the elf archers aimed straight at them. The leader of the archer group, Lilinia, spoke up. "Who are you, and why dare you invade the elf forest?" Recognizing Lilinia, Elena quickly replied, "Lilinia, lower your bow. It's me, Elena. These people are..." Before she could finish, Lilinia interrupted. "Lady Elena, I don't doubt you, but I still need to confirm the identity of those with you. Who are they and what is their purpose here?" Ellison, noticing the strange light in Lilinia's eyes, something he recognized as the eye of truth, capable of reading people's thoughts and intentions, calmly replied, "I am Ellison, of the human race, here to assist Lady Elena." Lilinia nodded in confirmation, then turned to Serena, the red-haired woman. "Next, you, state your race and purpose." Serena replied indifferently, It's obvious. I'm a dragon. Ellison was startled and quickly tried to interject Serena's introduction. Oh, right. I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Ellison. I live in the city of Grake and manage a small restaurant. If you have the chance, you can come visit. But Lilinia cut in, ignoring his embarrassment. I'm not asking you. I'm asking the red-haired woman. At that moment, an elf archer came up and whispered something in Lilinia's ear. She quickly signaled for the archers to lower their bows. Elena breathed a sigh of relief. While Rurin, the petite but hot-tempered girl, looked annoyed at the elf's attitude. Lilinia said seriously, I apologize. That's our duty. We couldn't immediately recognize that you were special guests of the queen. Please come in. Entering the elf living area, the scene overwhelmed the group. Tall tree houses, sparkling fountains, and breathtaking natural landscapes made everyone gasp. If only there was a space like this today to build a house and run a homestay business. They would surely make a fortune. In the main hall, Queen Nerea welcomed the group, apologizing for the incident at the entrance. After a round of greetings, Ellison, tired of the noble's greeting style, replied briefly and indifferently, It's nothing. Thank you, Princess Nerea. Elena was surprised to learn that Ellison seemed to know Queen Nerea. However, thinking back to what he had shown in the battle with the Black Dragon, she was not surprised. After a few apologies for the incident at the entrance, Nerea turned to Elena. Elena, I know it wasn't easy for you to come here. I'm so sorry for putting such a heavy burden on you. Elena replied shyly, You mean about being the bride, right? At that moment, Serena interjected, her tone nonchalant. About that, who in their right mind would want to marry her? Serena's words startled Nerea. What did you say? Who in their right mind? What if he hears that? Hearing this, Rurin and Serena, the two noble dragons, immediately erupted with a powerful aura around them. They both said in unison, without any restraint, So what? We're dragons, and our job here is to kick that hypocrite's ass to the moon. Nerea was stunned, unable to believe what she had just heard. Excuse me, what? It seemed that Nerea still didn't believe what she had heard. So Ellison spoke up to explain. Oh, about this. I was going to say this too. This is a long story, and yes, they are indeed noble dragons. Hearing this, Nerea was even more horrified, sweat dripping down her face. Her whole body trembled, then she screamed, echoing through the forest. What? The scene shifted to another, darker place. A large claw was scratching on the cliff, accompanied by a growl. You're running out of time. An ugly, fat, yellow dragon was roaring. It seemed that he was threatening to kill the elf people for not fulfilling something of his. And here, let me introduce you to a new supporting character of a supporting character. A dragon with the face of a pig. Eromantium. This dragon had been tributed by the elves for generations. Nerea, the leader of the elves, trembled and continued. About this, well. Rurin, looking annoyed. Such a noble, more like a beggar. Nerea continued. For over 100 years, he refused to accept gifts and tributes. However, recently he has started demanding that I find an elf to be his bride. Nerea, trembling with fear, knelt and recounted the entire incident, saying that she had tried to be the bride herself to protect her tribe. But the dragon rejected her simply because he didn't like her hairstyle. Other elves were also rejected for ridiculous reasons like big ankles, big noses, or big hands. The whole elf village was shocked to hear that even Nerea, the most beautiful queen, had been rejected. There was no other way. She had to ask Elena. This made Elena feel embarrassed and she asked again. What if I get rejected too? Rurin didn't care much, even angrily said. If that guy hurts you, be proud and cheer up. And led me to his lair. Serena, when she heard the name Eromantium, became thoughtful. She suddenly realized something and shouted. That's right, I remember him. He's a dragon who specializes in studying the brains of different races. He could even heal the Lord of Grake Castle. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. The direction of the story had changed. Instead of chasing the dragon away, they switched to a plan to capture him alive. The doors of the Great Hall burst open, and an elf warrior ran in and shouted, "Princess Nuria, Eromantium is coming." Nuria was worried, but still reminded that the dragon was very strange. Although he had asked for tributes for generations, he always avoided other dragons. She thought it would be very difficult to catch him. Hearing that, everyone began to make plans, their faces filled with cunning. A voice rang out, "Then we just need something to attract him. A decoy so he won't pay attention to anything else." Then, everyone looked at Elena with unkind eyes. This made her very panicked. "What's wrong? Everyone calm down. Aren't we here to do the opposite?" Elena said fearfully, seeming to have realized everyone's eyes and thoughts. The scene shifted to the edge of the elf forest, where Eromantium had appeared, causing all the elf guards to panic and be on guard. "I order you all to form a formation," the pig-faced dragon roared. "You damned elves, dare you do something wrong to me?" He was angry, opened his mouth wide, and focused his energy to prepare to spit out a dragon's breath to attack all the elves. But at that moment, a voice rang out, "Stop. Your Excellency Eromantium, we apologize for the delay. She is the most beautiful of all the elves. So it took time to prepare for her." Queen Nuria of the elves spoke. Following her was a bride in a white veil. Nuria quickly lifted the veil, revealing a perfect body, with perfect curves, big where it needed to be big, and small where it needed to be small. Very sexy. Elena appeared with a shy face, bowed her head and stood there, slowly saying, I'm Elena." The pig-faced dragon could no longer contain his excitement, shouting, "Oh my god, she's beautiful." He threw his head back and roared with joy. "You should have brought someone like her from the beginning." While he was madly rejoicing, 3 figures silently appeared in the sky thanks to the invisibility spell. It was Ellison, Rurin, and Serena, stood high up, watching, and realized that the pig-faced dragon was completely mesmerized by Elena's beauty. The 3 began to plan to capture him while he was distracted. The scene shifted inside Eromantium's lair, and Elena entered with a worried heart. Surrounding her were horrifying experiments on creatures, making her shiver. The golden dragon spoke. "Your name is Elena, isn't it?" She replied nervously, "Yes, sir." However, he didn't seem very interested and said softly, "Don't call me that." As he spoke, he pulled out a maid's outfit from somewhere and said with a lustful expression, "From now on, call me Master." Respectfully, he said it with a lewd tone, making Elena embarrassed. Not knowing where to hide, she held the maid's outfit and thought to herself, "Just endure a little, everyone will come and save me soon." A moment later, Elena had changed into the maid outfit the pig-faced dragon had given her. She tried her best to speak, "Sir, Master," but the chubby dragon didn't seem to care much. He was focused on finding something. He said, Elena, what happened? I told you not to enter my lab." Elena tried to give a friendly smile, mixed with shyness and a little seduction. "But, the office is so dirty. It's really very dirty. I hope I can help you clean up. Can you, go out for a while?" The pig-faced dragon got angry, showing his authoritative expression. "No, it's not like that." This made Elena panic, not knowing what she had done wrong. She kept apologizing. The dragon, or rather the pig, became even angrier, yelling, "Be extremely careful and stop apologizing immediately. Now, repeat after me." He looked up at the sky and began to lecture. It seems like we can't be separated because of the unique body of the master. And after being cold to me, you will gradually warm up to my kindness." It seemed that the dragon had some very perverted hobbies, which made Elena shudder. She tried to hide her disgust and said, "Oh, yes." However, her face full of disgust made the dragon even more interested. He laughed gleefully. "That's right. That's the look. Oh, it's so strange. That's right. Keep looking at me with that hateful look." The pig-faced dragon became more and more perverted, while our 3 powerful characters, Ellison, Rurin, and Serena, were silently lurking above, watching. The scene before them made them unable to help but laugh. They planned to hide in the cave and wait for the right moment. But it seemed that no one wanted to act immediately but was just watching the drama. Elena, who was trying to seek help from them at that time, felt extremely angry. Where the hell are you guys? On the other side, the three were still laughing at the scene they had just witnessed. This made Elena really angry. She shouted, "How much longer are you going to watch?" It seemed that Elena's shout caught the pig-faced dragon's attention. He turned around and discovered the group hiding. He panicked and shouted, "Who are you? Do you know Elena?" Immediately, our three formidable characters emitted a terrible aura energy. Preparing for a battle, Allison shouted, "Get him!" Realizing the danger, the pig-faced dragon flapped its wings and flew away, while not forgetting to shout, "Damn! They're not human! They're not human!" Before he could fly far, a magic circle appeared in front of him, controlling the space, preventing his teleportation spell from working. In a panic, he tried to change direction and fly towards the main entrance of the cave. But Rurin and Serena quickly fired two other magic circles. Along with Ellison's circle, the three magic circles combined successfully controlled and captured the dragon with the face of a pig. Serena spoke first. "You're not going anywhere. Stop right there." The pig-faced dragon roared angrily, "You bastards! Do you think you've just made a big mistake? Capturing a dragon in its own territory is a serious violation of the law. Do you think you'll get away with it?" But Rurin and Serena didn't seem to care at all. They had something more serious to worry about. Elena. She suddenly appeared behind the two dragons, with a dark aura around her, and coldly said, "How long have you been standing there?" This question made even the two most ferocious dragons jump. Meanwhile, Allison looked naive, as if he was deep in thought, then said, "Oh, we were trying to set up a few more traps. So we didn't have time." How could this blatant lie deceive Elena, the sharp-witted elf doctor? She glared at Ellison with a fierce look and said, "Mr. Ellison." Our main character quickly put on a naive face, stammering, I'm sorry, it's just, they thought it would be fun to see Elena's reaction. So we decided to wait a bit and see." This honest answer was like pouring oil on a fire, making Serena and Rurin furious. And they both shouted in unison, "Hey! How could you be so cowardly? How could you betray us? You wanted to see Elena's new outfit too, didn't you? You're a disgusting pervert." Allison tried to explain. "What are you guys talking about? Anyone who hears it will misunderstand." "What misunderstanding? After watching the drama, now you're pretending to be innocent?" Our main character seems to be not so innocent either. But something was wrong here. Elena, with a blushing face, lowered her head and whispered, "Really? Do you really like this outfit?" It seems that this elf girl has also fallen for Ellison. The halo of the main character is really too bright. Every girl seems to want to give herself to Ellison. Hearing Elena's whisper, Ellison panicked and quickly explained, No, that's not true. This is a misunderstanding." While Ellison was still flustered explaining, he suddenly realized something was wrong. Both Serena and Rurin turned to the pig-faced dragon and asked, "What has this pig been mumbling about all this time?" It seemed that the pig-faced dragon had managed to finish his spell. He suddenly burst out laughing, "You fools! You've made a big mistake." The scene shifted to the elf forest. At that time, the leader of the guards, Lilinia, and Queen Nerea were chatting together. Suddenly, they both noticed something unusual when everyone in the village started gathering in one place. A dark green and black evil magic mass appeared in the middle of the village, emitting a mysterious energy source and exploded, releasing deadly green magic smoke that caused everyone in the village to panic and then fall into a trance. Everyone's faces and eyes became blurred. They slowly and automatically drew their weapons and pointed them at their necks, ready to end their own lives. Back on the battlefield, the pig-faced dragon lay there laughing happily and shouted, "Ha ha ha. If you want to break all the magic barriers I've set up, then don't just check in this cave. You also have to check the elf forest. Release me and leave Elena here, or all the elves in the forest will commit suicide." Hearing this, Elena became terrified, while Serena and Rurin didn't seem to be discouraged at all. Serena looked at the pig-faced dragon with contempt, while Rurin looked towards the elf forest, where evil magic was spreading. With a little panic but still calm, Rurin said, Oh, it seems like something is spreading throughout the forest. She continued. If he's telling the truth. It seems like all the elves have put their weapons to their necks. Serena also spoke, but she was not at all panicked. Large-scale mind control magic for higher-level creatures? This is unbelievable. The two dragons seemed to remain calm in the face of this dangerous situation. The pig still lay there, laughing happily in victory, and said, I've spent over 100 years studying the minds of different species. This magic is called mass brainwashing magic. Sounds ridiculous, doesn't it? Ha ha ha, I've perfected it. He continued, his face changing, full of emotion. I perfected this magic after I gritted my teeth and watched all my brides leave. No one understands how strong my love is. He began to cry, looking at Elena. Elena, do you intend to force me to use this spell on you? Your decision will affect the elves. Will you become my bride? Elena was horrified by his words, becoming increasingly worried, and said, Wait, I've made up my mind. I'll be your bride. But suddenly, a calm voice rang out, You don't have to do that. Ellison appeared with a pair of bright blue dragon wings on his back. He walked slowly forward and said, What did you just say? Adamantium? Such blackmail tactics won't work on me. With immense magical power, Ellison placed his hand on the ground, casting a great spell. A brilliant light shone directly down on the elf forest, completely destroying Adamantium's mind control magic. All were easily freed. Ellison said cheerfully, Don't worry, everything is safe now. Elena breathed a sigh of relief and thanked him. Thank goodness. Thank you, Ellison. The golden pig couldn't believe what had just happened. Meanwhile, Rurin and Serena, the two dragon girls, approached with unfriendly eyes. Elena, her face full of tears, spoke angrily. This is the worst dragon I've ever met. I hate him. But these words seemed to ignite the perverted soul of the golden pig in satisfaction. Harsh words expressed through sincere emotions and anger. That's right, Elena, it should be like that. The golden pig's face radiated an indescribable sick pleasure. Meanwhile, a foot was heading towards his face and kicked. It seemed that both of our girls, the two female dragons, were using all their strength to kick the pig in the face. Let's go back to the elf forest. That evening, everyone was celebrating their victory and freedom. Music played, dances were performed with the elves' inherent beautiful faces. Radiant, happy, moved, and joyful faces. Beside the bonfire, at the party, there was someone even happier. Adamantium, although his face was bruised from the beating by Rurin and Serena. He still smiled in satisfied pleasure. He felt great being trampled by two beautiful women. I wonder why the author created such a perverted supporting character? Back at the party, it seemed that the seductive Serena was having trouble with vegetables. Meanwhile, Rurin was holding a bottle of sauce, pouring it into her bowl, mixing it up, and starting to eat with great enjoyment. This tastes amazing, she said. Curious, Serena asked. What is that? Rurin replied. This is the sauce that Yusin gave me. It makes the food taste better. Hearing this, Serena couldn't help but be envious, lunging forward to grab the sauce bottle. If there's something as good as that, why can only you use it? While trying to hold onto her sauce bottle, Rurin still shouted to reply, Make your own, don't take mine. This is Ellison's gift to me. The two argued and fought over it constantly, the sauce spilling everywhere without realizing that someone was approaching, the queen of the elves. She walked over and bowed respectfully, thanking the two dragons for helping them defeat and capture the perverted golden dragon. The queen still thought that these two powerful dragon ladies were the benefactors of the entire elf race. This surprised the two beautiful girls, who looked up and said, There seems to be a misunderstanding here. We only helped defeat that lump of meat. The one who saved you is Ellison. I think you already know about him. We don't have such powerful magic powers. Only he can do that. Hearing this, Queen Nuria was shocked and stunned, unable to believe what she had just heard. In Nuria's eyes, Ellison was just a human, not a dragon. Oh, what a fatal mistake. How could such a naive girl climb up to sit on the queen's chair? The scene shifted to Ellison, who was now introducing his magical sauce to all the other members of the elf race. He poured the sauce into everyone's bowl with delight, making the atmosphere of the party more and more lively. Then, gently, he picked up his bag and walked away somewhere. Yes, the place he went to was the statue commemorating a friend in battle. The elf hero Venin, lost in memories and sentimentality. Allison began to speak. Honestly, I think you're even better looking than this statue. Years of fighting came flooding back. A hand slapped Allison on the back of the head, accompanied by a shout. Hey. Allison turned to face the other with a smiling face and a piece of grilled meat in his hand. He laughed and said, "What's up, you bastard?" At that time, Allison was only a level 7 mage. How many times have I told you? What's your damn problem? While the two were arguing, another character sighed, eating and saying, "They're at it again." It was Darren, the hero of the dwarf race. Venin, the hero of the elves. At this point poured all the vegetables in his bowl out and said, "I don't eat vegetables, no meat, I want to eat meat." However, the elves don't eat meat. Do they? Why is this guy asking for meat? Allison angrily retorted, "You can't digest meat, but why do you still ask for it?" Venin replied arrogantly, "This dish is so delicious that I can digest it." Darren piped up, "I think a fight between an elf and a dwarf would be more meaningful than this. Let's fight." Both Allison and Venin shouted exasperatedly, "Shut up, what are you talking about?" But Darren calmly pointed in another direction and said, "I mean, you two should stop fighting and look over there." It was the trolls. 3 huge, monstrous trolls were baring their claws at the fleeing villagers. They wanted to capture them for food. Our 3 heroes, seeing the refugees being attacked, stopped eating and arguing, then stood up and said, "The refugees are being attacked. I don't even have time to eat. Let's go." At this moment, a troll had caught a person and was about to open its mouth to eat him. While the person was still panicking, a huge blow suddenly struck the troll's face, sending it flying far away. At the same time, the other 2 trolls were continuously hit by arrows with bright red energy, causing damage to their arms. Injured, they roared madly, trying to attack the surrounding refugees but couldn't take another step because in front of them, the players had created a magical protective barrier. Realizing something, the villagers cheered, "Oh, it's the 3 war heroes. We're saved." At this time, Darren shouted loudly, "From now on, you trolls will be forbidden to kill, kidnap, and attack other races. If you violate this rule, we will have no choice but to attack you." Venin stood beside him and added, "Hey, you should also tell them that counter-attacking when your life is in danger is okay." Allison immediately objected, "Don't dampen the mood like that." Darren didn't seem to care much and just said those words according to the principles of war. He continued to shout, "Okay, add that in." Then he turned to the trolls and shouted, "If you don't want to die, get out of here immediately." It turned out that the origin of the terms in the peace treaty after the war with the dragon race that Ellison mentioned in the battle with the black dragon Nizi before had been born just from a few random words of these 2 guys. Returning to the present, Ellison placed all his offerings in front of Venin's statue. He sat down and began to talk to himself. "I've been following that rule ever since. Until now, I've brought a little offering to you. Or maybe you don't want me to do this." Ellison looked at the bowls full of offerings, remembering his vegetarian elf friend. At that moment, someone approached, but it seemed that Ellison had noticed it beforehand and said, "What do you think? You don't hate me, do you?" Queen Nerea spoke up. "Venin would never do that." "You think so too?" Ellison continued. "Princess Nerea, what do you think? 2 years ago, when I brought Venin's body back, didn't you hate me?" Princess Nerea's hands trembled as she clasped them together. She replied, "Lord Venin once held my hand and promised me that he would return. No matter what happened." The elf queen's tear-filled eyes were filled with the emotions of the past. Tears rolling down her cheeks, glistening like dewdrops flowing down, wetting her chest. She continued, "You ensured that he could keep his promise. So how could I hate you? Lord Ellison, you saved all the elves today. Do you think Lord Venin played a small role in all the power you possess today?" Ellison was silent, slowly taking out a bottle of wine from his clean basket and filling 2 glass cups. He spoke softly, "It's not just a small part. I not only owe Venin this power but also my whole life. So, the one who saved the elves is not me." As he spoke, Ellison handed the glass of wine to Princess Nerea and said, "A toast to our hero, Venin." The next morning, as dawn broke, the bright light gently shone throughout the elf forest. Everyone came to bid farewell to the 4 heroes who had saved them from disaster with gratitude and respect. While Elena continued to greet everyone to set off with our lovely characters. Rurin also spoke up, "Don't worry about this guy. I guarantee he won't be able to return to his lair here." The golden pig, who was tightly locked by a magic circle around his neck, was floating in the air, panic-stricken, and asked, "Where are you taking me?" Serena, with an angry face, replied, "Shut up, you'll know when we get there." As they walked, Rurin asked Ellison, "Your conversation with the leader last night seemed quite long, didn't it?" Ellison turned and said, "Your ears are still very good, aren't they? Did you hear the whole conversation?" Elena suddenly perked up her ears and thought about Ellison's conversation with Princess Nerea. Rurin continued, "Come to think of it, she knows that you absorbed the Dragon Lord's heart, right? That's a secret to everyone." Ellison replied softly. These words made both Elena and Serena jump in shock. The dragon with the face of a pig was no less worried. The 3 of them were now immersed in shock, panic, and surprise. All those emotions flooded them. What? He ate the Dragon Lord's heart? No wonder he's so incredibly powerful. Yes, no wonder at all. While the 3 creatures were discussing Ellison's power, Rurin continued, "And then, Serena and Elena also saw you absorb an ancient dragon marble, right?" "Well, I guess so," Ellison replied. "Lady Nerea shouldn't realize this. Should she? Do you think she will understand these things from what happened in the forest?" Rurin continued, "Oh, it's because you demonstrated that kind of magic, right?" Elle replied, "Anyway, we came here to help Elena. But in the end, I received a gift that I could never have expected. A dragon with the face of a pig that has healing abilities." The golden dragon, pig, was still staring fixedly at Ellison with a terrified face and kept mumbling, "He ate the Lord's heart. He ate the Lord's heart." The scene shifted to Lord Grake's castle. Ellison's reluctant disciple cheerfully opened the door to greet his master. "Please don't be like that," Ellison replied cheerfully. The nominal master and disciple met happily, while the disciple was very surprised that Ellison visited the castle so late at night. The mage replied that he had an important reason to visit. Entering the castle, Elena and Serena were chatting with each other about the effectiveness of using the dragon with a pig's face to examine and treat with the dragon's magical power. They wondered if it was capable enough to heal the injury in Lord Grake's brain. In the next room, the Lord and his wife were in the room. The lady was taking care of her husband lying on the bed. Noticing the door open, she said, "Deerin, do we have a guest?" "Yes, Mother, this is the one who helped us a lot," Deerin replied. Ellison introduced himself with a confused face. "My name is Elle." Suddenly realizing the handsome hero who had saved life, the lady quickly got up and ran over, saying, "I've been looking for you for a long time." Seemed to realize something and he whispered to Deerin, "Your mother doesn't know that I destroyed the Dedran castle, right?" "Yes. No one knows, except me. This is very difficult to explain." The lady was overjoyed, clasped Ellison's hand tightly and kept thanking him. But Ellison quickly pulled his hand away from the lady's hand and coldly said, "Don't thank me now. There's still one person I haven't been able to save." These words shocked both Deerin and his mother. "What?" Then, Rurin opened the door and walked in, dragging a blonde-haired man with a magic control circle around his neck. He was dragged in by the neck like a puppy. "Come in, you bastard," Rurin ordered. The blonde-haired man stepped in. His face was despicable and full of fear. "With this face, no one will love you. It's so ugly. The author is so evil. Why didn't he draw you more beautifully?" But Rurin didn't care about that. She kicked him and said, "Over there, don't waste time." Iramantium walked over, looked at Lord Grake lying unconscious on the bed and said, "Is he a human?" He was about to use his magic to heal when Diren panicked and stepped forward, saying, "Wait, I don't know who this person is." But Ellison put his hand on Diren's shoulder to reassure the boy and said, "Just watch. It's okay." Iramantium placed his hand on Lord Grake's head and said, "His brain is severely damaged. I don't know who did this, but this is an extremely harmful poison." He opened his mouth, exhaled a yellow breath that covered the Lord's face. Then, the magic circles formed began to activate. After a while, Lord Grake slowly opened his eyes in the emotional eyes of Diren and his mother. Both could not hold back their emotions. "My lady," the Baron spoke up. The mother and son could no longer hold back their tears. Their emotions overflowed, and they rushed to the Baron's side, shouting emotionally, "My husband! Father! Happiness!" Finally, the Baron's family was reunited. Ellison smiled contentedly, quietly recalling his moment with his mother in the past. Before being transported to this world, he pursed his lips to keep his tears from falling as he thought of his only relative. At this time, Rurin broke the magic circle controlling Iramantium to set him free. With a threat, "If I hear anything strange about you, I will never forgive you again. Understand?" Iramantium quickly replied, "Yes, yes." Ellison put his hand on Rurin's shoulder and said, "Rurin, let's go. You healed the Baron without taking any reward?" Rurin asked. "We already had a lot of money. Besides, how can we ruin their happy moment like this?" "That's right. There's no happier moment than when a whole family is reunited. A man has returned to his wife and children. A wife has found her husband after so many days. A son burst into tears when he saved his father. All those emotions burst into tears of happiness. Finally, they returned to the familiar hilltop restaurant, where the great mage's restaurant was located. On a starry night, sounds came from inside the restaurant. "Should we go to sleep after preparing everything for tomorrow's business?" "Of course," Ellison replied, while putting a coin into his summoning magic. "It seems like someone has stolen all the beer, so I have to." Hearing this, Rurin felt like she had been shot in the heart. Startled and speechless. In this restaurant, it's obvious that there's only one person who steals beer. You guys know that too, right? There's only one drunk in this restaurant. And that's... Back to Ellison. He was trying his best to concentrate on casting the summoning magic. It seems like this time he had to summon more beer to sell. The coin in the magic circle kept jumping as Ellison's mana was transmitted. But suddenly, at this moment, the summoning magic was not like before. Something terrible was about to happen. After receiving energy from Ellison, the summoning circle immediately activated, creating a huge energy circle that continuously expanded, covering everything around Ellison. He only had time to say, "What is this?" The surrounding space instantly turned dark, obscuring everything. There was nothing to see. It was all like a dream. Ellison was now standing sleepily in a modern space, feeling extremely tired, mumbling to himself as if he had just woken up from a long sleep. "I'm so sleepy. I was just going to process some materials. But now it's dark." In front of him, a girl was rummaging through the purse of a beaten-up young man. He shouted, "Rurin, what are you doing there?" Rurin, dressed in modern world clothes, turned to look at Ellison, raised an eyebrow. "You're saying Rurin? What does that mean? Who are you?" Ellison was stunned, not knowing how to react. The space was now falling into chaos. Everything around was becoming blurry and illusory, with the lights of modern buildings. He thought he was hallucinating and wondered, why could Rurin wear this uniform here? The voice of that Rurin still rang in his ears. "Who are you?" Ellison continued to sink into confusion. Why? He realized he was here again. A place he had clearly been to before. This was where he had been before moving to the magical world. And he would never forget that moment. This was where he wanted to return. At this moment, Rurin shouted loudly, covering her face and slapping Ellison's cheek. "Wake up. Fully wake up," Ellison said. "Rurin, what is this? Where exactly are we?" Rurin in panic kept asking. "What is this? Where are we?" Ellison was no less surprised. He looked around and realized this was not a dream. It seemed that our great mage had summoned himself by magic. The power obtained from the dragon's orb and the dragon lord's heart had been fully absorbed. So the magic circle had turned into a teleportation spell across the universe. Amazingly, the protagonist's power was now powerful enough to traverse worlds. At this moment, a girl in office attire said, "Excuse me, is anyone hurt? I'll call an ambulance." Rurin wondered, "What is an ambulance?" Then Ellison quickly covered her mouth and said loudly, "Oh, we're fine, no one is hurt. Sorry everyone." He quickly hugged Rurin, carried her on his shoulders and ran away as the girl in office attire looked on in bewilderment. Rurin was now panicked and surprised. "What is this? Is this your hometown? There are so many strange things. Like those iron boxes and those tall buildings." Ellison replied gently, "Yes. It's been a long time since I've been back. So I feel a little overwhelmed. I really didn't think I could come back here. A modern, luxurious city with tall buildings and bright lights. Completely different from Rurin's peaceful world." Rurin wondered if this was Ellison's hometown. He must know this place well. But it seemed that so much time had passed that he didn't even recognize it. When he saw the phone the girl in the office uniform was holding, he realized it was unlike any phone he had ever used. The cars and buildings running on the road were also very strange. Unlike anything he had ever seen. Maybe a lot of time has passed in this world. Ellison thought to himself. It's been 15 years. You know, if that world and this world are synchronized in time, then 15 years have made a huge difference. 15 years ago, we were still using Nokia-style button phones. But now we've switched to smartphones like iPhones or Samsung. The world is changing very fast. Ellison suddenly thought. Even if the buildings change, the road structure is unlikely to change quickly. If I compare the positions of intersections, roads with 15 years ago memories, maybe I'm trying to trace my memories and compare them to the current geographical location. But in the end, he was helpless. I don't know where this is. Rurin sighed. But this is your hometown. Editor comment. Hometown is hometown. But with this rate of development, if you leave a bustling city for about 5 to 15 years, then when you come back, the road structure will have changed completely. Ellison comforted Rurin. Don't worry too much. I know exactly where I need to go. That's home, and above all, we have a lot of gold. Meanwhile, in the magical world, everyone was preparing for the morning work on the farm. The barn door was open. The cows were about to wake up to do their daily work. The worrying thing now was that the owner of the restaurant had been absent for a while. And the restaurant had not opened since then. Everything was slowly sinking into coldness. In another dimension, Ellison and Rurin had changed into suitable, simple and light clothes. While Rurin was excited about the new outfit, Ellison felt dazed. The current outfit was different from the time he used to live. It had changed too much. Above all, he was thinking about the value of the gold he had exchanged for cash in this world. Because neither of them had an ID card, they could only exchange it at a value that was only half the real value of gold. But anyway, it was still a large sum of money, so they didn't have to worry about anything. At this time, Rurin's hungry stomach also started to rebel. Starting a revolution, Ellison suggested they go eat something at a Chinese restaurant across the street. So both of them excitedly went into the restaurant. Wow, with her unchanging eating habit, she quickly put everything delicious into her mouth. There were cold noodles, potatoes and spices, along with the characteristic Korean kimchi. She ate happily and kept praising the delicious food, while Ellison looked at the price list and broke out in a cold sweat. Prices have changed. Inflation has increased. Prices are now double what they were when he lived here. This made Ellison could only cry, making Rurin feel annoyed and said, "Your voice is exactly like the dragon elders." But Ellison quickly regained his composure and said, "Anyway, we don't need to save money. We have a lot of money." So they started eating and drinking comfortably, ordering everything they could, trying each dish, drinking each drink, enjoying everything in the restaurant. This is probably one of their happiest moments. It doesn't really matter what you eat, but eating with the person you love is always more delicious. Do you guys feel that? Do you feel that? They finished the appetizers and main course and moved on to dessert with a super big bowl of ice cream. This was also a new experience for Rurin, making her face light up. After that, they started to experience Korean street food, passing by a photo shop. Rurin still thought it was a place to eat, so she pointed to it to eat more. But Ellison said that wasn't a place to eat. Cut to the magical world. All the hungry ghosts were gathered in front of the restaurant. Tired, angry and sad, the angriest one was none other than the hot-tempered dragon girl Serena. Damn it, where did they go? His day off was clearly over yesterday. Elena and Noel, the butcher shop owner, were now slumped, starving. They couldn't, because they hadn't eaten anything since Ellison's restaurant closed. It was terrible, just because they didn't eat. They starved. Huh? Noel spoke up and asked Mr. Ment. Did you see anything? Did you hear anything? They never left without saying a word. Mr. Ment didn't know how to answer either, because he really didn't have any information about Ellison and Rurin. The customers were angry and left. Customers continued to leave angrily because the restaurant was closed again. Mr. Ment realized a very serious problem. All the familiar customers had started to leave because they were not welcomed and greeted. If the restaurant continued to close and this situation continued, the restaurant's reputation would be severely damaged. At this time, everyone was discussing whether Ellison and Rurin had had an accident, but that possibility seemed unlikely, because they were extremely strong people. Linte suddenly spoke up. Why don't we do this? We are the ones who have eaten the boss's food 3 meals a day. No one knows the taste of this restaurant better than us. All the ingredients are stored in the kitchen. We can try running the restaurant while they're away. These words made Mr. Ment and everyone else a little stunned. What? While everyone was scrambling to find a way to reopen the restaurant. In the modern world, Ellison and Rurin were happily together, sitting on a train heading somewhere. Rurin was extremely happy and excited, saying, I can't eat anymore. It's amazing, so amazing. The food here is really delicious. Ellison replied cheerfully, I'm glad it suits your taste. At this moment, Rurin changed the subject. But what is this? It's even bigger than that iron box. This is called a train, because the distance to the place we need to go is quite far. So we have to use this means of transportation. Moreover, if we use teleportation to get there and if we get caught, it will be a disaster. Hearing this, Rurin didn't really care much. She looked out the window, admiring the scenery outside, and suddenly said, Is the place we're going to meet your mother? With a little surprise and a little embarrassment, Ellison replied, You know that? Rurin replied, You know? How could I not know when it's all shown on your face? Suddenly seeing something outside the window, Rurin's eyes lit up. The scenery outside was so beautiful. A sunset shining down on a gentle, peaceful countryside. Nothing could be more beautiful. Rurin said, Your hometown is so beautiful. I like it. With a little silence, Ellison began to speak. Rurin, what do you think if we live here forever? Never go back, but live here for the rest of our lives? Stunned by the sudden question, not knowing what to say, Rurin just exclaimed, What? The train continued rolling, and the space around them became quiet. Ellison quietly spoke, his voice low. I've been thinking about this ever since I came to this world. Now that I'm here, the ancient jade has disappeared from the old world, and the Dragon King is no longer a threat, right? Ellison confided in Rurin, expressing his desire for them to start a new life in this world. He told her she didn't need to answer immediately and could take her time to think it over. Rurin merely smiled softly and then fell into deep thought, asking, If I refuse, will you return to my world? Both of them fell silent, each immersed in their own thoughts. The scene shifted to the wartime period of the magical world. One night, the elf hero, Venon, was sound asleep when he suddenly heard a noise. He quickly sat up and saw Ellison doing something unusual. He had opened a spatial portal connecting different worlds. In his excitement, Ellison muttered, Take me home. He reached into the portal, but was immediately tackled by Venon and Darren, the dwarf hero, who shouted, Damn it, he's trying to do it again. Stop him. The two of them struggled with all their might to pull Ellison away from the portal that was swallowing everything. But Ellison resisted, screaming, Let me go. The portal, though powerful, was unstable and could close at any moment. After a few tense seconds, Ellison stopped struggling, realizing the danger. "All right, I get it. Let me go." He tried to push a letter into the portal before it exploded and vanished. The space returned to normal, and the three of them breathed a sigh of relief. Venom shouted, "Ellison, I told you to stop using this spell. This is something your magic can't solve. Now you've lost your magic for a few weeks." Ellison, pale and exhausted, collapsed to the ground. This type of magic was far too challenging for his current strength, a level 7 mage. Even if he reached level 9, without the 3 ancient jade stones, he could never succeed and could only transport spices from the modern world to this one. If the war ended, Ellison said Venom could return to the elf forest, and Darren to the dwarf mines. But he himself didn't know where to go. He felt hopeless, lost, and wished someone could answer that question for him. But no one could. Back to the present, Ellison suddenly asked, with a mischievous glint in his eyes. "Do you think I've ever abandoned you?" Rurin beamed and replied, "You would never do that. Would you?" The mood lightened, and the two of them continued their conversation joyfully. Ellison smiled and said, "All right then, let's go." The scene shifted to the magical world, where a bustling restaurant was filled with the sounds of lively conversation. "I heard this restaurant has reopened, but where has the owner gone?" Linte was cutting meat, preparing to cook, while Noel asked if the meat was ready yet. Everyone was struggling with the oven because it operated on magic rather than the usual methods. So, they all looked toward Elena, the healing mage, with hopes that she would assist with her magic. Elena conjured a small fireball the size of her fist, leaving everyone surprised and helpless. She said, "I learned these spells for camping trips. Oh, if you saw this flame, you could feel its power when cooking, right? If I used this to cook, I don't think my soup would be done for years. But never mind them, let's continue the story." At this moment, another strong voice rang out, accompanied by a powerful spell, Ignite. Serena appeared, bringing with her an enormous and scorching flame. With a proud expression on her face, she said, "Don't worry about the fire. Just focus on cooking." The helpless look on Linte's face turned to panic. Seeing the flame now blazing fiercely, everyone eagerly began to prepare for cooking. "All right, let's open the restaurant." The cheers of everyone filled the air. However, the outcome was not as expected. To me, this looked like some new type of coal extracted from a volcano. Or something similar. I don't know how to describe it. If you're watching this video and have experienced something similar, please comment below so we can update our knowledge. As for me, this type of food is something I've never encountered before. And of course, a guest invited as a test subject was staring in shock at the piece of meat in front of him, saying, "I'm a miner, and this is clearly coal, not food. This is what I see at my workplace. But why are you serving me this?" Clearly, I knew exactly what this was. Ladies and gentlemen, this was definitely a lump of coal placed on a plate. With a face full of panic and worry, as if about to cry, Matt hurriedly apologized to the customer and offered to redo the dish. Meanwhile, the customer grumbled, "Is it strange that you serve me coal just because I'm a miner?" In another corner of the kitchen, Mr. Knoll was happily pouring salt onto a plate of mixed salad. Much to Matt's horrified gaze, the result was a dish that couldn't possibly be saltier. Seeing this scene, Mr. Ment, the farm manager, shouted in alarm, "Mr. Knoll, that's salt, right?" Quickly, he grabbed a sugar jar to pour into the dish. But this time the result was no better. The dish was sweeter than could be imagined. The customer once again vomited everything he had just eaten. Honestly, I'm starting to feel sorry for these customers. This is not dining, it's clearly torture. A tragic scene in the restaurant. All the customers chimed in unison. "Do it again. Bring the boss out. I want a refund." In the kitchen, Linte was nervously handling the meat with trembling hands, sweat pouring down his face, unsure of what to do. If this situation continued, the restaurant would go bankrupt before the owner, Ellison, returned. He was trying to figure out how to deal with the fire. The issue was that the magical flame was too powerful. If the meat went in, it would instantly turn to ash. Meanwhile, Serena seemed uninterested in reducing the fire, as it was her pride. And she was thrilled about it. Oh dear, this restaurant really has some strange people. At this moment, Linte kept thinking, and suddenly a light bulb went off in his head as he looked toward the corner of the kitchen. There was a very large pot there. You might remember that this was the pot Ellison had used to cook soup with rock salt last time. A confident expression emerged on Linte's face. Scene shift to the modern world. At this moment, on a bustling street in the evening, Rurin and Ellison were taking a walk together, their conversation lively. We haven't gotten lost since we arrived, have we? Of course not, though the buildings have changed. Some things never do, even after 15 or 30 years. I wouldn't get lost in my hometown, Ellison replied while looking at the scenery around him. He then sank into memories of the places he had visited many times in his life. Eventually, they arrived at the home of the great wizard in the modern world. An old apartment building with 7 floors. Upon seeing this familiar place, Ellison smiled, his eyes misting over as he whispered, "Mom, I'm home." Gathering his courage, the main character adjusted his emotions and knocked on the door of apartment 604. While Rurin mocked him, "You're worried, aren't you?" Ellison turned to say, "I just remembered. Rurin, what should I introduce you as?" Rurin calmly replied, "Shouldn't I just tell the truth? About me being a dragonkin?" Ellison was taken aback and asked, "Are you joking?" Ellison pondered, "Will Mom recognize me? Even after 15 years, I still have this hairstyle." He called out loudly, "Mom, it's me." But all that responded from behind the door was silence. It was too quiet here, leaving both of them astonished. "Maybe Mom is sleeping, let me try calling again." Suddenly, the door of the neighboring apartment opened. A woman appeared, asking, "Excuse me, who are you?" Ellison immediately replied, I'm looking for my mom, she lives in room 604. Hearing this, the woman froze. "Oh my god, you're Ms. Junghwa's son?" Ellison hurriedly asked. "Yes. Do you know where my mom is?" The woman looked worried, adjusted her glasses, and said, "She doesn't live here anymore. Come with me." On the way, she shared that 5 years ago, when she had just moved in, Ellison's mother had helped her a lot. They became close, and his mother often talked about her son who was far from home. Ellison felt something was off and asked, "Where are we going?" The woman paused for a moment before answering, "Your mom missed you very much. I advised her to look for you, but she refused. She led him to a grave and sighed. You should have come back sooner." Staring at the grave, Ellison was stunned, unable to believe what was before his eyes.